Good morning, everyone. I'm welcoming you to this session, and I'm hoping that everybody's settled in. We're going to be starting in a short while. So I want to just, before we start, highlight the logistics so that we save on time and we are able to agree on the principles going forward so that we are all in agreement as to how we're going to run this meeting. So for starters, I would request that everybody who is not speaking should mute their videos just to allow for, a nice, network so that we are all able to hear each other. And I'm going to also ask that we introduce ourselves. I will note the guests that are on the program. We have invited, and I would also ask that other members just briefly put in the chat bar their names, their correct titles, so that we can acknowledge them also in the minutes, which will be typed after the summit proceedings are concluded, and then we can circulate it. The program may have changed a bit. There are some members who were supposed to be in the program who have had to withdraw at the last minute because of other competing events. We will apologize at the right moment. There are also changes that might arise, and I would highlight where there are changes. If, for example, a guest who was supposed to speak has been replaced with somebody else, I would also announce as we go along. And I would also request that at the time where we're doing questions and comments, that members, simply either raise the issues on the sidebar or raise their hands so that we can recognize them. And if issues are already covered, to please not repeat. We can just type on the chat bar and my admin team would assist me to reflect those issues. So we will be starting in a very short while now. I'm just waiting to look at all the people that are here and to see whether, we can open because the president of council has to be there before we start. And I've seen Dr. Mr. Ngonyama, the vice president, is here, who is going to be giving the purpose. And I would also like to verify if Honorable Minister Zulu is, available. So we will quickly just do a quick intro. As you introduce yourself, please just reveal your video quickly, introduce yourself, your title, where you're coming from, and then we just go along in that way so that my secretarial team can assist with capturing your names as well. But I would appreciate it if everybody can just please adhere to the request that I've made, that as we're speaking, we all close our videos except for the person that would be speaking. Thank you, colleagues and honorable members.
Hello.
Madam President.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Have you done a roll call already?
I wanted to verify your presence and also the minister's presence before I officially start the meeting. But okay. I've just, indicated to members that we will be starting shortly.
Okay. No, I just wanted to check if my audio is working. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to now officially. Let me first start by introducing myself. I'm Langi Malamba, the Registrar for the South African Council for Social Service Professions. I will be the Program Director for the day, and I want to welcome all of you and thank you for making the time to join this important summit, and to request that we take a second or two for observing a moment of silence in remembrance of the people, colleagues, family members that we have lost due to COVID or any other disease, and then we can start the proceedings. Thank you. I want to just mention that this summit is happening at a very important time when we're recognizing the International Children's Week, Child and Youth Care Work Week, and to acknowledge the role of child and youth care workers in South Africa and the world over, and to also acknowledge that as a country, we have important instruments that protect and promote the rights of children. And we need to be mindful that for those instruments to work, we need champions. And in this regard, we have child and youth care workers who are part of the social service professions to actually engage on these issues and make sure that on the ground, there are interventions that are geared towards protecting and promoting the rights of children. And as a statutory body, we are supporting and are actually, committed to making sure that child and youth care workers, as an integral part of the social service professions service delivery, are given the necessary recognition and support. And we have to make sure that we unlock opportunities to make sure that all the necessary, workforce is in place. We increase access to education. We increase access to bursaries, as we've heard this morning on ENCA, Mr. Harris, a member of EXCO and Council, talking on the purpose of this summit, but I would leave that to Mr. Ngonyama. I want at this stage to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Minister Zulu, who is our Minister of Social Development. I want to also acknowledge those guest speakers. I've seen Mr. Chivase is here. I've seen Ms. Ramaru. And I also want to acknowledge the presence of our honorable MECs and HODs. And I hope that within the next few minutes, before we hand over to the President, Dr. Mabeto, to give the word of welcome, that we would have an opportunity for members to just quickly, especially the MECs, the HOD, the minister and the guest speakers, to introduce themselves. And for all the other delegates, I humbly request that you type in the chat bar, and I've seen it is already happening. Just type in the chat bar the names where you're coming from. Thank you. I'll hand over now to the members of the Parliament, all the members of Parliament who are present to please introduce themselves, whether it's MECs or members of the portfolio committees, to please introduce themselves, and our Honourable Minister and all the guests. Thank you.
Okay, I hear silence. My name is Lindy Wezulu. I'm the Minister of Social Development.
Thank you and welcome, Honourable Minister. Other members, please introduce yourselves.
I'm Maria Mabitwa. I'm the Member of Council and the President of Council.
Thank you, Madam President.
Good morning. My name is Donald Ngonyama. I'm the Vice President of Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ngonyama. May I now request that the members from the portfolio committees, if they are present, the MECs and the HODs, to also introduce themselves before I go to the guests. I'm not sure if it's hesitation or they are not present. I've seen Dr. McDonald, I've seen your name pop up. Anyway, I'm going to skip this process and ask that my guests, starting from Mr. Gabasia, if you are present, please introduce yourself. Ms. Shilate, Ms. Magwaza, Ms. Mashile, and then we will go to the other members of the panel who will be giving responses later on. I've seen Mr. Siziba is here, Ms. Ramaru also is present, and Mr. Chibase. And Ms. Brass, I've seen Ms. Jane as well. Ms. Mashamait, yes, your hand is up. Yes.
Morning, colleagues.
There is somebody having a
Somebody has to mute because they're playing music. Can they please shut the music down?
Yes. Thank you, Minister. I'm trying to find the culprit so that I can mute.
Please find the culprit.
Dear Register, I've muted everyone. Please unmute yourself. I'll try to cancel everyone that was playing music in the background. Thank you.
Thank you, IT. I appreciate. Please just be on the lookout for any interruptions, and we will just kindly mute or even remove the person from the meeting if we find that they're interrupting the process. So I've asked, there's a hand, Calvina, I think it's Mashamaite. Can you please go ahead? Calvina? Calvina Mashamaite, please lower your hand if you don't want to make an input.
Good morning, colleagues. Your speaker is not Calvina. I'm using a Microsoft team. It's Lina Mashile.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Mashile. You
using
well.
the Microsoft team for the rest of the day.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Magwaza, are you there? Nokubonga? Okay, I'm hoping that at the time when we need to call them in, they will be able to join us. I also note in absentia, Ms. Mutambi, who will be joining us around 10. And I will now welcome the President, Dr. Mabeto, to take us through her message. And I'm asking that everybody please mute or close your videos so that we only have the President's video on at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, for inviting me to and giving me this opportunity to welcome the guests. The Minister of Social Development, Honorable Minister Lindiwe Zulu, the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, Honorable Dr. Kenduam Kizi. I'm not sure the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee for Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Ms. A.F. Tambi, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee for Social Development, Honorable Mr. Mondi Ngububele. We also have amongst us, I hope, Professor Musoma, chairperson of the CRL Rights Commission, and the Vice President of the Council, Mr. Ngonyama, the chairperson of the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care, Ms. Zeni Timadu, the chairperson of the board for the Professional Board for Social Work, Ms. Sharon Valentine, the acting DDG for Social Welfare,
We've lost you for a minute, President.
What do we do as a member?
Sure. Okay. And the council members and board members. ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much again for giving me this opportunity to welcome everyone. Today is really a special day, but it's also a day that is linked to the previous summits that we held in March. I think it was on the 26th of March, looking at the social service professions and the challenges that we are having in that regard, especially the employment of social service professions, both social workers and child and youth care workers, especially those that have been trained, that we've been having challenges in terms of getting them employed. I think if we look at the youth care, we should really look it within the developmental approach in the country, and especially the fact that there are child and youth care workers who work at community level, and they are very, very important as far as the development of young children at the community level. What I have always said that in our society, we don't have at community level, people who are there to address the needs of the children as they occur. The issue of bullying, especially in schools, it's one such example. If there was someone there, the child could have called, maybe that child will not have, committed suicide. And then we see child and youth care as part of the entire child protection system. And we know that with systems, when one system is not operating properly, the entire system, it collapses. And I think, or it collapses, or it just, fails to operate optimally. And I'm glad that we are here from different sectors and from different government departments. I'm here, the minister is here today, and I'm here that other ministers will join us, and the chairpersons of the portfolio committee. Everyone I think who's here is very important in terms of the outcomes of this summit. So what we require is an integrated approach. The council alone cannot do this. DSD alone cannot do the work. We need everyone to pull together so that we can, fix the system of child protection in the country. And it's not only child protection. If you care for children, you also care for the family, you also care for the community. So that's important. We are not, of course, leaving out the NGOs, that we need to work together with the NGOs, and some of them will be here today taking part in the deliberations. Yeah, so I'm glad that we are, really gathered here, and that the outcome of this summit will be, I think the objectives will be measurable enough, and that will find funding to implement, the goals or the objectives of the summit and the activities arising from the summit. And in those few words, I just want to welcome everyone and just say thank you for coming. And I'd also like to thank the organizers of this summit. It's been long coming, and I'm glad that ultimately we have it. And I'm also relieved that as council, we are not being seen as limping, that we've got other sectors and government, officials and the ministers, supporting us. Thank you very much. Registrar.
Thank you, President, for the words of welcome and for acknowledging our important guests and all the important delegates in the summit today. I want to concur that integration or integrated intersectoral collaboration is key, because if we work in silos, we're going to disadvantage the very key people that we want to assist. So it is important, and it is in line with the vision of Council to have the sector united in service excellence, because without unity, we will not be able to forge forward successfully. I'm now going to hand over to the Deputy President of Council, Mr. Donald Ngonyama, but I want to appeal to the people who still have their videos on to please kindly switch them off. Inati CYCC Pumzile, Jiman Giraldo, and Pilani, can you please mute your videos? Thank you. So only Mr. Ngonyama's video should be on when he's doing his presentation. Thank you. Over to you, Ndate Ngonyama.
Thank you, Registrar, for the platform to introduce the purpose of the summit. I would like to start by acknowledging the presence of the following people. And the Honorable Minister of Social Development, Ms. Lindiwe Zulu, the members of MINMEC, we hope that they are going to join us if they have not joined. Ms. Tlengiwe Mkhize, Deputy Minister in Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, Mr. Ngumbele, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Ms. Faith Mutambi, and we are happy that she's joining us once again. The Chairperson of the CRL Rights Commission, Professor David Mosoma, the President of the Council, Dr. Mariama Bitwa, and all members of Council, Acting Director General of the Department of Social Development, Mr. Linton Ntunu, and all your staff teams. Acknowledgement of all the critical stakeholders present at this meeting. Chairperson of the Child and Youth Care Work and Social Work Boards, you are also acknowledged. The child and youth care workers and other social service professionals who are joined into this meeting through the live streaming across our country. We appreciate having you listening on. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. This summit is taking place when we are celebrating the International Child and Youth Care Workers Week. Considering all the challenges faced by the children at risk in our country, we have all the reasons to thank and to show gratitude to the child and youth care workers who go an extra mile to ensure safety and protection of our children, whether in community, child and youth care centers, schools, healthcare centers, and living and working on the streets and other settings. Child and youth care work, one of the two professions under the Council, is a statutorily recognized profession in South Africa since 2014. The role of the child and youth care work is recognized in the Children's Act, Act 38 of 2005, and the Social Service Practitioners Policy as essential in residential and community settings. The statutory and signing of the regulations had brought a sense of celebration to the sector. While there have been significant achievement in the development of the child and youth care profession, it is of concern to the board, the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care and Council, and the entire sector that the passing of the regulations requiring registration of child and youth care workers since in 2014 has not resulted in any improvement to the circumstances and opportunities within the sector. It has not changed the realistic aspirations, professional status, and opportunities for the child and youth care workforce. This has led to an increased frustration and disgruntlement amongst registered child and youth care workers in the role of the Professional Board and the Council. This continues to show itself in all platforms and gatherings, including the social media. As we meet today, we've got child and youth care workers across the country who are very interested on what this summit is going to achieve. The Professional Board for Child and Youth Care has over the last 7 years raised core issues affecting the child and youth care profession with the National Department of Social Development and the Department of Public Service and Administration, with limited to no tangible results for the sector. The delay in addressing the challenges of the child and youth care profession is an impediment in its development. It has a huge potential in negatively affecting the service delivery in all settings in which child and youth care workers are deployed. One can so well say that this profession is in crisis due to these unresolved issues, and urgent action is required. It's very important that we are having this historic gathering. It is worth noting that the current professional board is the third since the board's first inauguration. In total, the board has served the sector for 15 years. Almost all challenges were raised during the first board. The Professional Board for Child and Youth Care hold a statutory mandate to deal with the profession-specific matters, which leads to ensuring development and dignity of the profession on behalf of child and youth care workers. The Professional Board for Child and Youth Care is the only structure with a legal mandate to play an oversight and regulatory role for the profession under its ambit of authority. To accomplish this well, the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care and Council relies on other stakeholders, as the President indicated, to play their role in order for the mandate to be fulfilled. The mandate given to the Professional Board is to define the scope of practice, promote the development of the profession, enhance the dignity of the profession, control and exercise the authority and respect of training and practice, promote ethical practice, dealing with complaints of unethical practice. So the purpose of this summit is to create a platform to provide an understanding on challenges faced by the profession of child and youth care, to engage with all the key relevant stakeholders on issues facing the profession, and to share the areas of challenges and agree on practical and actionable steps going forward. I hope that this summit and all the engagement during and after will address the issues to be deliberated on today. Madam Registrar, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to introduce the purpose of this gathering. And I hope that these deliberations will bear some fruits and satisfy the expectation of the sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ntate Ngonyama, for your brief overview of the purpose. I'm going to now take this opportunity to introduce our Honorable Minister. Minister Lindiwe Zulu is the Minister of Social Development in South Africa. She is a member of the NEC, National Executive Committee of the ANC, and the chairperson of the African National Congress Subcommittee on International Relations. Ms. Zulu was educated in Swaziland, whereupon she joined the ANC after the 1976 student uprising. In exile, Ms. Zulu lived in Morogoro in Tanzania, where she was offered a scholarship to study journalism in Russia. She obtained a master's degree in journalism. After her studies in Moscow, she joined the Liberation Army, Umkhonto weSizwe. Once her military training was complete, Ms. Zulu joined the Pan-African Women's Organization, PAWO, in Angola, where she was appointed as the coordinator of the Communications Committee. She has held several communication positions. In 1989, she was appointed the head of communication in the ANC's Department of Religious Affairs. Ms. Zulu also served as the head of communication at the ANC's Uganda office. In 1991, she returned to South Africa and became the head of communication in the ANC Women's League. She was elected to the ANC's team of spokesperson for South Africa's first democratic elections in 1994. After the elections, she was elected a member of the Gauteng legislature and was appointed Deputy Speaker of the Gauteng legislature in 1995. 4 years later, she was appointed the Special Advisor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. In 2001, she was appointed Chief Director for Western and Central Africa. In 2003, she left government to join the private sector, where she served as Executive Head of Government and International Relations at Vodacom Group, a mobile phone services company based in South Africa. In 2004, she became the South African ambassador to Brazil. She was elected to the ANC Executive Committee in 2007 and again in 2009. Ms. Zulu was elected to Parliament as Member of Parliament representing the ANC. After 2009, Ms. Zulu was appointed Special Advisor to the President of South Africa on International Relations. In 2014, she was appointed as the Minister of Small Business Development. In 2019, she was appointed as the Minister of Social Development. Ms. Zulu is particularly interested in issues relating to the promotion and protection of the rights of vulnerable groups, women, children, youth, and people with disability, amongst others. Kindly join me in welcoming our Honorable Minister, Mayor Lindiwe Zulu. Over to you, Minister.
Hi, thank you very much, Langi. I was like, as you were busy doing the introduction, I was like, yo, God, by the way, I was once a child myself. And sometimes we miss the point when we are now older adults of connecting ourselves to having been children ourselves, and therefore putting ourselves in the shoes of children, remembering our own childhood and realizing that actually a majority of us who are today in these positions that we are reading through were once children, and our childhood was nowhere near being a good childhood. And I'm saying this simply because I want us all to always appreciate the fact that there has been movement in South Africa in terms of changing the lives of our people. It's not enough. It's nowhere near enough what we have been able to do, both as government, the NGOs and NPOs and everyone. It's nowhere near where it is supposed to be. But the bottom line is that I'm a very positive person, and I always believe that we need to appreciate the much that we've been able to do collectively, but we need to appreciate more what still needs to be done in building and creating a conducive environment for children. This morning, when I woke up, I was looking, you know, when you wake up and you always either go to some of the WhatsApp groups that give courage and strength in the day and prayer for the day and all that. Today, I came across something very interesting, a quotation by Fidel Castro, which says, and I quote, "A revolution is a struggle to the death between the future and the past." And then I thought to myself, yeah, this is the struggle that we are going through. And if we are people that are committed to changing the lives of our people, we must realize that this struggle to the death between the future and the past needs us all to be united and committed. And I'm saying this specifically.
We have lost, Minister, we've lost you. And if you can kindly reveal your video. I'm receiving requests that they want to see you. Thank you. Just unmute yourself, please, ma'am.
Was I not heard?
No, we lost you at some point, ma'am.
Oh, I think it just, I don't know what's the unmuting. It just unmutes on its own. Maybe the manager can keep checking it. Thank you very much. And also, may I apologize? I think there's a network problem because it does the ringing and then it shuts everything down. So a very good morning to you all, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mondli Gungubela. I hope he is here. Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Faith Mutambi. Thank you, sister, for being here, and comrade. I think I heard you also greeting Deputy Minister Hlengiwe Mkhize, I hope she is also here. President of the South African Council for Social Services, who's already spoken. The CEO of Health and Welfare Sector Education Training, CETA. Elaine Brass, I hope she's here. The Deputy President, of course, I heard him speaking, Donald Ngonyama. Chairperson of the Professional Board of Child and Youth Care Workers, Zeni Tumbadu. Deputy Chairperson of the Professional Board of Child and Youth Care Workers, Dr. Lesiba Molipo, representatives of government, academia, and civil society, and most importantly, our foot soldiers, the child and youth care workers. Actually, this morning, I also spoke to Nechipale, the DDG Nechipale, saying to him, DDG, it will be important for me as a minister to get the list of the NPOs and NGOs which are supported by government who do the work around child care and youth care work, because I think when I look at the amount of money that we spend as government, in particular in supporting the NPOs and NGOs, I don't know how much we're going to be spending this year. I know that last year I kept on repeating the figure of 7.6 billion rands that is spent by the department supporting NPOs and NGOs. And my view is it's important for government to see value for that money. And the value for that money is not just about how much money we have spent. The value for that money is the service delivery and the impact of the work that is being done by the people who are working with us to make sure that we create the conducive environment for children. I think earlier on there was talk about this being a special day for, I think it's a special day for youth care workers, but it also should be a special day for children and youth, because this is, I hopefully, part of what should be discussed here is really this integrated approach by government and NGOs and NPOs to fixing the system of child protection and welfare. And as you all are aware, we have the district development model that we are using, and I'm saying to the department as well as the agencies, because we are a portfolio, I'm saying we must find a way of ensuring that we know what is happening, not only in relation to the child and youth care work that is being done, and not only from a policy position, but most importantly, in the implementation of the programs that we have to change the situation through district development model. And I think this will help us to know street by street, house to house, what actually is happening with our children in general, but of course focusing on the child and youth care work. I want to express my deep appreciation to the registrar, members of council for the kind invitation, and to the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care Work for organizing this timely and significant summit. Child and youth care work plays a central role in the work of the Department of Social Development and the DSD portfolio in general. The global COVID-19, which we are all suffering from, has exposed the need to strengthen child and youth care workforce as a strategic service and profession capable of making significant contribution to ensuring that no child or young person is left behind. As I stepped aside to be in this meeting, I am in the other meeting of the IMC on vaccines. And this is something that is of major concern to all of us, but I can assure you that from that meeting, listening to the plan that government has in terms of the vaccinations, I'm thinking that, I know that as a matter of fact that ourselves as a department and as a portfolio, we have also plans of supporting the government plan of vaccinating the entire nation. And I'm raising this because I want to say to you all, it's important for us to have that interest and make sure that yourselves, you look around you and you see where you can be able of any assistance, maybe as volunteers or maybe as people that can just know the plan that government has in terms of vaccinating. You can see what is happening in other countries, and in particular with India. We are very concerned about what we see there, and we want as government to consistently call upon our own, and that is the population, to say, do the right thing, keep your distance, wear your mask, wash your hands, just do everything you can. And where possible, do talk to other people around you, so that you also contribute towards helping in the education, in the mobilization of our people for the program of government in vaccinating the nation. But vaccination on its own is not going to be the solution to the challenges in as far as COVID-19 is concerned. If we stick to the protocols, I think many have survived, many of us have survived by trying by all means at all times to stick to the protocols. And what is happening with regard to COVID-19 has also had a direct negative impact on our children. If you look at the school program, how it was badly disrupted, but we're hoping that as a nation we'll all rise to the occasion and make sure that we help each other in ensuring that that program of education and health and other things for our children is taken care of. I want to also indicate that there are many examples of best practice child and youth work being delivered in a diverse range of settings across the country. I therefore hope that this summit will deliberate and find ways to strategically position child and youth care work within the sector. The child and youth care profession has been identified in the National Development Plan as a category of social service professions that the country needs to increase the supply of in the immediate and medium term in order to address the skills deficit in the social sector. The NDP is clear in its expression that responding to social breakdown of families, communities, and society requires a range of statutory and non-statutory services. With 9 years left to reach Vision 2030, we need to resolve all outstanding issues and stand in the way of this strategic profession. I am also pleased, on this note, I'm also pleased that the presentation by the Honorable Mutambi will focus on the strategic role of child and youth care workers in the context of the district development model. I'm also pleased to see that you have invited the chairperson of the portfolio committee and Honorable Gungubele in this summit. Coincidentally, one of the issues that the Social Development MINMEC will be discussing this morning is around the human resource plan for the sector. We have a MINMEC, and we were able to also invite them to at least be in the opening because our meeting starts at 10. Part of this plan should focus on dealing with the existing tension, uncertainties, and clear career pathways around the future of child and youth care work profession in the country. In the absence of clearly identifiable paths to career advancement, which I think the Deputy President spoke to, these child and youth care workers are more likely to switch to somewhere where they can see the path and where they can channel their competence in seemingly more productive ways. What is clear is that with the increasing social ills and other social challenges facing our country, such as school bullying, abuse and neglect of children, we need more social service professions, including child and youth care workers. More than ever before, there is now a heightened need to have child and youth care workers as an integral part of the multidisciplinary team that supports the school support team to handle all psychosocial issues manifesting in the schools and surrounding communities. We need to move fast to explore existing opportunities for alignment of programs. And this, for me, is one of the biggest challenges that we have. We are not aligned, we are not coordinating properly. There's so much of wastage in between both the financial and human resource on this. And the pain about it is that for years we keep on saying one and the same thing. This, for me, expresses itself in the capacity of the state, and I'm happy that President Cyril Ramaphosa in particular picked up this issue of the capacity of the state to be one of the strategic issues that we need to focus on as government. So these are opportunities for alignment. For example, a child and youth care champion can be located in either of the existing directorates handling children or youth matters to ensure policy alignment, which will translate to provincial and district implementation. With these few words, let me thank you all for attending this summit. I look forward to the deliberate outcomes to take us forward in our endeavor to grow and tap on the potential contribution of the child and youth care professions. They need to be given the same kind of attention. We give attention to police, we give attention to teachers, we give attention to nurses and so forth. They also need to be given that support, not only by the Department of Social Development, but in general by government and our communities. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Lindiwe, our Honorable Minister. I am happy that you have raised and also recommitted the importance of realigning, the policies or even the existing programs to look at inclusion of child and youth care workers, because they are an integral part of the service delivery model that we have. And I'm sure that the colleagues from the National Department, from the capacity assessment and HR planning, are listening, because they should assist leadership in crafting and making sure that the staff establishment and all the necessary, issues that must be in place have to be, integrated to the existing programs. So I'm glad, Minister, you have alluded to the fact that we can explore, at national office, so that even provinces will be encouraged to make sure that there is a champion within the provinces. But the fact that we can see possible inclusion or alignment without starting a new, directorate or anything, but to look at existing programs or divisions within the national office to say, maybe we can locate somebody in youth directorate, maybe in the already existing, children's programs. So I'm saying this is not talk shop. When it comes to our leader, it comes to, it has to be actionable. There has to be something that is done so that by 2030, we're talking a different story. This summit is not about talking only. We're going to make sure that we hear, there are concrete plans and action plans that we have to act on. And within 3 or 4 months, we must reconvene a follow-up summit or a high-level meeting where we're looking at where are we, 3 months from now, where are we and what have we done to start the ball rolling. So I'm very thankful, Honorable Minister, for your input. And I'm glad that even at your meeting of MINMEC, you're going to be still looking at the issues around, the workforce, strengthening within the social development arena. So I thank you so much, and I thank the MECs and the HODs who are here. And I'm hoping that we can still at least an hour of your time so that, you delay going to MINMEC, because the issues which are discussed here actually are the MINMEC issues. So I will beg for your indulgence, leadership, so that you can stay with us one more time. Without wasting any more issues now, I'm going to hand over to Mr. Kabasia, whilst Memo Tambi will be joining us at 10. So Mtate Kabasia, our DDG from Gauteng Department of Social Development, will give a presentation highlighting the challenges and the current picture of child and youth care work in the public and the NPO sector, using Gauteng as a best practice model. Over to you, Lituna.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me greet the Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, Honorable Chairpersons of the Portfolio Committee, and all protocol observed. Can you just indicate if you are able to see the presentation, please?
Yes, it is visible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair, this presentation is just to share the lessons in as far as Gauteng is concerned. It is not intended to project Gauteng as a best practice, but it will seek to stimulate discussions in as far as the challenges of child and youth care work are concerned. Chair, my apologies. I just want to activate my video so that yeah. All right, thank you very much, Chair. I will proceed as such. Let me start the presentation with this slide, Chair, that we are all hoping that this presentation is really going to break the ground in as far as resolving the challenges of child and youth care work is concerned. But we note that there has really been unwillingness to recognize and acknowledge the problem or the situation by the sector, and the usual head in the sand response has not been very helpful in the past number of years. And therefore, we're hoping that we will be breaking the ground in as far as this is concerned. This is the outline of the presentation, Chairperson. There will be certain areas I would want to emphasize, but others I will just skip, and the presentation will be shared with the rest of the collective. The purpose of this presentation is to present a candid analysis of the child and youth care situation in the sector, using Gauteng as a case study to stimulate frank discussions and sector self-analysis regarding the real challenges experienced by the sector, and to highlight the implications and or value of the sector action or inaction to the future of child and youth care in the country, to highlight key issues that should inform the basis for child and youth care related HR plan interventions, and to make critical recommendations for consideration by the summit. Chair, important quotes taken from some of those who write on child and youth care work. Also stated that remaining invisible to many who miss the subtlety of child and youth care work, a challenge in the South African context is the appropriate articulation of the work, its complexity, professional requirements, and what would be missed in children's lives without this kind of intervention. It's a very, very important assertion being made there on child and youth care work. And we have the CYC-NET, the International Child and Youth Care Network, that stated that child and youth care practice includes skills in assessing client and program needs, designing and implementing programs and planned environments, integrating developmental, preventative, therapeutic requirements into the life space, contributing to the development of knowledge and professions, and participating in systems intervention through direct care, supervision, administration, teaching, research, consultancy, and advocacy. In simple terms, this articulation says that it is not every individual who can declare themselves to be a child and youth care worker unless they have been properly trained to be able to execute this mandate. Chair, I will not go into a lot of definitions, but let me tackle the last bullet on this slide. It says child and youth care worker is a person who works in the life space of children and adolescents with both normal and special development needs to promote and facilitate optimum developments through planned use of everyday life events and programs to facilitate their ability to function effectively. Now, who is qualified to be referred to as a child and youth care worker? It's a person who is a specialist in child and youth care work with a master's degree or PhD, but the person who's referred to as a child and youth care worker should actually be having a bachelor's degree, a BTech degree, or a national diploma in child and youth care. Then you have got an auxiliary child and youth care worker, who is a person registered to provide this service, but who has obtained a relevant qualification at auxiliary level. In this instance, we're talking about somebody with NQF level 4, which is equivalent of graduating from high school. Chair, this is important because you will realize when I go on with the presentation, the fact that we have failed to create a distinction between the two has actually led to where we are as a sector in this era. Let me also make reference to the legal and professional status, Chair. As the President, the Registrar, and the Deputy President said, this category of workers are also regulated in terms of the Act, but also there were regulations that were signed in 2014 and amended in 2019 by the Minister of Social Development. But this is what is key. The object of the regulation is to provide for matters relating to proper administration of the affairs of and registration of child and youth care workers, auxiliary child and youth care workers, and students, all separately defined. Section 16 talks about registration requirements for CYC, for child and youth care workers. It says for you to be registered as a child and youth care worker, you must have a degree in child and youth care, a BTech, or a national diploma NQF level 6. Section 17 says for one to be registered as an auxiliary child and youth care worker, you need to have an FET qualification NQF level 4. Now, section 18 and 19 defines the scope of practice of auxiliary child and youth care workers and child and youth care workers. Both are distinct and their scope is different. It's very, very important for us to note that. In as far as the process that was undertaken by the National Department of Social Development on the demand and supply model, we were informed that these are the number of additional child and youth care workers that we will need in Gauteng until 2030. But it has been indicated through council resources that 72% of registered child and youth care workforce is concentrated in 4 provinces, which is Gauteng, that takes 32.6%, followed by KZN, Mpumalanga, and Western Cape. And this is derived from the database from the council. Minister, this is a very important slide because it demonstrates here that in Gauteng we've got a number of child and youth care centers that are state-run, and you can see the number of children that are accommodated in our facilities. At the moment, we've got 949 children who are accommodated in our child and youth care workers who are cared for by child and youth care workers who are employed by Gauteng Department of Social Development. So far, we have got about 499 posts of child and youth care workers that are filled, but we have reviewed our staff establishment and we will be implementing some increases in terms of the levels. This is another important slide, Minister and the collective of the summit. We have got a total of 554 child and youth care workers employed by the state, but only 2% of this cohort of child and youth care workers have got degrees, 19% have got diploma, 42% have got NQF level 4, which is auxiliary. Those who are in progress of obtaining the child and youth care qualification is 6%, but we also have got 28% who do not have qualifications in child and youth care at all. Some of this category that do not have qualifications in child and youth care, but they are appointed as child and youth care workers, are those that also came with the transfer of the schools of industries from the Department of Education to Department of Social Development, and we are in a process of correcting that. But as our intervention in Gauteng DSD, we then established a partnership with Monash University, where we are training child and youth care workers to obtain degrees at the cost of the state, fully funded bursary by the Department of Social Development in Gauteng. In terms of the investments that are being done on an annual basis to improve qualifications, we've got a human resource development-driven project where we are training child and youth care workers for NQF level 4, others for diploma, and others for degrees, and we are paying for 53,000 per child and youth care worker per annum for them to actually obtain the degrees. And so far, the department has invested 3.8 million in bursaries for these child and youth care workers. So 9.7 million has been committed by the department to child and youth care workers who are employed by the state. But we also have those that are done through the program, which is supported by the National Department of Social Development. And we spent an annual estimation of about 11 million in the production of child and youth care workers, but this is at auxiliary level, not at the degree level. In terms of NPO support, so far we have trained 1.6 auxiliary child and youth care workers, and we will continue to be training 300 in the current in the plans that we have now. But the total child and youth care workers who are deployed in NPOs but supported by Gauteng DSD is 838, and this is how we subsidize them. Once they qualify as auxiliary, they are deployed in the NPOs, and the salary that they receive at the moment is 6,308 per month. So we are deploying annually over 63 million to support child and youth care workers in a form of salaries for NPOs. But those who are learners, they receive a stipend of 2,700 per month for the duration of the course. We also exit them into formal employment. So far, we have appointed 60 in our state-run facilities, and the remainder, as I said, are deployed in the NPOs. Now, let me speak now to the challenges, Minister Chairperson, and the rest of the collective. When you look into the DPSA requirements for appointment of child and youth care workers, it says that for you to appoint a child and youth care supervisor, it requires somebody to have a 3-year qualification in child and youth care. In this instance, it means this person must have national diploma or a degree. The question is, how many of these category of workers do actually have degrees or diplomas? Almost less than 2% of the total child and youth care cohort in South Africa has got degrees. It also requires 7 years experience in child and youth care, 3 years of supervisory experience. This is what is contained in the DPSA standardized job description. The question here is that why do you require a 3 years experience in supervision for an entry-level supervisor and a 7 years experience, looking at the challenges which the sector has actually went through in the last few years? So some of the things that we are requiring from child and youth care in terms of requirements for appointment is a problem, because we are actually putting blockages for progression and development of child and youth care work as a system. You are also required to be registered with the council. Many employers still violate this provision by employing child and youth care workers who are not registered with the council, yet it is a regulated profession. It goes with also the appointment of the team leaders. The number of years you require for one to actually move from a child and youth care work to a team leader is 7 years. That is why people lose interest in the profession and go into social work and other professions where there is actually quicker career development for this. When it comes to child and youth care, there is no differentiation, Minister and Chairperson. The system of government does not differentiate between an auxiliary and a professional. They all have the same entry level, same salary, same job description. And this cannot be left to continue in this way, so that we are able to actually improve the system of child and youth care work generally. So you then have a situation where when you look into the database of council as at May 2021, there are 8,043 registered child and youth care workers, which accounts for 1.8%, which are professionals, and the rest, 98.1%, are auxiliaries. Now, Minister, this is an important point. What we are doing here is like running a hospital with nursing assistants or auxiliary nurses, but you expect the health outcomes to reflect interventions of professional nurses and medical staff. It's like running a Department of Social Development with auxiliary social workers, but you expect the outcome of your interventions to reflect that of social work intervention. Now, if I take you back to the slide where I spoke about children who are accommodated in state-run facilities,
where over 98% of those who are rendering the service are auxiliary workers and not professional child and youth care workers. It can only tell us a story of the quality of interventions and the services we render, which requires that a concerted effort must be undertaken to review this process so that we can actually have professional child and youth care workers rendering services to the children who are accommodated in both NPOs and state-run CYCCs. If you look into the database of students, it says that 93% of the current students we have are auxiliaries, and only 7.3% are child and youth care work professionals. And I'm arguing, Minister and Chairperson, that the opposite must actually be the case. We must begin to see the percentage of professional child and youth care workers being produced being bigger than that of auxiliaries, because this is adding to the backlog of having to run a system with auxiliary workers instead of developing this category into professionals. So over 98% child and youth care workers of our current workforce is operating in auxiliary level and not at professional level. So DSD is rendering auxiliary child and youth care services to children in institutions and communities. The current CYC workshop does not have skilled practitioners who can deal with complex problems relating to children and take on management and supervisory role due to qualification limitation. And this has got serious ramifications in the immediate and long term, in the quality of services we deliver, and consequently will have severe consequences for the development of children, particularly those who stay long in our facilities. In the current situation, Minister, I would argue that it is also in violation of the Children's Act, in particular regulation section 75 and 77, which stipulates that we have got an obligation to meet the developmental, therapeutic, recreational needs of children in CYCCs. So we acknowledge the contribution made by our auxiliary child and youth care workers, but at the same time, developmental, therapeutic, and recreational interventions would require much more skilled professionals who have got degrees and have been taken through intensive training and development for them to be able to implement these therapeutic programs. In the last 5 years, as the minister said, the department led the process to produce 10,000 auxiliary child and youth care workers, which we refer to as child and youth care workers, which I'm arguing it is improper if you look into how the regulations can differentiate between an auxiliary and a child and youth care worker. So in simple terms, Minister and Chairperson, the department did not produce child and youth care workers, but we produced auxiliary child and youth care workers who have now been deployed in the department and other NPOs elsewhere. Also, the issue of OSD has been a long-standing problem for child and youth care workers, because child and youth care workers, Minister, can only progress to a level of a supervisor. Beyond the supervisor, child and youth care workers do not have an opportunity to become assistant directors or deputy directors, or even in institutions where the service is rendered by child and youth care workers. You cannot appoint them at that level in an OSD position because OSD limit them to be promoted only up to a supervisor level. Beyond supervisor level, they must be subjected to management and supervision of other social service professions. No salary differentiation between a specialist, a child and youth care worker, and auxiliary. This stifles professional growth, career pathing, and makes child and youth care very unattractive as a profession. As a result, we have challenges of no professionalism and therefore no obligation to operate at professional level. It's a struggle to even keep them registered with the council because some of them, especially in NPOs, etc., they cannot even afford the registration fees that are being pro. So many of these are deviating to other professions, mainly social work. The OSD framework you can only progress, as I said, to only supervision level and not to AD, not to DD, not even head of institution or head of a child and youth care center, not even SMS, because there's no recognition in terms of OSD for child and youth care work as a profession and up to the level of the supervisor. Management and professional coordination, as the minister has said, in many child and youth care centers, child and youth care is mainly completely managed by social work, with no opportunity at all for child and youth care workers to ascend management roles. At province and national level, the structure does not make provision for management and coordination capacity for child and youth care. Therefore, it is highly underrepresented in decision-making and general management, both at the level of the province as well as national. When you are at national, nobody speaks for child and youth care workers. When you are in provinces, nobody speaks for child and youth care workers. And therefore, people who are responsible for production in HR and development, etc., they cannot be advised properly because there's nobody who's leading the policy debate around child and youth care work so that these things can be improved. Last slide, Honorable Member, Honorable Minister and Chairperson. It is self-deceptive for the South African Council for Social Services as well as the sector to consciously or unconsciously mislabel auxiliary child and youth care workers as child and youth care workers and vice versa. So South Africa does not have child and youth care workers, but we can only confirm that only 1.8% of the national child and youth care workforce are professionals, and the rest are auxiliary child and youth care workers legally, if we follow the regulations and how this is supposed to be defined. So I'm saying it is self-deceptive of us to actually confuse these terms to justify the current existing situation, which must actually be changed. Therefore, I'm making the following recommendations. Number one, that the sector needs to appreciate this perplexity and deal with it in all conscience to truly professionalize child and youth care work in South Africa, and we must be able to walk the talk. Regulations and that suggest to us what should be a definition of child and youth care work, but we must also walk the talk and demonstrate by action. OSD and conditions of service for child and youth care sector needs instant and urgent review to be child and youth care friendly and to be child and youth care career and professional growth friendly. The National Department of Social Development HR sector plan and the organizational realignment process is critical to turn around the current challenges faced by the child and youth care worker. So the current human resource plan must actually have child and youth care as one of the top priorities of what needs to happen in the short term, in the medium and long term. The National Department of Social Development is requested to declare child and youth care situation a crisis, like it happened with social workers a few years ago, where the department took a decision to produce social workers in partnership with universities to respond to the shortage of the profession. So a deliberate funded plan to create a professional child and youth care workforce is necessary, and I'm sure the HR plan will be very helpful in assisting the sector to move. And the collaboration with the National School of Government, universities, and South African Council for Social Service Professions to create training capacity for the professionalization of child and youth care work is very critical. Minister, I think only 3 universities, if not less, at the moment, are actually delivering a degree or national diploma in child and youth care work. So even if we can avail the funds now, we need the School of National Government and universities to come on board, and the SETAs to develop training capacity in universities to be able to produce more child and youth care workers for the country. But we have engaged with universities in Gauteng. We called in the universities that are located in Gauteng. All of them, their concern in the main, Minister, is that to develop a program at the university and you appoint staff, etc., it costs money, and they cannot commit to do that unless government can also come on board and say, at least in the next 3 years, we will commit to fund training of this number of child and youth care workers, so that the development of this program within universities can also be linked to available resources that will be made for this training, for this category of workers to be produced as such. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Minister, MECs and all. I hope this will assist in getting the debate forward in as far as improving the conditions of child and youth care work is concerned. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Reka Basia. Thank you so much for a thought-provoking presentation. I want to humbly apologize to my chairperson for the board, Ms. Anita Mbadu, whom I have skipped, but I think in hindsight, having Mr. Kabasia present before she actually share the concept document that she's going to take us through, was also useful. I am going to allow her to speak, but just a quick recap to say there are issues which Ntate Kabasia highlighted, which then says, as a sector, as a country, we need to look at synergizing all of our instruments or all of our efforts to make sure that if we're talking career pathing, if we're talking access to education, whether it's bursaries, it's making sure that there's more, degrees that are made available for the 7,000 or 10,000 people who are at auxiliary level. There needs to be quick and a fast-tracking approach between the DPSA, between the Department of Social Development, DHET, DOL, all the relevant role players have to all come on board to make sure that we mitigate a situation where there's enough supply, there's no demand. There has to be absorption. If we escalate and make sure that we're producing quality practitioners who can deal with the social challenges that we have, they have to be absorbed. And at the moment, almost everybody, social workers, when they graduate, ComDev practitioners, they're looking at social development. It cannot be. We need to be able to make a case for absorption of all our social service practitioners in all the government departments, in all the work settings, because it is very, very critical. So thank you, Ntate Kabasia, for highlighting that. I'm now going to allow my chairperson, Ms. Zenita Mbadu, to come and do her presentation. If she is ready, it will be shown on the dashboard so that we can, follow her presentation. Over to you, Ms. Zeni.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to just start by acknowledging the presence of the Honourable Minister of Social Development, Ms. Lindiwe Zulu, members of the MINMEC, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee for Social Development, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, the President and Vice President of Council, the Acting Director General of the Department of Social Development, and the staff team that is also attending with him, all the critical role players present at the summit, the Chairperson of the Board for Social Work, the members of the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care Work, the child and youth care workers, and other social service professions who have joined us today from live streaming across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Today's International Child represents one of the days in International Child and Youth Care Workers Week. And the theme for the week is Child and Youth Care Workers, Champions of Hope in Challenging Times. And I'd like to just acknowledge child and youth care workers in the time, particularly of the lockdown and COVID-19, who visited families that were starving during COVID lockdown, children who were starving with food parcels, child and youth care workers in child and youth care centers who worked long weeks, 3 weeks in a row sometimes without time off, in order to care for children who couldn't leave the center to visit their families. They played with children, they taught children and did homework supervision in the context of children not going to school. They cooked for children. Child and youth care workers ran virtual study programs with matriculants from the communities every day, including weekends when they actually needed the kind of structure and the focus on an educational program because they were not going to school. Child and youth care workers the child and youth care worker who visited a youth who sent a WhatsApp message saying they had taken an overdose and rushed him to the hospital and so saved his life. We also remember child and youth care workers who carried the coffin of a mother who had died of COVID and supported the family through that difficult time of grief work. Child and youth care workers who sang songs to crying children who were missing their families. The child and youth care worker who read stories to children wearing her mask on, dramatizing them to keep the children entertained. And the child and youth care worker who made sure that little Ketiwe spoke to Gogo every day at 10 o'clock, bringing a belonging, a sense of predictability in a difficult situation. Was missing her Gogo because she couldn't go home from the childcare center. And childcare workers baked for children in childcare centers so that the center and the cottages smelled warm and homely. And child workers also worked with the educators classrooms in played a key role of hope in challenging times. The child and youth care profession provides direct, protective, and therapeutic services in the life spaces of children and adolescents with both normal and special development needs in order to promote and facilitate their optimal development. And therapeutic services in life spaces of children and through the planned use of daily life events and programs to facilitate their ability to function effectively within different contexts. Life space is a way of conceptualizing work with young people and their families in spaces as their lives unfold. Child and youth care workers are direct frontline essential service workers who provide care and protection for children in the context of their families. The elements of child and youth care practice at auxiliary and professional, which is your degreed level, are outlined in the scope of practice in sections 18 and 19 of the regulations, and which include 7 core elements. Some of them include developmental care, behavior management, developmental assessment, and planned programming for children. In terms of the timeline for the development of the child and youth care profession in South Africa, since the White Paper for Social Development was promulgated in 1997, talking about the need for an inclusion of a broader range of diversified workers in the welfare sector, the South African Council for Social Service Professions was established in 1999 under the amended Social Service Professions Act. In 2001, an application from the National Association of Childcare Workers on behalf of child and youth care sector was for the professional board to be established and accepted by the South African Council for Social Service Professions. In 2005, the first professional board for child and youth care was inaugurated in April, and work started on the regulations for the registration of child and youth care workers. In 2011, the Minister of Social Development announced a plan for Department of Social Development to scale up community-based child and youth care services. It was actually interesting that it was an original connection to the district development model through the Izibindi program. In 2014, the Social Service Professions Act, as well as the regulations for child and youth care workers, auxiliary child and youth care workers, student child and youth care workers were gazetted. In 2016, 5,142 child and youth care workers of all categories were officially registered with the council. And presently, we have in 2021, that number more than doubled, with 11,282 childcare workers of all categories, both learners, students, and professional and auxiliary registered with the council. Now on the status of registration, employment, and training of child and youth care workers, I just want to acknowledge as well Mr. Kabasia's presentation, which gave a clear presentation and focus on the Gauteng as a case study. But I think that the issues of Gauteng obviously is relevant nationally, and issues are relevant to the NGO sector as well as community child and youth care workers. This slide on registration status of child and youth care workers is interesting, as I think alluded by Mr. Kabasia, in that we have the largest number of child and youth care workers in Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, the Western Cape, and in Mpumalanga. Interestingly as well, the largest number of professional child and youth care workers are in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng, and this alludes to the fact that Durban University of Technology and Monash have played their role in in professionalizing the sector. If you look at the student child and youth care workers for professional level, there are 254 in KwaZulu-Natal, identifying again that the Durban University of Technology is playing their part in professionalizing. It is critical that we have universities throughout the country, and certainly UNISA playing their role so that there can be more professional child and youth care workers developed. I think if you look at the totals at the bottom, you will see that we are 1% of our registered child and youth care workers professional, and the majority, 7,689 at auxiliary level and 3,209 are student auxiliary workers, which means that more than 10,000 child and youth care workers would be in the auxiliary level. It gives you again the understanding that these child and youth care workers need to feel an articulation that they can actually move from being auxiliary to professional. They have the experience, they have the commitment to the field, and they need the opportunity for their development, which we hope the summit would actually contribute to getting more champions for childcare workers in this regard. Just some more details about the training opportunities for child and youth care workers. We're grateful that Durban University of Technology has offered the generic PhD. There's the master's degree at a generic level, and we celebrate the master's in childcare, the first masters of child and youth care in the country being offered by DUT in 2021. DUT also offers a BTech degree, and in 2022, I think the postgraduate diploma would help those with the BTech degree move into and prepare for the Masters in Child and Youth Care. We appreciate the role that Monash has played with the 4-year BA honours. Unfortunately, Monash is phasing out, and so we are grateful to see that UWC and UJ are planned and poised to develop the Child and Youth Care degree in 2020. And we've just recently heard that UNISA will be offering the B Child and Youth Care degree in 2023. I think this is a lot of hard work that was put in by the professional board for child and youth care work, our past chairperson and the deputy chairperson, Dr. Lasiba Molepe, in actually negotiating for these degrees to be in place. We need to make sure that it happens and childcare workers have the opportunity to access them easily. The FET certificate has moved from level 4 to level 5, and there are 43 training providers that have been offered training through HWCETA and with the support of the professional board. On the employment status of child and youth care workers, up-to-date disaggregated information on the number of child and youth care workers employed in residential care, on community and other settings is not available. However, in the 2015 Purcell data, it states that 3,818 child and youth care workers are employed in the 9 provinces in DSD, which gives us 11% of the total DSD workforce. And NACCW did a tracking exercise on the employment status of 9,633 people that were trained by the NACCW for the Izibindi model in the 2001 and 2018 period. They were able to gather information from half of those people, which is 4,892 who were trained. What is interesting is that 81% of them were still employed. And of those 81%, 93% of them still work in the child and youth care field. Now, we have been saying that the conditions of service and the salaries have not been promising for the child and youth care workers at community level. But it says something that child and youth care workers, despite those difficulties, have been committed to the child and youth care sector. They haven't left to work elsewhere. I think 94% worked in community-based settings, and some of them moved into school settings. But unfortunately, 82% still earn stipends, ranging from, unfortunately, again, 1,000 rands per month to 2,500 per month. And information on the stipends and salaries was available from a selected number, which was 2,947 of those who participated in this exercise. So some of the core issues facing the child and youth care work profession, and I think they've been articulated with more granular detail by Mr. Cavasia is basically the lack of parity in the career paths and salaries for child and youth care workers in the public sector, the OSD. There's clearly a mismatch between the 2009 OSD and the 2014 regulations for child and youth care work. The OSD does not meet the statutory registration or career development needs of child and youth care workers in the public sector. The OSD title for child and youth care workers includes the term institutions, effectively only provides for employment of child and youth care workers in public sectors, in government child and youth care centres. There are no positions for child and youth care workers at professional level in terms of supervision, management, and for policy development that allows the broader growth in the NGO sector as well. Child and youth care workers at auxiliary level and associated team leaders and supervisors are placed at a lower level than their social work and community development peers. The qualification and regulatory requirements for child and youth care workers do not reflect the Council's requirement for registration as child and youth care workers. Child and youth care workers are paid less than comparative grades in other social service professions. Changes to the OSD can only be made by DPSA and on the request of the respective government departments, which is the National Department of Social Development. And we were anxious that this has been delayed. The issue has been raised for more than 7 years by the professional the department for action on this matter. In terms of child and youth care workers in community settings, they continue to earn stipends, not salaries. Some auxiliary child and youth care workers in community settings earn a stipend of 1,000 to 2,005, like I said before, which is below the minimum wage, and others only earn basic minimum wage of 3,005 per month. In Gauteng, however, child and youth care workers at auxiliary level in DSD-funded projects receive salaries of 6,060 per month, and this is an exception. These workers have few prospects for improvements in income or career advancement. Child and youth care workers who receive these stipends are still required to be registered to pay their professional registration fees to council in order to work as child care workers. The continued payment of stipends to qualified and registered child and youth care workers does nothing to uphold the dignity of the profession. The uncertainty over the future of community-based child and youth care workforce. There was significant investment by government in the development of child and youth care workforce to provide community-based child and youth care services to vulnerable and at-risk children and youth through the national rollout of the community-based child and youth care model, Izibindi, over a 5-year period which started in 2013. Scale-up included deploying and training 10,000 child and youth care workers at auxiliary level to provide prevention and early intervention child protection services in community settings. After 5 years, national and provincial DSDs were to take over the funding and management of the Izibindi program. After a very successful implementation of the Izibindi program, National DSD has decided to transition the program into a generic prevention and early intervention community care program. Unfortunately, it doesn't provide a clear roadmap or plan for the deployment and development of the available qualified child and youth care workers. It's these thousands of child and youth care workers who in this time could be developed into the professional level, into supervisory positions, into trainer positions, and that direction from the DSD as to how government will ensure the substantial investment that was made in the development of child and youth care work would continue is unfortunately not forthcoming. And then there's the non-adherence by employers to regulations for child and youth care workers. Employers continue to employ child and youth care workers that are not registered with council. Regulations require all employed child and youth care workers to be registered. Government and other employees do not include the requirement for registration with council when advertising child and youth care work jobs. Child and youth care workers are also being supervised by non-child and youth care workers. The regulations stipulate that child and youth care workers must be supervised by child and youth workers must be supervised by someone from the same professional background that they come from, with the same knowledge and skill, which is a child and youth care worker. All employers are expected to uphold and implement these statutory requirements. In practice, however, child and youth care workers are oftentimes supervised by social workers, even social auxiliary workers, and other categories of workers. There is obviously limited opportunity for the development of child and youth care workers at professional level. The low numbers of child care workers at professional level is of concern to the board, which is, as Mr. Kavasia referred to, 1% of our current registration. The development of professional level child and youth care workers is critical to ensure that the workforce has skilled practitioners who can deal with complex problems and take on managerial and supervisory roles. And with the universities opening their doors, we need to prepare child and youth care workers for lecturing positions at universities and, of course, at other levels. The low numbers of registered childcare workers at professional level stems from both the limited opportunities for higher education studies, as well as the scarcity of employment opportunities in the public and private sector for them. Some of them have left the sector and are working in other jobs, and we've lost degree child and youth care workers in the field. Expanding the number of opportunities for child and youth care degrees and studies is a priority of the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care. In developing higher education training opportunities, the need is to look at the available bursaries to allocate to child and youth care workers who aspire to have a degree. This is another issue that has been raised repeatedly with the Department of Social Development to support the bursaries for the opportunities for child and youth care workers. Opening up a few positions for child and youth care workers at professional level in the public sector will signify a positive shift in the growth of employment opportunities. The absence of the human resource strategy plan for child and youth care workers, unlike the social work profession, a human resource strategy plan has not been developed by DSD HWCTA and has not developed the child and youth care profession. The HWCTA strategic plan of 2015 and 15-16 to 2019-20 only provides statistics on the registration of child and youth care workers, but nothing on their development. When you plan a workforce, you have to develop a workforce. When you develop a workforce, you have to support a workforce. And that triangle of an approach in workforce development is critical for the ongoing development of any worker, and in this case, the child and youth care worker. The HWCTA Sector Skills Plan of 2019-17 update only mentions childcare workers in acronyms. Child and youth care workers, of course, are not included now in the internships offered by HWCTA, and this in partnership with DSD, despite the fact that we have many unemployed child and youth care workers. A clear human resource development plan, which maps demand and supply needs and sets realistic targets and timeframes for the implementation, needs to be developed by government in close consultation with the child and youth care sector. The lack of parity in salaries for child and youth care workers in the non-government and government child and youth care centres. There is no parity of salaries for child and youth care workers in the NGO child and youth care centres. The 2020 survey of KwaZulu-Natal NGO child and youth care salaries showed a wide variation in salaries paid to entry-level child care workers, from as low as 3,500 to the high of 5,512. Child and youth care workers in NGO child and youth care centres earn much less than those working in government child and youth care centres. The 2021 OSD salary scales for entry-level child and youth care workers indicate that they would earn between 11,746 to 15,646 per month. Child and youth care team leaders can earn between 13,103 to 18,138 per month. And a child and youth care supervisor can earn 16,599 to 22,1933 per month. The need for a costing model for childcare workers that could be used as a basis for more equitable program funding, including for childcare workers' salaries, as identified by the White Paper for Social Welfare Review, is needed. However, this has not yet been put in place. And just to say that the late payment of subsidies to the NGOs providing child and youth care services, which is often called the dry season, where child and youth care workers for 4 months, sometimes even 6 months, work without their salaries being paid for them. And they are expected to deliver services because of the late payment of subsidies from the department to the NGOs and from the NGOs to the child and youth care workers. Another issue is a lack of consultation with the professional board on government policies that have relevance to child and youth care profession. And I think that just here to say that there is a greater rigor needed by DSD in these consultative processes to ensure that policies and protocols are vetted by the professional board before they are finalized and promoted in the sector. The risks of not addressing these crises would be a further diminishment of the morale amongst child and youth care workers who had high hopes of the professionalizing process. There would be a retarding effect on the development of the all-important professional level child and youth care workers, as there are no positions opened to degreed professionals. An eroding of the gains made in improving multidisciplinary teamwork within the social service professions by the regulation process. We will see a diminished levels of performance by demoralized child and youth care workers, and a lack of growth in services delivered by child and youth care workers across community-based and residential settings. And of course, a reluctance to pay registration fees, as child and youth care workers do not see a return on their investment in the South African Council for Social Service profession. The summit holds the opportunity for key departments and role players present to commit to ensure the fair, equal and equitable opportunities to the professional aspirations and development of the child and youth care sector. The presence of key political representatives promote the opportunity for the political will to inspire and direct attention to the needs of this profession, a profession that focuses on the troubled and vulnerable children and youth in different settings in South Africa. The effort of DSD and DPSA for the development of the sector HR plan and the generic functional structure for the sector should allow for equal representation and opportunities for all social service professionals, social workers, child and youth care workers, and community development workers, and support from higher education, HWCTA, UNICEF, and other key role players that are here today must be directed to the workforce strengthening of child and youth care workers. Consideration regarding the discrepancies in the OSD in regards to salaries and professional opportunities for child and youth care workers require immediate attention, and Mr. Kabasia made that point as well very clearly. And in the context of funding constraints, creative planning initiatives championing for the rights and expansion of the child and youth care sector must be developed. South African children deserve the attention that the development of the child and youth care profession can provide for them in the context of integrated service delivery. I thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zone, for that informative presentation. Also thought-provoking, highlighting the realities that the child and youth care workforce is facing, and also the possible solutions that can be offered to create a change. I want, without wasting any time, to acknowledge the presence of our very important keynote address speaker, Honorable Mayor Azwi Faith Mutambi, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. And I want to apologize that I have missed acknowledging her earlier on, so that she should have had time to also make a presentation, because she had to leave her oversight field trip meeting to join our meeting. And really to mention that Mayor Faith is one of those conscientious leaders who appreciates the value of social service professions, and she really understands our sector very well, and she is supportive and committed to educate and raise awareness within, the leadership structures of our government to recognize the important role that social service practitioners, especially child and youth care workers, can play. And she is one of the child or children's rights activists on the ground in a personal capacity. Join me in welcoming Mayor Faith Mutambi. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
My apologies. I hope I'm audible. And then I'll just quickly show my face because, as you are aware, we are in the northwest Vryburg area, wherein I think if the colleagues allow me, I'll switch off the video because I seem to be having connectivity problems. Am I allowed to do that, Chairperson? Because yes. I had to get out of the venue to just find the corner where I can then talk. But like I said, I've joined since 9:30. Then yes, then the other colleagues, while the other colleagues are continuing with the work, I should then come here so that I execute the responsibility that I've been granted. Having you allowed me to then switch off the video, I'll do likewise. And then let me first then greet the minister who's in our midst. Also greet the Deputy President of the South African Council of Social Services Profession, including all members of the council that are in our midst. In particular, also to greet the Deputy President. I feel humbled to be given this opportunity to come and talk on this matters that affect the young people, in particular the child and our youth in the country. Also to all of you who are the organizers of this event, you, the professionals board of the Child and Youth Care, to say Happy International Child and Youth Care Week. You have requested me to speak on the strategic role of child and youth care in the district development model. We appreciate this opportunity. And then, as you are all aware, this model is a government new approach to address the lack of coherence in planning and implementation of government's programs, which has made monitoring and oversight particularly challenging. When we address this lack of coherence, in practice, it means that it has to deal with the entailment of the development of a single, strategically focused one plan for each of the 44 districts in the 8 metropolitan geographic areas in our country. This is to enable all the 3 spheres of government to work together with communities and stakeholders to plan, budget, and implement in unison. The district development model has got a potential to be responsive to the crisis in the child and youth care sector in South Africa, as far as it seeks to ensure a coordinated government response to the triple challenge of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Statistics from the UNICEF indicate that more than half of the children in South Africa continue to live below the poverty line. 1/3 of the girls experience some form of violence before the age of 18. 2/3 of the children eligible for early childhood development programs do not have access to them, in particular in the most rural areas at the corners of our country, including the children that are raised in the farms. Therefore, child and youth care workers have historically played a significant role in ensuring the protection and well-being of the children in our South African communities. From the outset, colleagues, these workers were trained to work not only in institutional setting, but also in the life space of children, focusing on the growth and development of children and the youth in different contexts, such as the family and the community. Child and youth care workers have always wanted to go where the children needed them. And I think we must appreciate this good work that you are doing as the profession, caring for our children. We're raising this because we normally see most of you in these communities, especially in the most rural settings where some of us stay, where our constituencies are. From the outset, yourself as child and youth care workers, you were trained to work not only in institutional setting, but also in the life space of children. As I've said that, then you continue to focus on the growth and development of children and the youth in different contexts. Yourselves as child and youth care workers, you have always wanted to go where the children needed you most. The advent of COVID-19 pandemic, high levels of poverty, unemployment have amplified the need for child and youth care workers in the country. However, as you have noted in your concept document that has been provided to all of us, thousands of you as youth and child care workers, you know that thousands of youths are unemployed, while upward mobility opportunities for those employed in communities are very limited. And you look at your child and youth centers, who is actually attending to the issues of them. Fewer young people who are doing that, but whereas the ones that are first matric, but they are there all over the streets, lingering. So I should think then, using this district development model, there is an opportunity to address this matter by means of bolstering support to the child and youth care work sector. Child and youth care workers are critical stakeholders that need to be incorporated as key partners in the district development model, as the work that you do as child and youth care workers cut across a number of sectors and not only limited to social services. And these are the matters that I believe the minister, knowing her passion for this, she will be able to make sure that in those district development model forums, these matters are considered. And it's also our commitment as the committee that whenever we do our oversight on this district development model, we want to make sure that yourselves as child and youth care workers, you are then incorporated in this district development model. In many respects, yourselves as child and youth care workers, you have already been implementing the various layers and objectives of the district development model through your work on the laws relating to children's rights. In particular, I'm referring to the Children's Act, which governs the provisions of a range of social services for children and their families. In the work relating to the implementation of this work, there's always been an emphasis on using a holistic approach when addressing challenges facing youth and children. For example, all interventions are in consultation with a multidisciplinary team working across all the provinces, districts, municipalities, disciplines, and departments, including housing, justice, police, health, and education. Based on these reflections, I'm of the view that child and youth care workers should form a seamless integration as a strategic implementing partners of the district development model. Your strategic role in this regard could involve the following. 1, coordinating a government response to challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, particularly amongst women, youth, and people living with disability. Secondly, it will have to do with the narrowing of the distance between people and government by strengthening the coordination role and capacity of the districts and city levels. The third issue will be around building government capacity to support municipalities. We are here on oversight. We're seeing a lot of things that are not going on well. And at the end of the day, these are the children, the future for tomorrow that will have to then suffer moving forward. The fourth issue that I feel is very important is around strengthening monitoring and evaluation at district and local levels. And the last thing that one think it will be, your strategic role will be about implementing a balanced approach towards development between urban and rural areas. As I move towards the conclusion, I would like to say the following. The district development model presents a yet to be fully explored opportunity for yourselves as child and youth care workers to enrich our communities, especially at this critical juncture where the child protection, child safety, and child health is of a great concern. For this to be realized, there needs to be mainstreaming and appropriate funding of the child and youth sector. I once again want to thank the profession board for child and youth care work for providing this platform, especially during this International Child and Youth Care Week, to initiate a dialogue on the crisis in the child and youth care sector in this country. I trust that this summit will go a long way in bringing this crisis to the attention of those in positions of authority to address it decisively. As elected public representatives, we as parliamentarians also have an important role to play in this country. This is one thing that I want to leave you with. As a country, and the minister will agree with me to that effect, we have a time bomb of unemployed and unemployable youth. I'm therefore of the view that the district development model has also revealed this reality more sharply, which is why intervention must start at early age to ensure targeted support and provisioning of empowering interventions. Those interventions, it relates to the skilling of young people and creating economic opportunities. And when we do that, we expect these young people to also play a critical role in ending the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide, which is also dependent on training of youth to participate actively in these gender-based and violence, including femicide programs. With these few words, colleagues, I want to thank you for listening to me and also affording us this opportunity to talk to you on these matters. On our part, you can then bank on our support in making sure that these issues that affect the young children, the youth, and children then are attended to. Thank you so much, Program Director.
Thank you, my leader, for a very useful presentation. And it's not just a presentation for the sake of it. I can hear that you have applied your mind in looking at opportunities and also creating synergy between, the work that government is doing and the gaps that exist, and where you feel child and youth care workers and social service professionals are best placed to mitigate some of the issues. And I liked how you've summarized, the key focal areas where child and youth care workers can play a role. And I'm hoping that Dr. Lisiba and members of the board, Child and Youth Care Work, are actually capturing those, because it is important to look at, where child and youth care workers can make a business case. I've said earlier on that it is important that we create a permissive environment for child and youth care workers to grow as we create, alignment to enable them to get higher qualifications so that they can occupy those spaces of management and senior positions within the echelons of government, that it must translate to work, visible work on the ground. But the way you've articulated it makes perfect sense. And I appreciate the ongoing support and commitment that you give into our sector. And we're hoping that, more opportunities will arise for the board or for council to make presentations where it matters the most, so that ultimately we see government's energies being, aligned across. It is not only within social health and spaces where we're limiting social services professionals to, but everywhere. For example, the issues of children. We have children in transit camps because of displacement due to COVID or any other, civil strife that we might be facing. We have children in refugee camps. We've got children in informal settlements who are out of school at this very moment. So the issues that you're talking to about protection, health, and safety issues of children are very critical. And child and youth care workers are best placed at the local municipality, at district level, provincial, and even at policy level to make the necessary interventions. So thank you so much, Honorable Memotambi, for taking the time out of your heavy schedule to come and make this presentation. We really appreciate. And I don't know if you've got a few minutes. I know you wanted to leave by 11:15, whether you have any minute or so to allow anybody in the audience who has got any burning issue that they would want to engage Honorable Mutambi on, so that we allow them the space before you leave. Do you still have?
I'm gonna be here until 11:15.
Okay, thank you so much. Colleagues, if you've got questions for my leader, you can please type it in the sidebar, or you can raise your hand so that I quickly recognize you. If anybody has got anything, Memotambi will be with us until 11:15. And at this very moment, I want to just acknowledge the following people who are in our midst, who are going to either be giving a response during the question and answer session that will commence after we've listened to the residential experience, community experience, and also a beneficiary in a short while. I want to acknowledge the NACCW members who are in our present, especially the National Deputy Chairperson, Ms. Balkobend, the SACSSP President, Dr. Nadesan, also a lecturer at the University of Johannesburg, who are also committed to making sure that we have a degree in the near future. The Durban University of Technology staff, led by our lecturer, Ms. Fatima Diwan, who is a lecturer in the Department of Community Health Studies. I note also the other colleagues, Ms. Klengwa, Siluma, and Singh. Monash, Dr. Swanzen, Health and Welfare Sitter, led by Mayor Brass, who's also going to give an official response. I note all the colleagues from St. Philomena's Center and the many other centers in our midst, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, Mayor Baden-Horst and her colleagues. I think Mr. Emmanuel is also in the team. The Public Health and Sectoral Development Sectoral Bargaining Council colleagues, Comrade Enoch Muchavi, Comrade McDonald Mangwedi, welcome, and any other member that I might have missed from the Sectoral Bargaining Council. Also the National School of Government, Dino Punsami and Mutlokwa Mekwa, SACWA colleagues, Dr. Bolton, and the colleagues, the DHET, also University Education Branch, as well as the branch where the Planning and Sector Expansion Branch, the QCTO, Mr. Lata, and your colleagues, UNICEF, Ms. Heichbrecht, and also colleagues National Department, Mayor Isabella, the acting DDG Welfare Service Branch, as well as the colleagues from the HRD Capacity Assessment Planning, Bomme Vukwana and Ntate Kos Shabangu. Nehau colleagues, Comrade Buti Butelezi, PSA, I think Comrade Rikoto is also there, and the former chairperson, Mayor Aziwe Magida. I want to acknowledge you. And if there are other members also present that I might have missed, please just highlight in the chat bar so that I can recognize you. But at this moment, I see that somebody's hand up. I need to just pick up who that is so that I allow them to have a quick engagement with the minister. I assume it's somebody who wants, with Honorable Mutambi, my apologies, who wants to say something. Can the person with the hand that is raised please speak? The owner of the hand that is raised, I'm trying to pick it up on my screen. It's Archbishop Mudiri. Is that your hand up, sir?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning, beloved Register. Good morning, the President. Good morning, Chairperson, Honorable Faith Mutambi. And good morning, MECs, HODs, and council officials. I greet you in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. I apologize. I had challenges with my network and the phone this morning. I'm using a different phone now. I just want to raise an issue to Honorable Faith Mutambe. Since well that she's a chairperson of the portfolio for COCTA, please speak with the Member of Parliament, particularly the chairperson of the Social Development, chairperson of the Department of Education, and also with the Minister of Education regarding the children youth care worker. The President have already announced the district model plan, which accommodate the national team, the provincial and the district municipality, that we should work together as a team. We already started with the South African Council of Social Service Practitioners. We had a first round the last 2 months ago. Now this is the second one with a child youth care worker. We want to involve the ministers. We want to involve the HOD, the DG, the MECs. Now, eventually in the next meeting, we'll probably invite the premiers and the mayors of the district so that they can get to know what is happening at the grassroots, at the civil society, at the NGOs. That's where there is a need, because ministers, they don't know what's happening at their constituency. We really want you to know, that they must know. There are so many children who have qualified for children youth care worker. They are unemployed. And also we wanted government to really come down, not only during the election campaign and so. We really wanted to be partner with the Social Service Council practitioner. I put my head on the block to coordinate and to champion this program so that in terms of the resources of salary, it should come earlier. They should not pay them. Those who are employed with the municipality, they must get paid in time. The provincial HOD and MEC, please pay their salary in time within 30 days so that they can run their logistics well. And I just want to say thank you for honoring Honorable Faith Mutambe, my dear sister. Thank you for honoring. We would like to work with you together with other members of the other departments like education, health, social development, since well, children and youth care worker. there is a need. I heard the premier of KZN, Sikasi Galala, he was recommending and appreciating the children youth care workers working during the by-elections, during the social grant. We really wanted the government to come on the ground and assist them, because they help the government. So we don't want them to suffer with any other technical or logistics. Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me a time. Thank you. Thank you.
We thank you, Archbishop, for your summary of the issues and also lobbying Memo Tambi to, make sure that the other chairpersons of respective portfolio committees, come also on board. I want to acknowledge before I note that there's a hand also, Comrade Friki de Brain from the, I think is the Public Services Coordinating Bargaining Council, and if there are other colleagues as well, I note them. The person who's raised their hand now, please go ahead and speak. Memo Tambi will be leaving in 4 minutes. There's still a hand up.
Good morning. My name is Pastor Aria Moko Hobbs. I'm from Foundation of Truth Ministries and a member of FOSIC as well. My question is with regard to people that there are learners that have been on learnership since 2019. They have written their final summative assessment only now in February 2021. And these are our children that are in the community, that are unemployed, are volunteering at one of the NPOs. So now my question is that in that case, what happens? Because up to now, they haven't been declared competent. So I need to know in that case, what happens? Because in my own understanding, the learnership was supposed to be for 12 months. So maybe perhaps we could get clarity on that. How do we get these children out of this misery that they find themselves in? Because they are not employed. They don't get any income, anywhere else. So my question is that how can we help them? How can we assist them? Because at the end of the day, we're going to end up with frustrated people that have undergone training. So that's my question. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Pastor. I take it that question will be directed towards the Health and Welfare Sector, the QCTO perhaps. But at this stage, I haven't opened up the question and answer session except for the people who wanted to engage leadership before she exits. And I'm going to allow her at this stage to, once more thank her on behalf of the delegates that are gathered around the table, to allow her to join her oversight meeting. So thank you so much, Mayor Azwi, for making the time. We really appreciate, and we hope that your energy and your commitment will rub off onto the other leaders as well. Thank you so much, and continue well with your oversight visit in the Northwest. Thank you.
I just feel awkward that I had to go because one would have loved to be part of this. But like I said, the issues that the Archbishop has raised, that I think they needed me to quickly respond to them. I think on our part as a portfolio committee that has got a responsibility to do oversight on the district development model. These issues that relates, like you've heard me outlining, I've just then, because of us working, I didn't have an opportunity to do a proper PowerPoint presentation, but I've sent it to the council secretary. Then I'll send it to the council secretary. I'll send my presentation to the council secretary that I think it will be shared with the colleagues. But like on those issues that I've outlined with regard to the strategic role in this regard that involve yourself, by virtue as being the lead portfolio committee that has oversight on the district development model, I hear you mentioning the portfolio committees like education, health, and others. So I should think these are the matters that as and when we, as portfolio committees of parliament, we also cut across. These are the matters that we'll expect the various departments to come and account to that effect. On the message, I will also have to share this with our counterparts, the fellow portfolio committee chairs like the chair of health and the chair of education, that they too also start to have interest because, like we have indicated, former President Nelson Mandela once said, a nation that doesn't take care of its youth is doomed. So I think these matters of the child and youth care sector need to be prioritized given the status of the morality, in particular of our young people. Because all the gains that we have earned through this democracy, they are going to be defeated. They are going to be defeated if we don't focus on the matters of young children and young people. So that's the message to say to you. You can be rest assured on our support because this is what we are supposed to be doing in terms of this district development model. And whenever the colleagues from departments come to account in that regard, these are the matters that we always put high on our agenda. We'll pin them. That will make sure whatever is implemented in the district development model. Like now we are on oversight. We are starting to also ask these municipalities, where do we place the role of social services in particular, all of it. Now we had the pandemic, as I've indicated. There are people who have been in distress. How are the municipalities when they respond to this COVID pandemic involving all these social services professions? So I would like to end it here, colleagues. I feel so terrible, but there's this work that one has to do. I want to thank all of you for also attending, for also attentively listening to me. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, my leader. Thank you so well. And we know that we can depend on you to coordinate and also to hold other leadership members accountable through your governance portfolio. Thank you. Colleagues, at this time on our program, we need to have a 5 minutes body break, but people are welcome to stand up, grab a cup of tea, run to the bathroom, take a smoke break or whatever, but we need to be back like in 5 minutes so that we can listen to the presentations from Ms. Lina Mashile, who is based in Gauteng at the Child and Youth Care Center, to listen to Ms. Nokubonga Makwaza in KZN, who has a community experience to share, as well as Ms. Sharon Chilate from Limpopo, who's going to give a message as a beneficiary of Child and Youth Care Service. So I want to take cue from people. You stand up, grab a cup of tea, we continue with the program so that we can have more robust engagements during the question and answer session that follows after the three experiences will be shared. Are we set to go?
Thank you, Chair. We're set to go.
Thank you. Yeah. Can now Ms. Lina Mashile please reveal her camera so that we can see who is speaking and she can share her experience. I've allocated at least 5 minutes for each of the three guests to do their presentation. Ms. Mashile.
Good morning, honorable ministers, chairpersons, our guests, and everybody who's attending this summit. I would like to reflect my journey as a child and youth care work in residential facility. Child and youth care work has been one of the fulfilling professions in my life. it is a beautiful profession, and it prepares you dealing with children professionally, academically, and personally. My journey started 25 years ago when I was picked up from the restaurant by someone who saw the potential in me. I had the opportunity to meet few mentors. One of the mentors is Connie Lyon. She passed on, may her soul rest in peace. She introduced me to SACSSP in order for me to grow and enroll BQCC program so that I must know more about how to work with these children. My experience of working with children at FSM, for the very first time, it was nerve-wracking, challenging, sometimes frustrating. Other times were exciting, and I was looking forward to spending time with the young people. The lack of skills and knowledge and experience was the most threatening part. That was not all that I bargained for, but my heart kept telling me I was making the right decision. Child and youth care work is not for the fainted heart. One needs to be passionate about what they're doing. Most importantly, it must be a gift that comes straight from the heart, if you know what I mean. I remember my first time when I entered the center, they sent me straight to the children who were challenged psychologically, or should I say mentally. I had to work with this young boy. He was so sad. However, he had challenges where he messes himself up and he will eat that mess. And I'm like, no. This is the wrong place. I'm at the wrong place. But I had to find a way of working with this young man so that I can assist where I can. We started potty training. We did routines and everything. That's what child and youth care workers do. Until I got used to that, I wouldn't eat for weeks, for a week, because of the mess that I saw and the behavior that I saw. But, eventually I just got used to the children. The children in the residential facility are admitted for various reasons. To make them feel better, I would buy them stuff, not knowing that the government provides for them. And when my supervisor came in, we would have a party and ask, where did you get all these goodies? And I said, no, I bought it for them. Then he said, no, next time you must not buy, just ask for it because the government is providing for that. Thank you, DSD, for that. I had to improve myself and learn more about the behavior, how to manage the behavior of the child. So with the matric that I had, and I had little knowledge, I decided to enroll with BQCC through SACSSP. I was fortunate to have a mentor like Sis Connie. She saw the passion I had with the children and she introduced me to the course. After going through the journey of learning, I became addicted to know more on how to manage the behavior of the children. It was not an easy journey. Young people are relationship reluctant and they find it difficult to trust adults. There was a time where they insult you, letting the steam out and tell you you are not their mother. But the love I had for children kept me going. Throughout the process, I had the process that I learned, I had to make sure that I learn more, and that's when I enrolled with I did the National Diploma in Child and Youth Care Work. And then I learned that child care workers are generalists. They are generalists, and I learned that in the first year while I was doing my diploma or in child and youth care, it always felt good, and the career and the passion came together. That kept me going. So basically, when we are in the residential care facility, this is how we treat our children. We manage their behavior, and then we take the developmental approach, because the developmental approach is not judgmental. We focus in holistically, I mean personally, emotionally, psychologically, physically, spiritually, and cognitively so. So the child is being attended to in all the aspect or the dimension of life. The profession has helped me to grow in many years. I managed to work in different settings with children younger than 3 years and older than 18 years. I remember there was this one time when I was scared. They told me my one girl who I was like supervising, she went to the tavern. Then I called my colleague to say, yo, we must go and fetch that girl. She's not safe and we are going to be fired. I don't want to be fired. Let us go and take the girl. Then we went there. So on our way there, we were attacked by 4 guys and they were having this toy guns and they were threatening us, say, just leave that girl. The girl is ours. We had to risk our life and, rescue the girls. And then one of my colleagues grabbed that boy and they ran away, all of them, and we were scared. As we were coming back from the institution, the girls came to us and we did not say anything to them that day because we were like begging them to come in so that, they may be safe. Then the following day, we were able to confront the situation. So basically, when they are in the residential, we try by all means to normalize the situation. Normalizing the situation, we would impact them with different skills. They would do at work. We also have sporting programs, recreational programs where we engage them. We also have life skills programs where we address their personal or self-identity needs. So basically, childcare, it's a different and complex career path. And then, there were times where you
work towards wrapping, my dear. Time is against us. Work towards wrapping up. Thank you.
So finally, I would say I'm proud to announce that out of all the children that we were working with, we have produced, child and youth care workers. We have produced social workers. We are even working with them right now as I speak. So I think I did make right choice to finally have to stay in the field. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for a personal journey and experience and all the exciting things that you have done over the more than 25 years that you have been a child and youth care worker. We are proud to have you sharing and taking us through all the risks and also the development that you have invested in some of the young people. Like you just said, now you've got social workers and child and youth care workers who are also working with you, who came through your hands. So thank you so much, Auslina Mashile, for that experience. We're now going to call on Nokubonga Magwaza from KZN. Nokubonga?
I am Nokubonga.
Welcome.
Welcome, thank you. Well, my life was emotional draining, rocky, full of insecurities, despair, and spiritless. So this is how I would just explain or describe my life prior to 2014. So it's all changed in 2014 when the NHCW, in collaboration with the Department of Social Development, implemented the ECBND program at Josini rural area. So this is when I was interviewed and became the luckiest candidate to be trained for the child and youth care work NQF level 4 training. Honestly, I did not know anything about the child and youth care, so it was my very first time to hear about this profession. So through this profession, I learned and discovered so many things that I didn't know of in my community where I grew up at. During the child and youth care trainings, I learned about the MDT and the stakeholders that can play the role in meeting the developmental need of a child. I had to turn that theory into practice or into families that I have identified. You will be surprised that I got an opportunity to know Home Affairs and the social development offices and its management. So this is where I found that there are occupational therapists and physiotherapists that comes into my community, which is where I would refer the children with disability. So like child and youth care work opened my mind, opened my eyes, developed my self-esteem because I had to advocate and represent the children that I was working with. So I just remember just one of the families that I was working with. The child was 18 years old and has reached. He was 18 years old and he was at school. So his child and his foster care grant ceased. So during that month, Lungi came, who worked as a mental supervisor in that side. So she shared to us that for as long as the child is still at school, she should continue, the provision of the foster care grant should continue. So it was good news to me. So like I was very excited because I had to go to that family and refer the case to DST. And then the child received the foster care grant, and that was my greatest achievement ever. So I've realized that in child and care work, if you have knowledge, the knowledge actually is power, and you always know what to do, especially when you are facing the challenges. So achieving cases in my work improved my self-esteem enormously, and I found myself like loving child and care even more. I just remember when I got to offers to study, one from the college and the other to the university. The offers were for HR and the other was for information technology and computer sciences. So, and there was one module left to complete my NQF level 4 in child and youth care. So, like, guess what happened? So I chose child and youth care work over these two offers, and then I was able to complete my NQF level 4. So the completion of training actually was not the end of the road. On the end of the road, I mean. So I moved forward, and I got the opportunity to work in another area of Chuzini, which is where I was supervising the child and youth care workers and also the children that was working in there. So it was quite awesome, and like it was quite a nice experience. The love of working with children kept growing, and that is when I observed the uniqueness of my profession from the MPO that I worked for. So like every day after school, it was only my office that would be visited by children. So do homework supervision, dance, and even sing. It was very, very interesting. So my colleague would just come and watch us. I've even learned things from those children. But the craziest and the funniest things about them is that if I was not available at work, they would just leave early. They missed me because you know what? Because they were so attached to me. They shared like everything. So unfortunately, I had to leave Josini. So, but I worked so well in there. So through my NQF level 4 in children, I had to move forward. I was employed by the NACCW, the organization that trained me. So like I was so excited, I was happy, I was cheerful, excited, and I was for myself, I was like a little bit nervous while I was motivated at the same time. So I'll just say I had like mixed feelings. I found out that the child and care profession is way, way bigger than I thought, because I met the very educated child and care workers who have like diplomas, who have bachelor's degree. So I had to, like, I also heard that there's something even called the PhD in child and care profession. And then I met very experienced child and care workers, which is Sibongile Mzulwini and the directors of the NACCW that I never ever thought that I would ever meet. So like it was quite an experience, the nice experience ever. So, well, working in Durban as a child and care worker was a huge change for me personally and professionally, because you know, like Josini is a rural area, and also Durban is a big city with township surroundings, and it requires more confidence and flexibility. I mean, so, but through the skills and the knowledge that I learned in child and care, I tried to fit in. So the health focus program allowed me to explore like so many things I never thought that I would ever experience. I work with schools, facilitated structured intervention program and also I work directly with clinics, practicing the child and care, blending a clinical approach with a psychosocial approach, and learning so many things related to health and positive impact through the integrated program. I never thought that like child and care would like go viral and trend just right before me. you'll find me in schools, in clinic, and in community. So like I'll just say my behavior is shaped positively every day because you know what? I have to practice what I preach to be an example in those facilities and communities. So I can say this proudly. When the child in care is still just become like the new person who's always motivated to bring the change in life of the vulnerable children. So like I'm no longer despair. I'm no longer despair at all. I have become optimistic indeed. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Nokubonga, for that infectious, beautiful smile and energy. You know, I can just watch you on some soapy or big international film and say that is a star from KZN Ejozini. You look so, you know, energetic. I understand why children streamed into your office over the other colleagues. So well done for staying within our child and youth care work sector and maintaining that positive energy. As well as Lina, she also had a beautiful smile, and I'm thinking probably that is a criteria one must have to work in a child and youth care work, you know, setting beautiful smile and, you know, all the actions. So thank you for taking us on your journey as well. We now will have Jubilee Rivombo giving us a message from somebody who benefited from the child and youth care work service. Miss Jubilee is from Limpopo. Over to you, Jubilee.
Hello, good morning. Good morning. My name is Jubilee Rivombo. I am from Limpopo, from a village called Njakanjaka in the northern part of Limpopo. I am from Shitaji Safe Park in the Limpopo region. So basically, my life before a child and youth care worker came into my life, I had dreams, but I didn't really believe that they were possible for me, you know, because I didn't have someone to direct or channel me towards the right direction. I had dreams, but the thing is, by age 14, I was at a point in my life where I couldn't even dream further than that. So I hadn't even dreamt further than grade 10 because where I come from, you know, people in grade 10, young people are mothers, you know, they're fathers at that age. No one is dreaming about grade 12 or university. So that was how my life was before a child and youth care worker came into my life. And then I joined a youth forum in 2011, and that's when child and youth care workers came into my life. And basically, they've impacted my life so greatly. They've continuously showed me support and that they believe in me and my dreams. And because of that, I was able to dream further than I could ever do in my whole entire life. They've helped me and celebrated the little achievements that I've had along the way, and they've served as chaperones in all the activities that we had with the NACCW youth forums. My CYCWs pushed me to go for my dreams and have practically supported me in achieving my dream. They've supported me through really difficult moments in my life. I remember when I went to school and university, so I have a degree in social sciences where I majored in psychology and criminology, and mental health at universities is a thing, you know, and basically my child and youth care workers always checked up on me to make sure that, you know, I'm well and that I'm coping. So they really helped me to realize that I could start maintaining a healthier lifestyle, and that everything that was happening in my life was serving a certain purpose. Something that I really learned from my CYCW is that not all storms come to disrupt my life, but some of them are actually there to clear my path. So I learned a lot from my CYCWs. Some of the things that they've helped me in doing is in storytelling, right? So we have these exercises in Limpopo where they would share stories with us, and sometimes they would trust me with that. And when they did that, it taught me how to share my story and how to share other people's stories and be a voice to the voiceless. And now, you know, I have storytelling certificates, and I all learned that from my CYCW. They've helped me. I've spent so many hours with my CYCWs helping me me with presentations and facilitation sessions in the youth forums. And now I'm actually a certified facilitator. So it's all these things that they've been doing for me. I remember when I had to apply for university, my child and youth care worker really, like, she just pulled in through for me. They helped me with testimonials so that I can get a bursary and I can get selected into the program. I wanted to study psychology, and in the UFS, when you want to study such things, they want some form of community service. They want to see what you're doing with your life. And so my CYCW organized that very fast so that I can get that. I got a bursary as well because of the testimonials that my CYCW wrote for me. I also got into a TTP program, which is called the Targeting Talent Program by the University of Witwatersrand. And that was because my NSCW child and youth care worker really worked hard in pushing me to apply and helped me in the processes so that I actually get to be part of the program. They've also helped me in terms of academic excellence. One of the opportunities that I got while I was still a student at the University of the Free State is I got into Golden Key. That meant that I was part of the top 15% in my faculty, humanities. So basically, I was one of the top students at the University of the Free State, and that is because I had so much support. I say that my child and youth care workers are literally the air beneath my wings, because that's what they did for me. They really did a lot for me. And in terms of, interpersonal things that they've helped me with, they've helped me so that I can draw patience and have empathy. They've helped me to move from thinking as a victim to now becoming more solution-minded. So they've really, really helped me. Now I have increased confidence and self-esteem. I see myself better and I believe in my dreams so much because they've really, really played a huge part in my life in doing that. One of the things also that my child and youth care worker used to do, he used to tell me that, I cannot just rely on my certificate or the degree that I have, that I need to literally learn how to hustle up and start things. And so now I'm an author, I write books, and I'm a publisher as well. So I publish books for other people as well. All of that is because my child and youth care workers have really been pushing me and teaching me how to excel in life. Literally, I say that they set me up to win in life. I'm really grateful for all the child and youth care workers that have helped me in my life, because really without them, I wouldn't be where I am today. Now I'm serving as the Youth Forum Liaison Officer in the NACCW, and it's all because they pushed me and they inspired me more and more to become a great person. As a young person, I can truly say that South Africa's future is in safe hands because we have child and youth care workers who are doing a diligent job in raising up young people who can be activists in their societies and in their communities. I am so inspired as well to reach out to other young people and see that, child and youth care work is actually a profession that is doing a lot in South Africa. So thank you so much to all the child and youth care workers. To tell you the truth, really, you are doing the most for us. You are literally the mentors ahead of us. You are the coaches behind us, and you are the friends beside us through this journey of life. I call you guys heroes. You are the heroes without the capes. You are like the Superman and Batman and all these other superheroes. But the thing is, you are real life superheroes in our lives, and we are super grateful to have you in our lives. Thank you so much. Back to you, our director, program director.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rivimbo, for such an amazing, positive story. And I think we can all agree that if every child and youth in South Africa were to come into contact with a child and youth care worker, what an amazing country we would have, because we need to have foot soldiers on the ground engaging with each and every child. A child out of school is a child at risk. So we need to have more programs on the ground. We need to have more child and youth care workers, more community development practitioners, more social workers in every space. We must infiltrate every space possible to make sure that we create and have more jubilees, you know, growing confidently, publishing books, and your story is amazing. And I really applaud the child and youth care workers that have impacted your life, that they should not give up. And you should also become a beacon of hope for other young people and an ambassador for the child and youth care work sector. Thank you so much, all three of you, for sharing those incredible stories. Continue to shine the light. Thank you to the association, NACCW, and all the other cadres who are working within government, within NGOs across the country for the important work that you're doing. As we can see with Lina being picked up from a restaurant, she's probably was a cleaner or working as a you know, a server, you know, or doing some odd job there where somebody noticed that this person can become somebody. And today she has, you know, unleashed so many other talents within the 25 years that she's been working as a child and youth care workers. Nokubonga also, those children that you are available to, you know, or available for, will always remember the smile and the warmth that you radiate every day. So the three of you, thank you so much for giving us insight into your world, into your journey, and into your experiences. Now we are going to have a question and comment section. Secretariat, can you please put up the agenda page 2 so that we can reveal who are the people who are going to be speaking? I want to put on record the apology for the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, Professor Kengiwe Mkize, who is Deputy Minister for Women, Youth and People with Disabilities. She's in Parliament at the moment, the Portfolio Committee Chairperson, Mr. Gungubelo as well, and Prof. David Musoma, Chairperson of the Culture, Religious Language Rights Commission, CRL. He's having a board meeting. He thought he would be able to, you know, come in and out, but it's not possible when you're chairing. So please accept the apologies from the three leaders who are not with us today. And we're hoping that perhaps in this follow-up summit, after they read through the notes and the summary of the summit, they'll be able to pick up areas where they can also put in their strategic thrust. We having the following people present: Mayor Isabella Sikawana, the acting DDG Welfare Services; Ndate Oscar Chivase, the Director Organizational Design, DPSA; Ms. Fatima Diwan, lecturer in the Department of Community Health Studies at DUT; Mr. Siziba, Deputy Director, Enrollment Planning and Sector Expansion; Mayor Elaine Brass, CEO of Health and Welfare CETA; Ms. Gracia Ricordo, Union Representative from the PSA. We will have them presenting in that order as soon as we are done with our questions and comments. I've asked the communications officer also to pick up questions that might be happening on the live streaming platforms so that we can also reflect them to the relevant delegates in the group. So I've also tried to capture some significant questions which we can read back to the plenary in terms of questions that are raised from the floor. So this is the time where members in the conference can ask questions, and some of the delegates who are going to give responses will also capture or add to whatever that might have been asked, which falls within their ambit. I will recognize names, maybe take 5 people, questions, just say who the question is directed to, and then be succinct so that we are able to hear properly what is the question and people are able to respond. So if people can start showing their hands, Ms. Wendy, help me with noticing their hands so that I know who has raised their hands on your side. Thanks, colleagues. We're going to have the question and answer session now for 30 minutes before we start with the responses from the panelists. I note Nosililo Penindlovu, 1. Whilst others are raising their hands. Please unmute, Nosililo.
This time. Albert, hold on. Albert. Can
I note Prof. Swanzen. Nosililo, please go ahead.
Okay, good day, everyone. My name is already mentioned. My question here is that as faith people, but assisting in the social issues of our communities, let me start by saying we are an organization of which we are women of faith established in all the provinces and we have registered as a non-profit organization. But part of our objective is to establish aftercare programs in our spaces, especially the churches. And then we have already established, and we want to know how best can we be assisted, especially financially, because I think our program, it's especially on the primary and secondary learners that you are implementing on the aftercare. So from the provinces that you are established, I think it's only the Northwestern Cape and the Western Cape that we don't have, but almost we have all the provinces with us. I thank you.
Thanks, Menosililo. We have Dr. Swanzen, followed by, who's the other person? There was a name, Dunamis Women. I'm not sure if that person has retracted their hand, but Dr. Swanzen, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible?
Just raise your voice a little bit more.
Okay, I'll try to speak loudly. So I just wanted to reiterate what was said before about an integrated approach, because I also think I noted that, the university representative will respond to comments, but we probably also needed a presentation from the higher education sector. So if it's fine, I would just like to raise 2 points just to strengthen this aspect around integrating the response. Firstly is when the things that was mentioned by the chair of the board is extremely significant, because from the university side, there will also be market-related research done. So when priority is being given to what programs will receive budgets for advertising and things like that to attract students, they do look at things like salary of the sector. So if you sit with a sector that's professionalizing, but they are paid extremely poor, it actually impacts on the decisions being made by the universities as well. So that's just something I really wanted to highlight, because we're in desperate need for more and not less universities to get on board. And then secondly, it was sort of touched on in terms of making sure that the skill level, that there's like an upskilling of the existing child and youth care workers. But something that I think people are not thinking about is if you look at your Council of Higher Education rules, you need to have a lecturer, because we obviously prefer that students are lectured by people from the profession. But because the council needs a 4-year degree, which is level 8, you actually need master level students, or master level lecturers to actually teach in those programs. So we limited in terms of who we can employ as lecturers if we do not give priority to getting the existing practitioners out there that's interested in coming into academia up to level 9. So that's just 2 points that I wanted to raise, and probably it will be touched on when we get to that point later.
Thank you, Doc. for that input. So you're raising very critical issues that whereas we worried about the death of, child and youth care workers at senior directorship, assistant director, chief director levels, that even on the academic side, there is a problem where you don't have enough supply of lecturers at master's level. But we need to start by building this workforce to make sure there's access to the very higher degrees that would be a stepping stone for them to aspire to register for masters, so that they can now become, part of the teaching staff that would assist, with the other incoming groups of child and youth care workers. So I'm hoping that the department, that this is Ziba, is hearing that. Mendu too from the university side is also hearing that, and SACSSP as well as QCTO and all the other important role players within the education support system are listening to the challenges that we have and the fact that we need to put in more resources to make sure that we're working towards having a good pool of cadres who are trained and those who are able to become qualified and specialists in child and youth care work specific training. Thank you, Dr. Swanson. Are there any more hands I've missed? There are other questions we have picked up from the bar. One, I think, is from Mr. Latta, who says the OSD has fallen sideways. It did not fully take off and has number of gaps. Maybe another dispensation to recognize child and youth care workers is needed. Somebody also says in the Eastern Cape, there are shortages of posts within child and youth care work or child and youth care center settings. So this person was appealing to the minister to speak to the minister or somebody in the district. It's not very clear, but it's got to do with the challenges in the Eastern Cape. Malishwana Marumo has got challenges with registration related issues, and I suggest that she contacts the office. I will type the email which she can contact, or any other delegate who has got issues related to how to register, when to register, and when does the the registration certificate lapse, and so on. We will clarify it. There were also, I think, Pastor earlier on raised the question, which I felt can be best answered by the health and welfare SETA, the issue around prolonged period where there was an intake and these children or learners are still in the system and they've not yet been declared competent. So those questions can be answered, I think, by any of the colleagues from the SETA or from QCTO. I also have questions which have been forwarded to me from the mainstream, the live stream, to the health and welfare SETA. What is holding the issuing of certificates? Health and welfare SETA has not issued certificates for people that have successfully passed the course. They've been waiting for 3 years for their certificates. To the Minister of Social Development, will there be scholarships for child and youth care students like there was for social work students? Those are the questions. There was also a very long email, and I've invited that ma'am to come through. She's a social worker who's working in the child and youth care workspace. I hope that she has managed. I see she logged on and off, but I would rather she raises the issues as succinctly as possible so that we are able to hear what are the issues really. But it was quite important issues that she was raising. I think it's Miss Matthews. So if she's in the delegates in the summit, can she please also just briefly articulate the issues which she had sent in an email during the summit? Thank you. Sandra, over to you.
Many thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm really speaking from a personal experience, but I also have another hat in that I am a social worker. So I think I want to start by saying what I'm going to say is really with a heart for social workers, understanding the difficulties that particularly social workers and youth and childcare workers are facing in the systems. I specifically sent an email this morning around some of the issues in the foster care system, because I've personally been a foster parent for the last 7 years. We had an almost 5-year-old child who was placed by a statutory agency in our area in the care of our family in 2014. She'd been removed from her mom at the age of about 14 months, and she'd been placed in a children's home. And at the time, there was minimal contact with her mother. The issues that I want to raise are the following, and I think they highlight some of the problems in the foster care system. First thing is that the initial placement process was not driven by the needs of the child. It was driven by the timeline of the social worker, by the regulations at the children's home governing the age of the children there, and by the children's court ruling, not by the needs of the child. Secondly, the child was not prepared adequately for her move to the foster family. She was taken away from the only home that she knew, which was the children's home, and placed with us with a family that she really didn't know well, and as a result, re-traumatized again, like she was when she was taken away from her mum. She had no support or follow-up over this period from anyone that she knew. Us as the foster family were given almost no preparation at all for the foster placement, and certainly no training, even though we requested it and it was promised. Not by the foster care social worker, not by the reunification social workers, or by the children's home. We received no information on the impact of trauma in children, no information on attachment problems, which is so common in foster children, no specific parenting advice that would help foster parents and the child to better manage behavior and therefore make the placement more successful. There was no follow-up from any social worker for almost 2 years after the child was placed, not a telephone call. That made the family feel unsupported, and obviously the child was completely at sea. In fact, the first time the agency contacted us was because the court order needed renewal. Little support and no training was offered to ourselves for the first 2 years at least, and after that, almost nothing. The file took over a year to get from the reunification social workers to the foster care office. The level of support and skill in the social workers who were working with us was not adequate to be working in the field of where children have been traumatized and have attachment problems. And as a result, they weren't able to help us, I think, in the way that we needed. The social worker changed frequently, and I understand this is a problem. I've been there myself. But it did mean that we weren't able to build a relationship, and neither was our foster child. She had nobody who she could call on or turn to if she needed to. The reunification services themselves, although it was acknowledged from the beginning that mum was unlikely to be able to care for her child, it's still important for a child to have contact with their natural mother, and reunification services were non-existent. We as the foster family actually ended up doing it. Obviously, with my knowledge as a social worker, I knew how to make it happen. And our foster child has now developed, a relationship with her biological mum. I could go on, with more things like this. And I've spoken with other foster families who've had exactly the same problem. I've just actually been in conversation this morning with another family where it's a single mum with 2 foster children, and they are being essentially stalked by the biological mother. And they're getting no help from the social work agency or from the police. So I just want to say again that as a social worker, I sympathize deeply with agency social workers, youth and childcare workers involved in foster care, because I've been on the front line of child protection myself, and I know how hard it is. However, I do feel that responsibility must be laid on the foster care social workers and their managers and their agencies, as well as the system in South Africa that really isn't providing adequate care and support to foster children and to families. And these are some of South Africa's most vulnerable children who've been removed from their natural families. And I know it can be different. There are NGOs, like I've connected up with an NGO called Kin Culture, who are offering significant support and training to their foster families. Phone calls, practical support, education, in person as well as online training opportunities, Facebook groups, support groups, offers of therapies that so many of our kids need, our foster kids need. Because of course, better support and training is going to mean a better likelihood of a successful foster placement. Successful foster placement means much better mental health for the child and for the foster families. And better mental health for the child means fewer problems when this child is an adult and fewer problems for the society that they will live in. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share some of my personal experiences in the foster care arena.
Thanks, Ms. Matthews, for sharing that kind of experience. And I'm sure my colleagues from Welfare Services Branch will make follow-up with you regarding the specific issues that you have alluded to. As you are very well aware, there are cross-cutting things between what you're doing and what this conference seeks to do. But the strategic focus for today is mainly on, making the business case for child and youth care workers and to look at all the issues that have already been articulated around access to education, parity in salaries, the OSD and career pathing and the recognition really for the profession so that it can also grow at a very rapid rate to be on par with all the other social service professions. But I applaud you for standing up and saying, here are the issues. And please note that the acting DDG, Isabella Skawana, and her team are in the plenary also. They will be able to make follow-up. We will forward their email and your contacts to them. So if there are any questions, thank you so much once again. Are there any questions? Yes. Are there any questions related to the previous presentations so that we can now allow my panelists to be ready to engage and reflect, because really they're going to be giving reflections to the discussions that we had in the morning and the various inputs that were made strategically. Mezeni, I see your hand is up. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd just like to also respond saying that thank you to Professor Swanson for her points, because I think that at the professional board we need to look at the opportunities that have come already so far in the summit, and one of them is the commitment from the Honourable Minister around moving forward the district development model, and how in that planning of that, what resources would be put into the development of child and youth care workers. So we start consciously looking at as we strategize and as we progress, that we do look at the development of some of those workers into degree options and contribute to what I think you talked about, Rika, as the market research that might be useful. And on the issue of upskilling child and youth care workers, I also wanted to make the point that the professional board is aware that there are unemployed masters, child and youth care workers from the University of Durban, University of DUT, and I know that our deputy chairperson is working towards negotiations with HWCETA on internships to see whether they could get the practical experience that builds them up, so that we could have futuristically more lecturers available for what is coming down the track. So I think those comments are worthwhile, and I think it's very valuable for us to look at strategizing appropriately around that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mezani, for that reflection. Ndate Alfred Harris.
Good morning, colleagues, and good morning, Registrar. Thank you for managing the program so very well. My question is just a reflection on this morning's presentation or opening remark from the National Minister, and it's actually on something that we want to see moving forward. And the Minister indicated around the fact that we can seamlessly make sure that we get child and youth care workers placed at our provincial and national offices. And I wonder when Mr. Oscar Savasi responds, if we can give an idea of what such a process entails, so that we can know how quickly this can actually happen. Because from my understanding, with the Minister's intention, it is to see that this happens as soon as possible. Thank you, Registrar.
Thanks, with Alfred. And that is Piwenzama.
Morning, afternoon, program director, and thanks for the opportunity. My question is based on the presentation that was made earlier on, and check how best as the sector can we retain the small percentage of child and youth care workers that are at a professional level, and also find ways not to lose them to other occupations, because as much as this discussion is progressive and informative, it does not take away the fact that care workers are disgruntled and most of them are frustrated, especially with the presentation that outline everything from our DDG Kabasia, which indicates that there is also a confusion between an auxiliary child and youth care worker and a child and youth care worker in terms of their scope of practice, which is not clearly clarified and not also remunerated accordingly. So with this, I was just wondering whether is it possible, maybe for especially the departments, the government-owned instances or the department to also benchmark maybe from the Department of Justice, because there are care workers who are hired or recruited at the higher level, and that department is able to attract care workers within that department, whereas the department like social development, they will continue to lose child and youth care workers based on the issue of the salaries and the scope of practice because of that confusion and so forth. So with the act that is already in place, the 2014 Act, which regulates child and youth care workers, is it then possible to align maybe some of the scope of practice in accordance to that act, and also check whether the department can be able to recognize at least different child and youth care workers within their departments in terms of the qualification they had, and also play around in terms of the salaries, because in the last end, we'll continue to lose a cream crop child and youth care workers to other occupations, because this engagement, we do not know when they will yield fruits, because they are still ongoing. And with other engagement like the PSA, we know that this is a long process, so it's not an overnight thing that maybe tomorrow such engagement can be put in practice. So in the meantime, what is it that we can do as departments to ensure that at least we retain whatever that we have while we're moving forward to other progressive movements as the sector? Thank you.
Thank you, Simpiwe. Ausimpumi?
Apologies, it was a mistake, ma'am.
I'm going to chop off that hand, and please, all hands, remove yourself from the dashboard so that we don't get confused. Just to recap, there's a question about realignment and integration of child and youth care work into existing structures, especially at national, in line with the vision that the minister has crafted in a presentation this morning. Also, to look at how to retain the few child and youth care workers at professional level who might end up going to other occupations because of the lack of recognition. There's a further question also from Simpiwe around the scope of practice and whether there can be any benchmarking with the Department of Justice, who seem to have integrated child and youth care workers very well and are remunerating them in recognition for the qualifications that they have. So the board child and youth care workers, that is your issue to look at, is quoting the regulations and saying what can be done. We are very clear, and that is Kabasia articulated the clear, distinct scopes of practice for child and youth care work at professional level as well as at auxiliary level. But it seems in practice, somehow the employer, especially the national department or the Department of Social Development, whether throughout the provinces, are not following what is prescribed by the Act. So maybe the board, you need to give a response to that. And also the National Department, Welfare Services, and also the HRD will be giving a response. Are there any other questions or hands that I might have missed? Or any questions that are coming through the live streaming outside? I'm just checking quickly if there's anything coming through, but I think we have captured all the questions. It is now 12:13. If people need to stand up and take a quick break, snack break, grab tea, please feel free to do so. But at the moment, I'm going to now start to focus on the panelists and ask them to reflect on the questions that have been shared. Benny, you have your hand up. You are the last person that I'm going to give time to now.
Okay, thank you. My question is basically on care workers who are on ETB, and particularly those who are on OVC. While having meetings with them, the experience was we still have child and youth care workers who report to auxiliary social workers, and then who are performing duties of social work within communities. You will find out the child and youth care workers are not basically dealing with cases of children, but are dealing with cases of families, adults. So they've been raising concerns to say, since the department took over this program, we've been abused and we are no longer doing child and youth care. So I wanted to check who's responsible to monitor such, and then what becomes the role of the council in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Benny. There seems to be a cross-pollination of duties between child and youth care work and social work. In some instances, alleged abuses are happening where child and youth care workers are not, made to do the work that they have to be doing, working in the life space of children, but they're dealing with families and other adult cases. Benny is asking whose responsibility is it to monitor the transgression as it is happening, and also to hold the employer accountable. So I'm sure that the members of the board and council members in the summit will be able to respond to those questions. I am now closing the window of opportunity for people to raise questions. You can continue to type in the chat bar, but I want to allow my panelists to have ample time to respond and also to give input in terms of what is it that is tangible that their respective entities will do to contribute to mitigating the challenges that we have heard about this morning. And I'm going to ask, please, that we allow only the guests who are going to be presenting to reveal their identity or their videos as they present. We're going to be starting with Mayor Isabella's team. She comes to us with the colleagues from the Human Resource Development Directorate, where Mayor Amanda Vukwana will make a presentation, followed by the Acting DDG Welfare Services Branch. Over to you, Sis Isabella and your team.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Maybe before I start, may I allow Ms. Bokwani, to start responding to issues that are HR related, and then I will come up again. Thank you very much. Amanda?
Good morning, Chairperson, Madam Chair, and the colleagues and everybody else. Thank you for the opportunity.
Reveal your video, Amanda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and the President and everybody else in the summit. I would like to indicate that we, as a Department of Social Development, we really acknowledge the discussions from the morning, from the opening from the President, where she spoke about issues of the integration as well as the collaboration that is required within the sector. I must say, Chairperson, the issues are noted, especially the issue of the OSD discrepancies,
which the colleagues and the presentations are raising around your career and professional growth of the child and youth care workers. Number two, it is raised that we really need as a department to look at the issue of the scope of work because there is a scope of practice which is a bit clear, but we need to look at how we can leverage on the scope of work and the qualifications, of course, where Mr. Gabasia indicated issues that are really happening on the ground. The issue of the training capacity in terms of the development and the capacity building thereof, which we need to align with the collaboration with the universities in terms of how we can integrate our training issues. Lastly, Chairperson, we acknowledge the issue of how we can realign our organizational structures so that issues that are just raised by the colleagues around the salaries, around the issue of posts, which are very much limited, we need to look at that. I must say, Madam Chair, the department at this point in time is currently embarked in a realignment and review processes where we are looking at the portfolio approach with regard to the integration and the collaboration. So therefore, we are starting to look at the strategy of the organization. We have done that. We are beginning to finalize processes, and that is giving birth to our issues of the organizational structures from the national point of view and the provincial. If you remember, Madam Chair, at some point we spoke about the face of the child and youth care worker at a national point of view. So these are the discussions that are on the table, especially on the organizational structure point of view, because we are trying to infuse the issue of the child and youth care worker space into our structure at a national point of view. But also, Madam Chair, we are looking at our structures at a provincial level. For example, we have already started the process of the generic structure that is guiding us as a department in terms of what the colleagues were talking about now, like the latest speaker was talking about the cross-politan functions that are performed by the social worker and the child and youth care. So these are the things that we are looking at, the issues of duplication at a provincial level. So Madam Chair, we are looking at those issues like your generic structure at a provincial level so that we will be able to leverage and strengthen issues that are raised within the child and youth care space. I'm glad that one of our colleagues is talking about issues of benchmarking in terms of the Department of Justice. We are going to look at that to see how the Department of Justice is wired in terms of issues of structure, in terms of issues of the salary issues. But also I must make mention that the issue of OSD, we are going to, actually, we have started to embark with a discussion with the DPSA, because DPSA is the one that is guiding us on the issue of the occupational specific dispensation. But those are the round table discussions that are on board with DPSA, and maybe my colleague Oscar will be also talk to that. But in a nutshell, Madam Chair, we have put this priority in our 2021-2022 APP in terms of saying this is one of the priority, but it will be on a phase approach in terms of the quick wins, in terms of the medium term and the long term in terms of what we are going to do. So a project plan is being putted around the issues that we are going to do on the issue of the child and youth care. So I must say, Madam Chair, we are acknowledging all these challenges, but we are putting all these things into our project plan so that we will be able to take care of them, as well as the issue of the professionalization. I think I will put a pause and allow the DDG to add from where I left off. Thank you so much.
Before you disappear, Sis Amanda, do you think what the minister had said in her presentation, that we need to maximize using the existing structures, for example, locating the phase, as you're referring to that we can have a phase of child and youth care work at national office?
Yes.
The minister gave an example that it is doable, and I want to ask you from an HR perspective, do you think it's feasible? Can it be seen as a quick win, where we're saying, whereas we were thinking 2021-22 APP, we will look at some phase approach, but here is a quick win. Can we locate somebody, identify somebody, locate them in the children's directorate or the youth directorate and so forth?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's what is on our table at this point. As I've said, we are currently busy now with the realignment and review of the national structure. So that discussion is on the table in terms of the phase of the child and youth care sector or space in terms of our national structure. That is doable, is part of the quick win, Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you so much. Sis Isabella, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. And thank you, Amanda, for just giving a response in terms of some of the issues that have been raised, especially that are related to HR. But Program Director, allow me to acknowledge, our minister, even though I'm not sure whether she has already left, but I want to acknowledge her. And I also want to acknowledge, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee for Social Development. I'm not sure whether he is also here, and the chairperson of the Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, but also the president of the South African Council for Social Service Practitioners, who happened to be my former lecturer and my former boss, Dr. Maria Mabeto, and the deputy president of the council, Mr. Ngonyama, and yourself, Madam Registrar, who happen to be a sister to a lot of us, the chairperson of the professional board, Ms. Zeni Tumbadu, who never gives up, always pushing, an activist on issues of child and youth care workers. The CEO of HWCTA, the representatives, that are very important from the organized labor, and lastly, our most important people who are our heroes and heroines of the profession, our child and youth care workers. I really, salute you for the braveness and the passion that you are having, irrespective of, the challenges that you are faced up with. We really appreciate, and believe us not, whether you believe us or not, we really are cognizant of what you are doing, and we appreciate, although we don't say it, so many times, but the work that you are doing, it's really, really making impact in the lives of our children. One example that I can give in this regard is you supporting the child-headed households, and most of them have been able, to pass their matric, and some of them have passed with distinctions. We really salute you. Thank you very much, for making impact in the lives of the vulnerable children. Chairperson, I would really fail maybe if I don't tender an apology on behalf of Ms. Our Acting Director General for the Department of Social Development, who really wanted to be here with us today, but cannot be with us due to unforeseen circumstances. And he really sent his greetings and wished us well for the deliberations. And also, I want to thank you, Chairperson, and the board and the council for this summit, which is very important, and it's here to address very strategic issues that will assist, the profession of child and youth care, to grow. Chairperson, whilst we acknowledge as a department that we are very critical in ensuring that we advance the growth of the profession, but we are saying, we heard from the speakers that have already presented today that this is a multifaceted and a complex issue, and it's not directed to only one party, but we need people like yourself, the council. We need the board for child and youth care workers. We also need all the employers, not only social development, but all the employers who employ child and youth care workers. We also need the associations, for child and youth care workers, but also we need the organized labor to be on board so that we can be able as a collective to deal with this. And I'm sure you will agree with me, because as I was listening from morning up until now, I realized that we all agree that we need an integrated approach, that we need to coordinate, that we need, to apply a holistic approach, that we all need to put our heads and our hands together to ensure that we deal with the issues that have been raised. And as complex as they are, Chairperson or Program Director, we have to deal with them. We must, there's no way that we cannot. We can, we shall, and we must deal with these issues. And I am saying that, for me, I believe, Chairperson, in teamwork. I believe, Chairperson, that working together multiplies results exponentially. Mind-blowing results are achieved by effective teams and working in synergy. If we want to take child and youth care work profession to greater heights, we'll have to be one spirit, one team. Let's stop pointing fingers at each other. Yes, we might have erred, in the past, but we really need to put our differences aside and come as a collective and work together. And I've been hearing since morning that we all agree. But what is important for us, we need to take action together. So for me, I am sure you will agree with me when I say we may be strong as individuals, but together we are invincible. Let's all do our part to contribute towards the growth of this profession. And most importantly, Chairperson, we must not leave, the child and youth care behind. The issues that have been outlined in terms of the child and youth care workers that are practicing without being regulated, it means that even them, they are very critical in terms of ensuring that we deal with the challenges that we are faced up with. I am not going to get into the numbers in terms of how many are registered, because our speakers have already alluded to that. All I can say is that I believe that if we work together, each and every party plays its role, I'm certain that these numbers will increase. To our heroes, I want to talk to our heroes that we really need to be jealous of our profession. Let us be overprotective of our profession. Let us ensure that we register with the council. Let us ensure that we become part and parcel of the growth of this profession. As I am nearing to conclude, I just want to express our gratitude to the incredible work that our child and youth care workers are doing, and the love for that they have shown to the young ones. We have had lots of stories, and when these people say, what has happened, they say it with passion, they say it with love. You can see that these people enjoy what they are doing. We really salute you for that. And we really wanted to say that even in difficult times, you still wearing a smile surrounded by the challenges that you are faced up with. And we can say that we really salute you, and we thank you and thank you and thank you for what you have done. We are going to prioritize the issues of child and youth care workers, as Amanda has said, especially we need to start somewhere. We have committed to saying that at national level, we really need a face. We need to locate that face, as Amanda has said, and I'm glad that it has been said by HR that they have prioritized it. We know that it's an elephant, and we'll try to bite it in chunks so that we can be able to. I know that, because of the time that we have taken, people have ran out of patience. But I am saying, please, let's put aside our differences. Let's come together as a collective and try to work together. Chairperson, as I want to emphasize that, yes, the situation is complex. It is complex, but that does not mean that it's not doable. It can be done, it shall be done, and it must be done. Thank you, Chairperson. Thanks.
Thanks, Isabella. I want to just reflect on some of the points that were raised in the morning from Ntate Kabasia's presentation to the minister, the fact that there needs to be political will to make sure that the issue of child and youth care work, the upscaling of the child and youth care workforce since 2014 to date is fast-tracked. Can we get a commitment, for example, to say the agenda will become an agenda item on HSD, so that when you convene those meetings with the heads of department at provincial level, this matter becomes something that people must, passionately discuss and say, let's make it happen. And when you engage with other partners, whether it's academia, you also talk about unlocking opportunities for more, resources to be put, for example, bursaries. We've had scholarships for social work, and always child and youth care workers saying, what about us? Are there going to be bursaries for, child and youth care work cadres who are aspiring? I've just seen a question now that says, what about those who want to progress academically and have NQF level 4? And, will there be something to help them advance themselves? So maybe if you can just focus on the more doable things to say, this is a commitment we can make to fast track this process so that it doesn't look like the department is dragging its feet.
Okay. Chairperson, there are issues that one can commit to, and there are those that one cannot. These child and youth care workers, those that are employed by government, there are opportunities such as your bursaries, where they will have to apply, in terms of advancing their studies. And I think I don't want to speak on behalf of provinces, but I want to assume that each and every provincial government has got such an incentive that I can think if there are such incentives, it's doable. But, in terms of ensuring that we get a scholarship, Chairperson, it's a mountain that needs to be climbed. And I'll tell you why, because it's we want to advance this at times such as this, where the whole country is grappling in terms of the fiscus, the economic climate that we are operating in. It's not good, which means that we depend on National Treasury. If we have to build a case to National Treasury, and we depend on them, and we have had tremendous budget cuts. I think for this financial year, our budget has been cut by 200 million. By National Treasury. So it will be maybe irresponsible for me to commit to the fact that we will be providing scholarship, to child and youth care workers. It's something that, yes, we can try and motivate and but we cannot really commit to the fact that we will be able to achieve that. Yes, in terms of ensuring that we advance this to other platforms, especially, your MINMEC, your HSDS, it's something, Chairperson, that is very doable. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Isa. There's a follow-up question that says, Isabella, what processes have been put in place to operationalize the signed regulation? Who is responsible for this? I think if colleagues from your subdirectorates are there, they can also assist in assisting. There's also another comment. Sorry,
Khalid can respond to that. Yes, thanks.
Yeah, there is another one that says, thank you, ADDG. We need a specialist policy unit specific to child and youth care. Patching it under another long existing unit will not work. We will be perpetuating, let me see, I can't see that comment fully. Sorry about that. Perpetuation, the orphanhood of okay, so it will be like we patching CYC onto existing programs. So I think it is Ntate Kabasia was saying we need to have a deliberate, effort to put in a specialist unit that just looks at child and youth care work, at national level, instead of putting it under another long existing unit, like youth or the other subdirectories that we have.
Those are the discussions that we need to have because, as I said, we've got budget cuts, and what has been targeted most in terms of budget cut is the COE. Our COE has been cut very thin. Currently, even the posts that are being vacated, we are not even able to fill. To get my point, we're gonna fill some few posts, and I don't think we'll be able, to entertain new posts. We're having now the issue of migration of most of you know about migration of early childhood development, to the Department of Basic Education, and our staff is being taken, to basic education, and we have been told that we are not going to be able to get more people. So I think that is why Amanda was talking about something that can be done now. Maybe what in future, maybe we can consider that, currently just looking at the fiscal space that we are faced up with.
Okay, ADDG, I hear you. Thank you so much for your inputs and your reflections. And I'm hoping that indeed there will be more further discussions because, like I said in the beginning, we need to come up with an action plan at the end of the summit so that in 3 or 4 months' time, we are able to have a follow-up summit where we're looking at the actions that have been done. So even if it's small strides that we're going to make sure that we start to move the tide, we need to start. We need to, one brick at a time, we need to do something.
Yes.
So thank you so much for your presentation.
Program Director, may I propose that maybe at the end of this, we really need to have a working group that is representative of all the critical stakeholders so that, this is not a social development issue. And we are not the only employer, of child and youth care workers. Of course, we are the main, we are employing more, child and youth care workers. But also, as I said, and as you have highlighted, that there are a number of issues that have been raised, that came from the presentation, especially of Mr. Kabasia and Ms. Zeni. We really need to ensure that we address this issue in a holistical approach because it will not help us, to have a structure or to look at our structures, but we still don't have, a qualified child and youth care workers who will be able, to occupy that. So we really need to adopt an integrated approach and come up with a plan which will clearly outline roles and responsibilities of each and every partner who's supposed, to make an input, in the growth of the profession. That's my proposal. Thanks.
Thanks, ADDG. That is a very valuable input you've made there, that we need to look at a working team, to look at the issues of integration or intersectoral collaboration between the respective employer sector. So at the end, when Dr. Lisiba is doing the way forward summary, we need to also revisit, the working team and who should sit on this. And I'm also looking at colleagues from the sectoral bargaining councils, also academia, and the other entities like your QCT, ODH, ET, SACWA, and so forth. So maybe let's park it for now, but I've noted it because it is a valuable way forward issue that we need to pick up on. Thank you, Ms. Isabella. We're now going to move on to Mr. Oscar Chivase, the Director, Organizational Design from the Department of Public Service and Administration. Over to you, Ntate Chivase.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and all protocols observed. And good afternoon to the colleagues and all the participants. I'm not going to project the presentation that I'm going to make, but I'm going to respond to, rather than me making a presentation, I'm going to respond to a number of issues that have been raised by colleagues. And I really appreciate an opportunity from the DPSA side to be part of this summit and then get to understand the challenges on the ground that the sector is facing. So there were a number of issues that have been raised. Firstly, I would like to first talk to what is our role as the Department of Public Service and Administration. Why are we involved in the space? Because in line with the Public Service Act, we have a responsibility to set norms and standards with regard to the condition of services and other employment practices within the public service, to be within the sector after we've adopted the PAMA Act. So we are guided by a number of pieces of legislation in this space. When we set those norms around the conditions of services and employment practices, we also look at Labor Relation Act. We also look at Employment Equity Act on the issues around the work of equal value that needs to be remunerated equally. I think it's section 6 of the Employment Equity Act. So I just want to give the background on the work that we have done with the Department of Social Development and the first introduction of the OSD with regard to the child and youth care space, and then the generic structures or the development of different generic sector structures that we did to assist the sector. So first I will start with the OSD issue. I think that's the burning issue. The introduction of the OSD for the 3 categories: social worker, community development practitioners, child and youth, were introduced in 2009 within the space. So when you look at the period between 2009, let's say 2008 and 2014, when they passed the regulations, and then you can tell that in between there are too many gaps. When we first introduced the OSDs for the child and youth care and other related, which is the social worker and community development, there was no requirement in terms of registering with council when it comes to the child and youth care. So how the job descriptions for the 4 levels or categories were made in the absence of the new requirements, which says you need to be registered with the council. So what was supposed to happen at the time, after the introduction of the new regulation in 2014, we were supposed to revisit the job description and the OSD at that time to ensure that there is synergy and an alignment. And then we revisit the levels, we revisit all the control posts that were there at the time. But that exercise never happened at the time. What then happened in 2017-18, there were discussions between National Treasury, National Social Development and the DPSA around the review of the OSDs for social workers, community development, and child and youth care workers. I attended 3 sessions with the minister responsible for, then Minister for Social Development and National Treasury, where the discussion were around how much will it cost the state to review the OSD, especially within the sector. The exercise of reviewing the OSD is not something that the DPSA just wake up and do alone. It's the exercise that goes through a very long processes. It have to go through the Public Health and Social Development Bargaining Council, together with our trade unions, we need to relook at a number of things that needs to be looked at. So the proposal at the time, after our meeting with the Minister for Social Development, the former Minister for Social Development then, was that due to the introduction of the new regulation, we might have to look at these categories separately from the OSD and say there are a number of changes that have been brought due to the regulations that the old dispensations have been taken over by events. We need to review those. So the DPSA have put together a directive that says, if you have identified a category of jobs, in this case it will be the child and youth care workers job. Either we're talking 3 categories where you have grade 1 and B, grade 2, 1 and B, grade 3, which is a supervisory role, 1 and B. If we have to look at that, we can look at that outside the OSD, outside the occupational dispensation. This is how it happens. We need to develop a business case that gives a rationale behind why we want to change the status quo. One of the things that needs to go into the business case will be, since the introduction of the OSDs for child and youth care, there have been changes within the space. And then we stipulate what are those changes so that we can deal with the issue outside the OSDs. And then we can deal with those issues and make sure that they are finalized. We have different grades outside the OSD. Because I don't think currently within National Treasury and the DPSA, there is that appetite to review the OSD. Because if we need to review the OSD, it won't be only for social sector, it needs to be for the entire sector. We have been inundated with requests that says we want to review the legal space, the engineering space, the medical space that needs to be reviewed. So we didn't want to go that route, but we were saying during our meeting in 2018-19, we said to the minister, we might have to look at the child and youth care outside the OSD and say, develop a business case with a rationale behind.
We can't hear you, Dr. Chibas. There could be maybe a network problem.
He is on a very important point, Chairperson. You have to bring him back.
We have to get him back, please.
Dr. Chibasa, maybe you can switch off your video so that your network strength is a little better.
Lange, can I just say, while I wait for Mr. Tabasi to come back, there was one question to Ms. Isabella that you didn't ask, and that was a question around the operationalization of the regulations. I want to know, I asked a question, who is responsible to make sure that within the Department of Social Development, regulations is operationalized? Because what Mr. Tabasi is saying is exactly linked to that question. So maybe while waiting for him to come back, if Social Development can respond to that, please.
Are you referring the question to the ADGG?
Where's Civil and Hollywood?
Okay, I'm admitting that Shibasa back into the group. So, Sis Isa, if you can just note that question so that we pick up on it. Welcome back, with Oscar.
Madam Chair, I don't know what happened with my network, but what I was saying is that when we look at the categories of jobs, we really need to go back to the organizational structure again and look at the jobs and review the jobs. This will be my recommendation, or the recommendation from the DPSA, that when we did the review of the generic functional structure that was approved in 2012, and then the review for the generic structure also started in in 2018-19. We might have to revisit the child and youth care functions within those generic structures, because if my memory serves me well, in 2012, when we did the generic functional structure, the youth functions or the child and youth care functions were under the directorate or under the unit responsible for the children. That's where we have located it. But when you look at the depiction within the provinces, that functions falls within the unit called social welfare, under the unit called child and youth care centers within those specific units. So we might have to go back when we review the generic functional structure and review the location of those functions and review the actual function and come up with a business case that says these are the different job descriptions, different from the one that were there determined during the OSDs. These are the different job descriptions that we're putting together with a business case. We want this category of jobs to be subjected through a process of job evaluation so that we have final outcome. So in the process, the Department of Social Development will be required to do a costing exercise of those to say, if now we are creating a control post, I'm just making an example of a deputy director that will be responsible for child and youth care, so that we avoid these things of having a control post of social worker, then we create a career path for child and youth care. What will be the cost implication if we have to replicate those in all 9 provinces? If the departments indicate that there will be sufficient funds, then the MPSA, which is the Minister for Public Service and Administration, will be able to approve those categories of jobs. So that will be the recommendation in terms of the challenges that have been highlighted by the previous speakers, starting from the presenter from the DDG from Gauteng Social Development. The only solution that we have is that we need to treat this separately from other challenges that we have within the OSD space. We should not talk about the OSDs, but we talk about the changes that happen after we have approved the OSD. We have determined the OSD in 2008, 2009. We build a new business case that says if we want to have 4 categories, meaning that you're going to have a deputy director, assistant director, and then you're going to have your level 7s, and then you are going to have your entry level. We have a separate business case that talks to that. We're going to do a costing exercise to say how much will it cost the state or each and every department in all 9 provinces. Then if there's an indication that there will be funds for that, then the MPSA will approve. On the second issue, we have been assisting the Department of Social Development, and we're still willing to assist the Department of Social Development since the cabinet decision on termination of the contract agreements between African Global Operations Busasa that happened in the 31st 2019, where we have to incorporate the child and youth care centers back to the Department of Social Development. So ours was to emphasize to say, if we are taking these functions back to the department because they have impact on the discussions that we're having currently, we need to make sure that when we develop the generic structure, those functions find expressions in our generic functional structure. After we have developed that in a generic structure, we need to come up with the different job descriptions that talks to different performance levels so that we enhance the job, we allow for career progressing and career pathing within the space of child and youth care center to avoid the current challenges that we have where you only have a supervisory role at salary level 7 because of the OSDs. You can't have a level above salary level 7. So we need to go back and look at the job with the national departments together with all the stakeholders in 9 provinces and try to come up with different categories of job so that we can address the challenges on hand. Because the reason why we are so recommending and we are not talking OSD, because there's no appetite for OSD, to be honest. And there are too many challenges with OSDs, not only the social sector, whether you're talking health sector, whether you are talking other sectors, there are too many challenges with the OSD. And the requirements also that comes with the OSD are very different from the requirements that we put when we're grading post outside OSD. Because for you to progress while you are sitting in the OSD post, there's a number of years that you need to serve for you to progress to the second level, which is very different from the requirements that are stipulated outside the OSD. So that will be the recommendation, Madam Chair, that I'm putting forward to say we are willing to assist the sector, but the sector need to play a role. They need to write to the MPSA with the business case, everything that is needed so that those jobs can be coordinated centrally, and then we can address the challenge of the social workers are paid higher than our colleagues that are doing the child and youth care services or functions. So that will be the submissions from the DPSA, Madam Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Ndate Chibasa, for that enlightening presentation. And I'm sure that delegates want to raise follow-up questions. I'm trying to catch up with the questions in the chat bar. I'm going to ask that the owners who have put specific questions related to your presentation to just hit and raise those questions without any further ado. Ndate Kabasi, I think you are one of them. I'm just trying to catch up as we...
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think maybe let me start first by saying that I'm very happy with the way forward which Mr. Chivas is presenting, and I'm proposing that the points that he has raised as part of the way forward must be adopted as part of the summit resolutions. That's number one. Number two, with regard to the business case, and I understand the argument that our opportunity does not lie with the review of the OSD necessarily at this moment. Maybe in the long term, that is something we need to pursue, but that we need to have a business case developed, which will then be dealt with separate from the OSD process, but it will still give us the almost the same outcomes that we are expecting in as far as the review of the OSD is concerned. So my question therefore is the business case, who is going to develop it, or who is going to lead it between the Department of Social Development and National and DPSA, and who will it be directed to in terms of the approval process? And I'm asking that because it's important that when we live here, we are very much certain who's going to do what, and it becomes easier for the sector to follow up. Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Rekabasia. Another follow-up question, please, before I allow Ndate Chibasa to respond.
Chair, Mel Alsop here. My question is covered by Mr. Cavasia. Thank you. That's the question. It's a very complex process that we are hearing and about, and some of it is familiar to us. But the question is, without the political will, who will make sure that this happens? And that, I think, is the issue that has been with us for all of these years on the professional board. There has seemed to be an absence of a political will to ensure that budget allocations are there, that when we are asking for inclusion in NDSD of a unit or a person even to push this agenda, there is not that kind of response that says, yes, this is something that we need as a national priority. So that would be my question right now, is where would the responsibility for driving such a process lie, as per the question by Mr. Cavassier?
Thanks, Mel. Zeni, is your hand up? And Alfred?
Yes. I want to also support the point about the business case raised by Mr. Cavassier, and I also want to endorse 2 points that we need to know who would lead the process and what is a time frame in which this can be done. And in view of the last point made by Merle, I just want to clarify as well that political will is there for the development of child and youth care work, and in my understanding, it came out today and it has been there previously. Unfortunately, politicians would be directed by department officials to move processes forward, and that is where I think the child and youth care workers struggle with the Department of Social Development in terms of leading these processes in effective way. I think that even what we've heard from DPS say now is that this process could have happened 7 years ago. It could have happened a long time ago. We could have started this a long time ago, and that's what we have been requesting and appealing to DSD to do, because we understand that they're the lead department. So if they are the lead department, then they've got to lead this process. And I'm anxious that this very good recommendation will come to nothing if that leadership is not forthcoming. I'm not actually supportive of the fact we should have large stakeholders gathering together and having a large meeting in terms of meetings, because we can have talk shops that don't actually deliver. And I think the child and youth care sector is looking for delivery now. These are bread and butter issues for them. This is their salaries. These are stipends moving to salaries. These are salaries that are fair and equitable for the work that's being done. So I think this is an issue of passion for the field, and it's not one to be lengthened and delayed and obfuscated around. Thank you.
Thanks, Melanie.
Thank you, Registrar.
Yes, over to you, Alfred. And then Mpumi, you also had a comment you made to Ntate Chibase.
Okay, thank you, Registrar. My question is actually to find out from Mr. Chibase the function, and to DSD, the functional structure that they're working on. Was that structure or information obtained from where did they get background information from? That's my first, because I want to know where in the structure they've located it, and I want a practical example of where on the structure have they envisaged to place child and youth care workers. I don't want the wishy-washy thing. It must be practical to say this is where child and youth care worker will be placed within the new generic functional structure of the Department of Social Development, so that we can know what it is happening. The second thing is that if the regulations were signed off in 2014, and I saw Mrs. Legudo's response, and it was operationalized, I want to know what did that operationalization mean? Because the Chief Director of Human Resource in the Department of Social Development, Mr. Chinnapan, indicated in a previous meeting that he, as a HR director, chief director, was not aware that there is a degree course for child youth care workers in the country. Hence, child youth care workers could only be placed up to level 6. So I've got quite a number of questions, but I want the department and Mr. Savage to respond with practical things. Let us not beat around the bush with it, but let us come with practical. This is why the summit is here. So we can come with credible and responsible, because we're going to hold the department and all other role players responsible for what they're saying here. Thank you, Registrar.
Yeah, can I say something, Chairperson?
Yes.
Yes, this is Pastor Hobbs again. Yes, this is quite a very good initiative. But now what I'm concerned about is that the stakeholders. It has been referred to as, nationally, the 9 provinces. But what we see here is concentration of our child and youth care workers in only 4 provinces. We've got Gauteng, Mpumalanga, and KZN and Western Cape. What about all other provinces as well? And there is also no clarification in terms of what happens to how many do we have that are unemployed and employed? That also includes that there's no separation between the university and auxiliary students. So if we could have that as well, so that also this will help also in terms of career mobility for those that are auxiliary students, for them to can gain entry into the university. So I think those are very important things that we need to take into consideration, especially with this initiative that Mr. Chivasi is coming up with. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pastor Hobbs. I'm sure that this Chivasi and the other members of the panel will respond to some of the issues you've raised. Mpumi?
Afternoon, colleagues, and thank you, Chair. I think I've typed my question to say, even if the issues of advertising posts outside the OSD, we still need to look at a requirement, because requirement will still sideline child and youth care workers, because the requirement with the registration with the council, it will say 10 years of registration. While we have 5 years, where are we going to obtain that 5 years, which was not existing by that? So I'm saying, when these posts that will be advertised outside the OSD must also be realistic and practical, because only the advert that will say SSPs, but reality sidelining child and youth care workers. So let's be clear and realistic to our profession. I thank you.
Thanks, Mpumi. Ndade Chivasi, do you want to reflect and respond to the questions raised?
Yeah. Before respond, Chairperson, my hand has been up for quite some time.
Sorry, my dear. Ndade Emmanuel from the Department of Justice. Over to you.
I want Mr. Shiva to reflect on the issue of the appetite that he raised several times, that DPSA no longer has appetite around OSD issues. We don't want a situation where we are trapped in a situation where we develop a new framework of dealing with issues. And while he has not outlined what has diminished the appetite from DPSA to deal with these issues, because these are not only issues that affect child and youth care workers, but affect the sector at large. So it cannot be correct that we continue to say from 2009 to 2021, let's just put issues around OSD aside without explaining what are the hurdles that they faced in the process, and what is it that, because we don't want a situation where with the new model, we repeat the same thing and diminish their appetite. These are critical issues, and we should not just close it like that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Ndade Mataheni. Over to you, Oscar.
Chairperson, I was just laughing alone after the question from Department of Justice on what made the appetite to go away. If it was 2002 or 2009, it was easy for any government to say we might have to look at the issues of OSD. But if you look at how much OSD has cost government, it's billions of rand. And the challenges also that comes with the OSD. Because during the implementation, that's when you realize that some of the things that we put under OSD, some of the requirements is something that needs to be reviewed in all the sectors. That's the feeling we receive from the implementers. And the reviewing the categories meaning that you need to add more posts to what is existing currently. So I just want to give a smaller background before I respond to the questions to say, how do we come up with the jobs, or how do we do the determination of the positions that are currently outlined, the 3 positions with social worker, the positions of community development workers, the category of child and youth care services. How did we end up with the job description and the requirements within those categories? This is not DPSA imposing to the sector. It's a deliberations that happens within the Public Health and Social Development Bargaining Council. They agreed and adopt the job descriptions and the equate results that were there at the time. They also adopt the requirements at that time to say these are the requirements for the different grading. So what happened at the time, it was that when they adopt this was before implementation. So when the implementation started to happen, that's when you realize gaps to say, it seems like we have agreed to something that is not implementable. Hence, we need to not to review the OSD now, but we need to look at, because since today we are not talking the social worker, we are not talking the other categories, community development workers, but the summit is specifically on child and youth care services. So we as the DPSA, we are saying, let's go back and review the function and indicate in the business case that is going to come to the DPSA to say, since the adoption of this job description of these requirements at the time, there are new development at the space. We have adopted, or there was an approval of a regulation, which the regulation was not there when we adopted the different categories. Now we have the regulations which stipulate different infuse the requirements in the new job description. So meaning we need to do new job descriptions. We need to look at the career pathing of the child and youth care workers. So the question was, who then developed the business case? The lead team should be National Department for Social Development, with all 9 stakeholders in all 9 provinces. They need to sit and develop a business case together with the job descriptions in different categories of child and youth care. If it means that the entry level for child and youth care is going to be, I'm just making an example, is going to be salary level 4. They even have to indicate whether do you want an entry level to register with the council or not. The second level probably will be level 7. Do you want registration with the council or not? The third level, which is an assistant director, and the last level probably, which is, I'm talking now in a province, which is the deputy director. What types of requirements do you want? We're not talking OSD, but we are talking category of jobs that needs to be job evaluated because of those changes that I've stipulated, the new regulations. So that's the approach that I think we can take, because currently there's an exercise that is done by National Treasury and the DPSA on the review of too many things, amongst others, including the decisions that we take when we implement the OSDs. But it's not a review of the OSDs when we look at different categories. They want to look at whether the impact of the OSDs since we introduced the impact, what is the impact? So to respond to the questions, I want to say the department, National DSD, they know how to approach this process of coming up with a business case. Even the provinces, the OD people, they know how to come up with this process. I don't want to dwell much on the OSDs because mine is only the organizational design part. But I was there during the introduction of the OSD for these categories. I was there in different meetings that we have before with the then Minister for Social Development and National Treasury. Hence the recommendation to say, let's look at this differently. Forget about the OSDs and let's bring a new case to the MPSA to say there are changes. This is how we want to function as a sector. I think we can take it from there. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Rachibase. I hear, all the critical issues are being touched on. There are gaps. There's been a disconnect between when this process started in 2008 to date. So, which means indeed the proposal that has been made, I've just made a note of it to say, besides having a working team as proposed by the acting DDG Welfare Services and the DDG on an advisory task team for to advise the Human Resource Development team, as Amanda and her team, on the inclusion of CYC. We also need to look at a business case. Somehow there has to be a movement towards fast-tracking the business case to be developed, and I would envisage that the sector bargaining councils should be involved, or whether it's PSA now or any other affiliate member of the sector bargaining council should be also somewhere included in this testing. But I'm leaving that to the difficult task that the deputy chairperson of the board will have to make, summarizing and proposing the way forward. If there are more questions, I think what I will propose we do, because I see there's a number of messages popping up, we're going to summarize all of these key questions so that we can also forward them to DPSA and forward them to the national department, so that at the point where a task team or an advisory panel has been set up, they would look at these questions and we will include them within the overall report that will go out to all the delegates, so that we see, the important things that came out of the summit. So I'm going to propose that we move forward now with the other panelists to give us a reflection. Ms. Fatima Diwan, lecturer in the Department of Community Health at DUT. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to say welcome to everyone who's present at the summit today, and all protocols observed. I would also like to say thank you so much for this opportunity we have been given at the Durban University of Technology to present what we have been doing over the last number of years at the university, but also some of the challenges that we are facing at the university as well. I'm trying to load my PowerPoint presentation, so please just bear with me for a minute. Okay. All right. So I am from the Child and Youth Care Program in the Department of Community Health Studies at the Durban University of Technology. I am a lecturer in the program, and I'm currently the head of program as well. So the Child and Youth Care Program within the Department of Community Health Studies comprises of two programs, that is the Environmental Health Program and the Child and Youth Care Program. And we form part of the Faculty of Health Sciences, and we are based here in Durban. Our acting head of department at this point in time is Dr. Ivan Niranjan. So in terms of the history of child and youth care at the Durban University of Technology, we've been around since the 1990s. So between 1993 and 1998, we were offering a diploma in what was then called residential childcare. And this was not DUT at that time, it was Technikon Natal. DUT was the result of the merger between ML Sultan Technikon and Technikon Natal. Then in 1998, we introduced a national diploma and a BTech in child and youth care. and that we ran until 2014. And during the course of those years, from 1993 to 2014, I don't have the exact figures, but I think we've had approximately 800 graduates from the residential childcare and the diploma and BTEC in child and youth care. The BTEC was phased out in 2019, and this was in line with what was expected from us from the Department of Education. In terms of the current and future scenario in our program, so in 2015, we offered a 4-year bachelor's degree at level 8, because the diploma was at level 6 and the BTEC was at level 7. So in line with calls from the field, the professional board, and also that the higher education landscape was changing, we took it as an opportunity to advance our qualification into a 4-year bachelor degree. Out of that, our first cohort graduated in 2019. And so in the last 2 years, we've had approximately 60 students who've graduated with this level 8 qualification. Last year, we were revising the 4-year degree, and then this year in 2021, we are now offering a new version of the degree, because we found that over the 4 years of having taught the degree, there were things that we needed to change and learn from. So we had a stakeholder meeting, and out of that, we now have a more, what we would say, a streamlined degree. Our master's in child and youth care has been approved by DHET, and it will be offered in 2022. And in the near future, we are going to be offering a postgraduate diploma in child and youth care. Just to give you a little bit of background in terms of what our 4-year bachelor degree entails, it's very different to the diploma and the BTEC degree. So the core modules that our students do from year 1 to year 4 include human development, child and youth care work, behavior management, and child and youth care work practice. And the other modules they do from year 1 to year 4 is, sorry guys, I don't know, is personal and professional development, counseling. I seem to have lost my PowerPoint. Okay, I'll just talk through it then. I don't know what happened. My apologies. So they do personal and professional development, counseling, child and youth care work with families and communities, contemporary social issues, legislation and policy in child and youth care work, and communication skills. They also do modules in research methodology, in research proposal development, and in research project. And these are done in year 3 and year 4 of the degree. All of our students are expected, in line with DUT policy, to do what we call general education modules. So every single student does these modules, and this also started in 2015. So the aim of general education is to make our graduates global citizens. So they have an understanding of what is happening just beyond their discipline. So some of the general education modules that our students have a choice to do are things like sign language, HIV/AIDS, entrepreneurial studies, gender issues, geopolitics, and these are done by other departments in the university, and they also engage with other students within the faculty and the university at large. Some of the activities that we've been involved in the last couple of years in the program is that we have community engagement projects that our students do. There's skills training that they're involved in, and outdoor education. Our students and staff have attended and presented at the NACCW conferences that's been held over the last couple of years. We usually take our senior students to those conferences. We have a good relationship with the SACSSP, with NACCW, and with Monash University, because Monash University is the only other university, private university, that offers this qualification. We have an advisory board as well. Meetings are held 2 times a year, and this advisory board involves stakeholders from outside the university who come together, and we discuss issues in terms of what are some of the needs that the field requires, and what is the way forward in terms of progressing the knowledge and skills that students will need or require as they enter the field. We've also had a lot of international collaboration that we've done over the last couple of years with Canada, the US, India, by having online projects and research projects as well. And in some instances, students from other universities have engaged with our senior students, the recent one being at the NACCW conference in 2019. The challenges that we experience at the university is that we are the only public higher education institution offering this qualification. And this has been the scenario for the last couple of years. It's really put a lot of pressure on us as a university to offer the training of professional child and youth care workers, because there are only 5 staff members, and currently we have from year 1 to year 4 about 200 students that we are teaching. The other issue in terms of being the only public higher education institution that offers this qualification is the issue of benchmarking, because there is no other public university that we can say, here's our qualification, this is what we're doing, what are you doing, how can we work together, how can we better the qualification that is going to be in the best interest of the students that we are training, but also of the children that we are servicing as well. So I'm very pleased to note that there are other universities now that are coming on board in terms of offering this qualification. So at DUT, we're very, very happy to hear that. The other challenge that we experience is, and you know, in terms of some of the challenges I'm bringing up now, it's very interesting because these are the challenges, you know, having been here since the morning, that the other participants and panel members in the presentations brought up as well. So the next challenge here is the job opportunities for our diploma and degree students, that their salaries do not match the education costs and the years of study that they invest. And because of this, we are losing graduates to other fields. We have students who, when they go out to do prac work, are faced with despondent child and youth care workers. So these are now our upcoming future child and youth care workers going out into the field to do practical work, and then they are, you know, exposed to people who are despondent because of the very issues that were raised this morning during the summit. The other issue is, and I think Dr. Swanson brought that up from Monash, is in order to lecture, you need a master's qualification at any university. So for us, for example, here, if somebody, you know, needs a replacement or something like that, it becomes really difficult for us because, you know, the requirement is a master's. So I don't know in terms of the other universities, but that's something that you would need to consider. It's also, in terms of the future of the field, an important aspect to look at. Upskilling of the current child and youth care workers is also a major challenge in terms of articulation from their current qualification into the bachelor's degree. The other issue which was brought up also this morning was that our students, when they go out into the field to work, are being supervised. So they're at level 7 or level 8, and they're being supervised by people who have the experience, but they don't have the theoretical underpinning, okay, to supervise them. What else? Okay, and the last issue, and this was also brought up this morning, was the lack of bursaries for students. Our students are NSFAS funded, but there are students who do not receive NSFAS funding. So they are good students, but because they don't have the financial backing, they tend to drop out of the course. And so we find that, like in other fields, bursaries should be available for child and youth care work students as well, so we can keep the good students in. I think that's all the challenges that I had right now. So thank you so much for the opportunity. And that's it from me. Thank you so much.
Are you done, Fatima?
Yes, Madam Chair. Sorry, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for an enlightening presentation. And I've seen validation from some of your friends, colleagues from academia. I see Pastor's hand is up, Pastor Hope. Please make your input, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, for this opportunity once more again. Fatima, my question is that I heard you saying that there are other public higher education institutions that actually have come forth to say, we would like to offer this qualification. Perhaps maybe if you could just let us know which ones, because it's different provinces, and also we're looking at accessibility. And one other thing, what is perhaps maybe the entry level, at which level can the learners enter in order for them to commence this qualification? Also, I see here you said something about there's a 4-year degree that started in 2015, and there is masters as well. So what I need to know is that can one just go straight and do master's degree, or should we start with this junior degree, which is a 4-year period type of qualification? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pastor Hope.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Fatima? I'm trying to look for hands. Are there any hands, please, so that I don't omit people?
Yes, Chair.
Please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Fatima. I would just want to know about the masters, because we've been studying in other fields. Due to frustration, we couldn't do anything. We had the BTEC, and that was the deadline for us. So we had to go to other avenues to study. And now that the master's opportunity is here, we would like to come back and study the master's. And also, it has been said earlier on that we had to go to other departments and work in those departments. And yet we are child and youth care workers, and we love being a child and youth care worker. It's just that we were not getting joy within the child and youth care sector. But we are still child and youth care workers. We are registered. We are professional child and youth care workers. We just need to make sure that we do not, the child and youth care system does not lose more of child and youth care workers in the near future. So please, Fatima, just explain more about the masters, how we're going to apply, because I was online just now looking to DU2's thing and I didn't see anything. So maybe you can just explain to us, because there are more of us who want to do masters in child and youth care. And then from there, we can decide what to do. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Takazile. Are there any other questions for Fatima? Zeni?
Yes, there are.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I need to notice who is speaking. I can't see the person before Mazeni.
Oh, it's Gracia.
Marcia, will you hold on? Let Zeni finish and then you can go after her. Sorry?
Go ahead, Registrar, it's fine.
Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
No, thank you, Chair. It's Gracia from PSA.
Oh, sorry. Thanks.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask two clarities in terms of the research that they have conducted when coming up with the diploma. To what extent have they involved the child and youth care workers in terms of identifying any other additional work that they do, which could also be recognized as a module in terms of higher education and training and courses that they are offering? And then the second one, Chair, is to say, to what extent has the Durban University of Technology assisted students who would want to enroll, those who do not necessarily meet the requirement in terms of their qualifications insofar as RPL? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Gracia. Mezeni?
Thank you. I just wanted to just make a comment, which was to thank and applaud DUT for their constant and dedicated commitment to the development of the child and youth care work field. I mean, they've been consistent and growing, and now we see that they've actually offering us the first masters. So we applaud the team, Fatima and her team, for the commitment to child and youth care. And on the issue of the masters, the one challenge we have is that sometimes child and youth care students continue on to get their masters without getting enough experience. And on the other hand, sometimes we have, like we've heard some of the comments now, people who have experience wanting to back into the masters. And I think that this is an issue we can turn to the HWCETA and others to see how could we actually ensure some sort of way in which internships can provide experience for our academics, so that we actually are able to have the kind of quality in lecturers and supervisors that come with both experience and qualification. So that's something we need to tease out together. Thank you.
Thanks, Mezeni. Sisintutu?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope everyone can hear me. Good afternoon, colleagues, and all protocol observed. I'm recovering from a cold, so my voice is a bit low. I just want to thank DUT once again, and just to mention that as the department, we are guided by the titles that have been accredited by the CHE. In other cases, universities have standalone qualifications in child and youth care worker that are prominent. But in some cases, child and youth care is embedded within another qualification as a major field of study. I'll make an example of UKZN. UKZN has got a Master of Philosophy, and there's child care and protection there. We've got Forte. They've got child care as a major field of study in their Master of Social Work. We've got NMU. We've got Univen. There was a stage where the Bachelor of Social Work was reviewed nationally, and some were de-accredited, others had accreditation. When these qualifications were re-accredited, some of the Bachelor of Social Work qualifications dropped the child and youth care major field of study. So what I'm trying to say, there are many child and youth care major fields of study under Masters in Social Work, under Masters of Philosophy, but they are not standalone and as prominent as DUTs. We are guided by the university's naming conventions. So there are lots of qualifications out there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Sintutu, and also thank you for braving, getting out of bed. You were not supposed to be here, but we appreciate your input and your support despite your ill health. Are there any other questions that I might have omitted to note before I hand over to Fatima? You know, the way I pick up the energy in the chat room, people are asking lots of very interesting questions. I wish we can have urgently a follow-up session, because it says to me we need to have those task teams going. We need to have people who are really committed to an activistic approach to make sure that we can find a resolution to the issues which have been outstanding for so long. So I'm saying to Dr. Lisiba, as you do your way forward, please highlight all the quick wins and the low-hanging fruits that are emerging, so that we don't lose sight of any of these questions and any of these issues which we need to deal with very strategically, but urgently so, and without fear or favor, because I think something that is holding us back most of the time is the fear to engage with issues for the betterment of the sector. And I'm glad that the delegation that is sitting in this meeting today are people who are willing to make sure that the transformation takes place. If we had failed over the years in the past, now is the time to turn the tide. And I want to thank everybody to continue sending all those questions, and we will compile them into a nice little compendium and forward them to everybody to say, please input, but there should definitely be task teams and advisory teams that are going to work, be around the clock to make sure that in the next 3 months we meet, there is progress, or at least we have managed to tie down some of these things which are achievable. Are there any other questions? Mema Bitwa, the President Council.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and congratulations for managing such a very important program. I want to ask, thank you very much, Fatima, for the presentation. It's very clear, and I think there's been a lot of information today that we're not even aware of with regard to most of the presentations that were made. And then with regard to the NSFAS bursary, I just want to know, you said some of the students do not qualify for the NSFAS grant or bursary. What type of students are those? And then eventually they drop out. That's my question.
Thanks, Madam President. Is there any other person left out? Sisintu, your hand is still up. Pastor Hobbs. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. It's a follow-up question on the NSFAS. Who are those people that do not qualify? What I need to find out is that there has been some CYCs that have been working, and some of them, if you look at their age as well. So what I need to find out is that this restriction on NSFAS being given to them, does it include age restriction as well, or what happens? Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks, Pastor Hobbs. I'm now going to hand over to Fatima to do her reflective responses.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Wow, I didn't expect so many questions, but they're very, very important questions. So thank you to everyone. I hope I recorded all of the questions. I'll try and, there's some questions that I can answer well, and there's some I can't because I don't really know a lot of background around it, but I will try my best. The RPL question that was brought up, my colleague, when I'm done with answering, then my colleague Miriam Saluma, she will offer an explanation about RPL in our program because that's her portfolio in the department. And having listened to Takasile, I forgot to mention this, but when I was looking at the participants lists for the summit, I recognized a lot of our graduates that are part of the summit today. And that really warms my heart a whole lot because it means that despite all of the challenges that are being experienced, but there is still that passion and dedication out there from all of the child and youth care workers that are doing the work on the field. So it's great to see our graduates also form part of the summit and who are working in the various organizations as well. So the one question was about which other universities offer the qualification. To my knowledge, I think UNISA is coming on board, the University of Western Cape as well. But the University of Johannesburg, Dr. Nadesan has been liaising with me because they are wanting to offer the qualification as well. So she and I are kind of collaborating with each other in terms of looking at the best way forward in terms of the University of Johannesburg, offering the qualification, learning from the experience that we had. So that's what I know in terms of the other universities that are offering the qualification or going to be offering the qualification in future. What are the entrance requirements for the degree? The entrance requirements for the degree, our students in KZN, they have to apply through the central applications system. So they do not apply directly to the university. And so through the CAO, we get applications. And we have a first year cohort of 50 students, but we have applications from close to 800 students who apply every year. So we are only, and they come from, all across the country, and we are only able to offer places to 50 students per year. And, that is really something that hopefully when other universities start offering the qualification, students will have other opportunities to go elsewhere as well. But the entrance requirements for a matric student would be, I think it's level 4 for English and 4 other subjects at level 4. But then, in terms of the type of work that we do with children, for us, it's not just about writing an assessment to see if you're academically able and what does your matric results say about, whether you can get into the course or not. For us, the type of student that we get into the course is very important. So we have kind of one-on-one interviews. It's very time consuming, but it is necessary because for us to have those interviews together with the matric results and the assessment that the students have to do, and we also expect them to provide evidence of having done some community hours, just to prove that they are serious wanting to come to the course. In terms of the master's qualification, currently, the student who does the 4-year bachelor's degree will get automatic entry into the master's degree next year. Just to say that we have been offering a master's qualification and a PhD, but in health sciences, which is the faculty in which we are placed. So it hasn't been like specifically a master's of child and youth care like this new qualification is going to be, but those students who've done the master's through the faculty and the PhD, their topics have been directly related to the field of child and youth care, and they have all been supervised by Professor Ray Bhagwan, who is a member of staff here. I do know that with the master's qualification as well, if students have other affiliated kind of 4-year degrees, like in the social sciences, then they can also apply and will be able, will be eligible as well. So we've kind of looked at that articulation into the degree from other related fields. the question about the masters and applying for it, we've just recently received notification that we are able to offer the qualification next year. Offer the qualification, but in terms of the internal processes that happen at the university, it's not something that we can do overnight. In terms of coding the qualification and marketing the qualification, but that will be done during the course of the year. And towards the end of this year, we will be then advertising the qualification and asking for people to apply. And then we will select students from the cohort that applies. The NSFAS issue, I'm not really 100% clued up on the NSFAS issue, but they use a certain formula in terms of financial eligibility. And based on that financial eligibility, they then will give you NSFAS bursary. So there are some students, because of the fact that, in terms of their parents' financial earnings, they do not get the NSFAS. But it doesn't mean to say that their parents are well off and can, afford to, fully fund their studies. In terms of the age issue of NSFAS, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that if you are working, then I don't think you're eligible for NSFAS. I think it's, non-working, pure full-time students that are eligible. With the age as well, I'm not 100% sure about that. I'm sorry, but I could look into it, and if you give me your email address in the chat section, just address it to me. I'll look into that NSFAS question, and then I will email you a response directly related to the NSFAS issue. The other question, I don't know if I was 100% sure in the way I recorded it, but it was about when we move from the diploma to the degree, what consultation did we do with child and youth care workers in terms of the modules that could be added to the degree? I think that's the question. But what had happened was, before we embarked on the degree process, it took a long time for us to get from planning the degree to actually offering the degree. It took us about 3 or 4 years. And part of that process is where we had a meeting with stakeholders. And Merle will attest to this because the NACCW, for example, was a part of that process of, looking at what are the modules, and based on what was said, then we added things to the modules that we might have, missed and things like that. So we did do stakeholder consultations. And so part of that, there were child and youth care workers from the field through the NACCW who gave us very valuable input in terms of the degree. I think that's all the questions. If I missed out any questions, please tell me.
Not a problem. Thanks, Fatima. Like I said, we're going to consolidate questions into a table and circulate them to the panels to add more, substance to it, if there are any things before we circulate the full report of the summit. So we will capture everything that is on the chat bar and, share it with the task teams that will be formed at the end of this summit, as well as the panelists. And, then we will consolidate as a question and answer, small booklet that will go out with the final thing. I want to, before I give Mr. Vivier time to make his input, to acknowledge and request that Ms. Maike Hubert, who's about to leave, be given just 2 minutes to say something. She needs to leave, and she really has been desperately saying, Registrar, I have to go. And I'm saying, no, hang on, So Maike, over to you, sis.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Registrar. It's a great pleasure to be here the whole morning with you. So I want to recognize Honourable Minister who was there this morning, and the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, the chairperson of the board, Madam DDG, all protocol observed. So just to congratulate you, Madam Registrar, and the whole team for the organization of this summit. It has been an incredible morning, and many important issues are coming to the fore that do need to be urgently addressed, and there seems to be commitment to doing so. Secondly, of course, congratulations to the International Day of Child and Youth Care Work. This is an incredibly important day, and I'm so happy to hear all the beautiful work of the child and youth care workers by the beneficiaries, also of the recognition of everyone here this morning for their important impact they are making in the lives and in the life space of the most vulnerable children. Just to recognize that children have become more vulnerable as a result of many reasons, but starting, for example, as a result of the impact of HIV in 2002, in the neighboring countries, there is an informal layer below the social workers that are called OVC committees, child protection committees. And I've always been so incredibly impressed by this workforce, who is accredited, trained, recognized, registered, about to be registered, about to be further trained, and so on. And it is a most important workforce to make sure that children are linked to services and that they overcome journeys of transformation when they have been hurt in their childhood. And unfortunately, we know that many children are hurting. As a result of COVID, the issue of mental health is coming to the fore. We see further deprivations. So the situation is critical and this workforce is critical. So I salute, Madame DGD, the initiative you propose for a working group. We are very keen as UNICEF to participate in that. The workforce is extremely important as a core of the model on prevention and early intervention services to timely identify signals of distress that children might experience, and then to really look at this business case. You know, we are happy to work with you on a business case in order to see what do we now need to take forward, you know, for Treasury and others, but also look at the social compact with corporate and look at GBV Solidarity Fund as a core investment in prevention, early intervention services through the safe parks and the drop-in centers and this workforce, as timely intervention will save children's lives. And this workforce has proven itself for so long that it actually really makes the impact vulnerable children deserve. What I haven't heard about much this morning is the role of mentors. I was in Mpumalanga the other day, and we were in the field to look at the data from the real-time monitoring tracking tool that the child and youth care workers were using. And you find cases of sexual abuse and of children intending to commit suicide, hunger, malnutrition, complex issues. And I think it would be very important to really look at the career path and growth development of the auxiliary child and youth care workers and the child and youth care workers, but also the recognition of the mentors and the supervisors and the whole trail to the social auxiliary workers. So, Madam Registrar, thank you very much. We are very committed to support this workforce and to work with the Council and DSD towards the outcomes of the conference. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Maike, for your contribution and your commitment, ongoing commitment to support workforce strengthening in South Africa. And we really are proud that you don't just say words, but you go an extra mile to actually put in resources to make sure that we can continue to do the transformation that we require to rebuild and strengthen our sector. So the issues that you've highlighted are very dear to our hearts, the child protection issues, issues around children on the move, role of mentors, the triple P and whatever issues, you know, hunger, malnutrition, sexual abuse, all of those issues. Most importantly, the career pathing of the child and youth care workers at auxiliary level who must champion the issues at coal face of service delivery. We appreciate that you are there to work, you know, side by side with the both child and youth care work, DSD and council to make sure that we can create a monitoring tool to assist, mitigate all these complex issues. Thank you so much. And we will indeed include you in the work committee or any of the advisory task teams that are going to be formed at the end of this summit to make sure that, as if in the summit, we take the process forward. Thank you, sis.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And apologies, I have to leave that. But appreciate so much. Good luck with the closure. Thank you. The next step forward.
Thank you, my dear. Over to you, Mr. Vivier.
Thank you very much, Registrar, and everybody else involved. I think it's quite insightful what we hear today at different levels. The one thing I want to raise is, and I've raised it earlier in one of the chat boxes as well, is the responsibility of employers in terms of the work and supervision of child and youth care workers, because I don't think it's only something that need to be dealt by the profession itself, but also those who employ them. The second thing is, when we talk about training and qualifications, and I think we have acknowledged and we know the sector needs as a priority much more child and youth care workers that qualify at a professional level. And I think, and I salute the training institutions, the higher education institutions that are working towards that. The one thing, and I think the one thing that we need to keep in mind, and what I want to alert the audience to, is we cannot, or we should not do this. We can do it, but we should not do this in isolation from creating job opportunities for people at the professional level, in non-governmental organizations as well as in government. Because the last thing that we would like or want to see is that we have sufficient numbers of child and youth care workers at a degree level that can enter the field, but there are no job opportunities for them. And I think some of that is already being experienced, if I hear what Zeni have said earlier. And that is the issue where it needs to be complementary. What is the output in terms of higher education, in terms of qualifications, and also what the sector can absorb? And I think that requires quite dedicated attention and also resources, because it is around creation of posts within government and government programs for that, which we know take time, but also in terms of encouraging and ensuring that the non-governmental employers can actually afford and employ child and youth care workers at a professional level. That would be my input. I don't know whether the professional board have considered that or want to respond to that. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Sir Andre. I'm going to allow the board to absorb what you've just highlighted, but the one critical thing that you're mentioning is the issue of absorption. And we've already alluded to that fact that we must create a permissive environment for inclusion, demand, supply and demand, and make sure that as we upscale and create opportunities for people to acquire qualifications, and we need to make sure that they will be absorbed. There's no point we send them to universities, we give them bursaries, and then we can't absorb them. It creates the despondency that Fatima was talking about. I want to now hand over to Tatesi Ziba, the Deputy Director, Enrollment, Planning and Sector Expansion at the Department of Higher Education and Training. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and all protocol observed, and to the members that are attending the meeting. Firstly, I would like to thank the opportunity that has been given to me to attend this important summit. The various speakers that have been speaking here, it was an eye-opener from my side to see testimonies from the caregivers and the beneficiaries of the caregivers, as well as to see the support from... Sorry?
Right. Please mute your video. Close your video. Let Tatesi Ziba enjoy the spotlight for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I would like to say is that us as the Department of Higher Education and Training would like to commend the Professional Board for Youth and Child Care for all the strides that it has made from its inception. Now, as a department, we appreciate the background and the context to the professionalization of the discipline explained in the concept note. And we also acknowledge the challenges that are faced by the practitioners in the field, the NGO as well as the government. Now, from our side, we think that the country needs to put our children and youth at the forefront of its future development. And also in its integrated planning, the country needs to ensure that the children and the youth remain the main beneficiaries. Now, if I may quote the late former President, Honorable Nelson Mandela, open quotes, where he says, "There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way it treats its children. Let us reach out there. Let us reach out to the children." Now, close quote. Now, colleagues, what I'm trying to say here, I'm not trying to deliver a speech, but what I'm emphasizing is that the Department of Higher Education and Training fully supports the development and the professionalization of the qualification in child and youth care from NQF level 5 to NQF level 10. Now, the department supports universities financially through a number of various grants and supports students through NSFAS. Now, in order for universities need to be proactive and responsive to their communities, their visions, and their strategies. Now, this translates in universities submitting their enrollment plans. Now, in the enrollment plans, they have to explain their strategic goals to the department. Now, once they have done that, universities need to submit proposal how they will achieve those goals, and then they will get the grants. Now, if I may mention a few grants, we have an earmark grant that is given to a university. We have an infrastructure development grant. We have the university capacity development grant. We have the clinical training grant. Now, this depends on the form of qualification that the university offers. And we have a grant for historically disadvantaged universities. Now, these grants are provided to universities in addition to the block grant that we give them every year for their operation. Now, they are there to support the universities to achieve their goals in teaching and learning and research and outreach. Now, to try and to answer a question that was asked by Professor Swanson, forgive me if I'm not pronouncing that correctly, where she was mentioning that there are lecturers that there are lecturers that don't have the the right NQF level or don't have the articulation of the right NQF level within a university. Now, as a Department of Higher Education and Training, we have developed this university capacity grant. Now, this university capacity grant is supposed to be used by the university in promoting the qualification of the staff. Now, unfortunately, from our side, the university first needs to be proactive in that field. We cannot force them to apply for the grant. However, we can steer them to a right direction. And also, as you know, as much as they are public universities, they also have the autonomy to decide on what direction in terms of qualification they could offer. Now, what I wanted to note is that we noted that in the concept note that DUT has a huge rise in this discipline, and I think we would learn a lot from this university, you know. And after reading the concept note, me and my colleagues had to sit down and look through the program qualification mix, the P2M. That now a program qualification mix is a document or a database that has a list of all qualifications that are approved, accredited, and registered by SACSSP. Now they are approved by DHED, they are accredited by CHE, and registered by SACSSP. Now the database is sitting there in our department. Now we had to look, and we found that the universities that Ndutu mentioned actually were active in the qualification of child and youth care. But it might happen that the qualifications are not advertised in their websites. Some of them, because of the naming convention, that may lead people not to apply for those qualifications. But we also want to thank you for mentioning the plans for UWC and UNISA in the concept note. And also, we want to thank the chairperson for bringing this information to our attention. I want to say the university branch in the department looks forward to working closely with the professional body for child and youth care in ensuring that universities are equipped and supported to improve the access into the discipline and ensure the success that leads to professional registration and gainful employment in a safer and striving communities. Now, colleagues, I also want to thank the work that has been put in there in terms of the H&W CETA that we saw on the concept note, where they were mentioning that they provide bursaries for these students that are in this field. And also, colleagues, mine in short is just to reiterate that we do support this initiative, and it is a much needed endeavor in our society. For now, I'll take questions, but my colleague and Dutu and I, we are here for those questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Ndadesi Ziba, for an informative presentation. And I'm sure colleagues are excited to hear that there are different grants and funds that they can access to further make a reality their aspirations, whether to establish new qualifications and so forth. But we will include all of that information into the minutes when we circulate it, colleagues. So if there are any persons with questions specifically to Ndadesi Ziba and also Sintutu, please raise your hands so that we can recognize you. Okay, I just need to pick up the hands quickly. The first person, please just identify yourself and reveal your video so that we see you. I know the hand, but I can't see the owner. Please just go ahead.
Chairperson, I'm not sure whether I was the first person or what, but you are speaking to Miriam Siluma.
Oh, yes, DUT.
From DUT, yes. I'm not sure if this is the right time to just draw this to your attention, but there was one question that was talking about the RPL. And Fatima said at the end of the talk, then she's going to ask me to address that. I'm not sure, perhaps we should get the speaker at hand to finish with the presentation, and then maybe later on you can get me to address that.
Thank you, Sis Miriam. I don't note any hands from the delegates, but I will allow one more second for people to raise concerns or questions, comments, if they have.
Chairperson?
Yes.
I've posed my question to Mr. Siziba as to whether DHET would consider funding lecturing posts for lecturers if there are universities that want to initiate child and youth care programs.
Is that Dr. Siziba? Dr. Mlepo?
Yes, Chair.
Oh, yes. No, I was trying to establish who's the owner of the voice because I don't see. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I was saying my question to Mr. Siziba is, would DHET consider funding lecturing posts for those universities that want to initiate child and youth care qualifications, even if it is for a limited period, just to get the qualifications off the ground?
Thank you, Doc. Ndadesi Ziba?
Doc, what I would suggest that is because there is this university development grant, it provides opportunities as well for employment of lecturers, but it's something that I think maybe my colleague Ndutu can address it, as she works closely with the academic area within our directorate. But it's something to be discussed. We cannot close the gate because, I mean, there are possibilities explored within the department, and hence I'm saying that we support this initiative, and I also support the motion that was said by the acting DDG, where she mentioned that there need to be a working group on this thing. I think this issue also will have to go in there and we address it there. But I'll hold it over to Sister to
Thanks, Ndadesi Ziba. Sisintutu, you want to respond now?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am writing on the chat box regarding the University Capacity Development Grant. It's an earmarked grant that the university needs to apply for. I think universities have grant management offices. There's a grant that's called University Capacity Development Grant. It used to be called Teaching and Learning Grant, just for lecturer development. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks.
Right on the chat box.
Thank you so much. I agree with Ndate Siziba that we need to look at a task team also that would look at this initiative where we're talking about, closing the gap or increasing access to higher education learning for our child and youth care work auxiliaries. So we need to have the ETD committee of the board child and youth care work, the ETD committee of council, that whole ETD committee section between council and the boards to work with. Actually, Sisintutu should be part of that committee going forward to make sure that there is a nice synergy between the board's council and also the department in terms of advancing this capacity building. And we should have somebody also from the health and welfare SETA, because there is also capacity building grant the SETA gives to universities to assist, whether it's with work integrated learning and so forth, bursaries and stuff like that. So I've just noted it also as a fourth deliverable that will come out of this summit, so that we don't forget establishing a team to strengthen this function. So I think before I give to Sis Miriam to talk on the RPL issue, I need to grant Maylene Brass an opportunity to present her reflective response. She has another meeting to attend. She has to leave by at least 2:45. So I would like that we afford her an opportunity to make her input, and then Sis Miriam can speak afterwards before I give over to the union representatives to do their input. Thank you. Over to you, Cecile.
Good afternoon to everyone. And I just wanted to say how amazing the summit has been, how informative and how valuable going forward. I just wanted to quickly greet all your honorable guests, all protocol observed. I just want to share a presentation, and I'm going to go quite quickly through the presentation, Registrar, so that because some of the elements that we have discussed this morning already has come up, and I also would like a chance to go through some of the questions that have arisen. Can you see my presentation, Chair?
Not yet.
Oh. I've done something wrong today.
Whilst you're looking for it, can you also just reveal your video so that people know who is Miss Brass? Thank you, sis.
I thought I was also revealing the video.
We haven't seen you since last year, so it's a good opportunity to see you again.
Can you see me now?
Yeah, we can see you. We're just
Okay,
waiting for the upload of your presentation.
Okay, yes, there we go. It's all working now. Thank you so much, Registrar. Let me go through the presentation. I'm going to go through it quite quickly, in fact. And I am still battling with this presentation now. Oh, my apologies, Chair, my apologies. It's giving me all kinds of messages about giving control and so forth.
IT, can you please assist? But we can see it. I'm sure if you just click the slide presentation, it will go.
Yes, I was also hoping so, Chair, but I'm battling to actually... Okay, Chair, then let me go through my presentation. I'm battling to share it. I'm not sure why. But basically, the HWSETA has funded the level 4 child and youth care workers for quite some time now. And we did a track and traces study from the year 2011-12 to 2019-20 to actually have a look how successful this particular funding has been. We have funded 1,657 learners through the period under this learnership program. So of the 1,657, and a question came up a little bit earlier as to the spread of child and youth care workers across the provinces. Well, from our information, we actually see that there is a spread across all 9 provinces, but of course the majority of the child and youth care workers is in the Western Cape, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, although there are quite a few in Limpopo and Mpumalanga. So that is also quite good news. Just to give you the background of the learners that have gone through our program over the years, 81% were female and 21% were male. They were all at an NQF level 4, and 82% of the learners were between the ages of 18 and 34, and only 8% indicated being older than 35. On average, the HWSETA has spent 30,000 per learner, of which we have spent over that period almost 50 million rand on this child and youth care learnership funding. Also, what is quite interesting with regards to the track and traces study, once again, as you know, with all track and traces studies, there isn't a great response rate. So, of course, you know, from the population of 1,657, we were only able to track a certain amount, but the results from tracking that is 51% of the 1,600 learners that we've put through child and youth care program learnership was employed. So 51% was found to still be employed or having employment. 49% was unemployed. Then further to the study, we have also found that most or 78% of the learners indicated that their current work was aligned to the qualification that they obtained, which is also quite good news, which has also been confirmed through the presentations this morning. Of course, from the study, what was quite evident is 43% of the learners secured jobs, mainly in the NGO MPO sector, as we are well aware. 23% secured jobs in government departments. Then further to the study, we have also what's quite evident that has come out strong this morning is the remuneration given to child and youth care workers. It is very low, and in fact, most of the learners from our study has indicated that they earn between 3,201 Rand to 6,400 Rand, which is quite low. About 13% of those employed earned up to 12,800 Rand. What is quite alarming to us is that most of the learners through our track and traces study was on short-term employment and not permanent employment. Most of the learners through this particular program over the years did not have many fringe benefits. So fringe benefits like medical aid, pension fund, and of course even UIF, which is very interesting indeed. So the implications of our findings in funding child and youth care over the years is that employment outcomes of child and youth care work qualifications are consistent with the social sector trends as a whole. Our view is that the main employer in the social sector is the NGOs, NPO, as well as the Department of Social Development. And then in essence, there are more casualization of employment in the social sector as a whole, which is quite disappointing. And of course, this is likely to be exacerbated by the context of donor funding being reduced over this period of our COVID-19 pandemic. So while the labour dynamics are barriers from the demand side, the alignment of qualifications obtained to newly found employment post-completion is indicative of the relevance of the qualification meeting the social needs. So there is absolutely no doubt that we need child and youth care workers, and this has come out strongly over the morning sessions. What, of course, is driving the demand for these services, of course, as we know, is the challenging social economic realities, other social crimes like, for instance, bullying, high levels of interpersonal violence, gender-based violence, the high burden of disease that we experience, child-headed households, of course, and COVID-19. And we know what the factors are in the sector that is causing high vacancy rates, one of which is poor working conditions, the remuneration factor, professionalization of the workforce, opportunities, low retention rates in the sector, and of course budgetary constraints, all of which has come out strong this morning. But what I also wanted to bring in as a response to the morning's presentations is, of course, the need of child and youth care workers has been absolutely established. The professionalization has come up, and we have come a long way. So we do offer the level 4 child and youth care. The HWCTA has developed now the level 5 qualifications, and we are hoping to run ESA examinations, the final assessment examinations, by the end of this year. It took us a bit of time to actually get the learning materials in place, but that is now in place. So we do have that level 5. The HWCTA is also looking at the community caregivers. Now, these cadres of workers through an RPL process can also become child and youth care workers, and the Department of Social Development has identified roughly around 5,000 of these community caregivers that can be RPL'd into child and youth care. The level 5 qualification, occupational qualification, was developed by the HWCTA in consultation with DUT and Monash University, and also, as has been indicated that has been indicated by DUT, is that the HWCTA sits on the board of DUT in an advisory capacity to see the upgraded degree program in the field. There are vacancies in the Department of Social Development who can actually take up child and youth care. That has also been discussed today, and I don't want to repeat anything with regards to remuneration. But what has come out strongly is the need for child and youth care and how vocational it is, how passionate child and youth care workers are in terms of what they need to do for the type of remuneration that they have. So, you know, there is a time that we need to stand up and actually say, what can we actually do to ensure that we can keep child and youth care workers? We can actually do what is best to ensure that they are remunerated appropriately in terms of what they do, so we can still offer those services into the sector. We have identified a lot of child and youth care workers that are unemployed at the moment. What has been brought to our attention is 1,800 child and youth care workers in KZN, and the HWCTA, through various funding mechanisms, for example, internships, we are looking into that. So what can the HWCTA offer? We will certainly support child and youth care. We have mentioned child and youth care, and we have analysed the trends in child and youth care in our sector skills plan. We will support through learnerships. We will also support through bursaries. What was very interesting that came through this morning is the need for degrees, bursaries for degrees, and even workplace experience for lecturers. So these are some of the areas that the HWSETA can also look into and would like to support going forward. Registrar, furthermore, based on what has come through in terms of questions, there was a question from Pastor Hobbs indicating that there are child and youth care learners that have gone through a learnership program but do not have their certificates. The learnerships that have been completed by learners through the HWSETA is a level 4 child and youth care. At this point in time, we are not aware of any backlogs in certification, bearing in mind that certification is a process. So the learner has to go through the learnership program. There is the theory that needs to be completed successfully, the workplace experience that needs to be completed, the verification of the entire process of training to ensure that quality of training has ensued, and then of course endorsement of that verification. So if you do know of any learners that have actually gone through that the skills development provider or the employer has successfully completed the learnership and there are certificates outstanding, please bring that to my attention. Myself and my staff are not aware of any major backlogs in certification of any child and youth care learners. There are some certificates that are in the process of being printed, but really it is not a large amount at all. So if you can bring that to our attention, and we will certainly deal with it with a sense of urgency. Chair, I think I have answered the questions that have come up. So Chair, at this point, back to you, and I can take any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brass, for your input. And we appreciate the commitment that you're putting forward to say you recognize the need for child and youth care work involvement as integral stakeholders, and also the fact that there can be funding made available to strengthen the workforce by creating internships or learnerships, as well as bursaries towards the degree and obviously the masters, because the universities are saying we need people to be able to lecture, with a master's degree, so we need to have the bursaries as well. The issue around certification has come up a number of times, and I think it is something worth investigating, because I know for a fact that we get a number of SDPs saying we're still waiting, we can't register, because students come to us complaining that they need to be registered, and the problem that is holding them up is the health and welfare SETA certificate. And in most instances, we forward them to the office of the executive manager, who deals with the issues around certificates. So I think the fact that it is being repeated now in this summit, it requires urgent attention to just check that maybe information from provincial offices is not filtered to the headquarters, so that we can really fast track, because for us, every opportunity to create for a cadre to be employed is important to us. And if we can't register them, we are failing the sector. And I know that we have managed to clear the hurdle around the approval of learning material, the learning material that has been for a long time backlogged, for the level 5, so that we can advance also a higher certificate for our cadre. So thank you so much for your commitment to look into this. And I'm appealing to delegates who have got issues to please escalate them to the office of the Chief Exec at Health and Welfare SETA. We will share the details. Obviously, I want also delegates to put in their email addresses you know, you want to receive, we want to make sure that everybody receives the package of minutes and the report that our consultant for the board will be writing up. But please just type your email address on the chat bar as well, so that we capture that correctly. But if there are any other questions other than the certificate issue, please raise them now, so that before Mebras leaves the meeting for another appointment, she is able to respond to your questions. Thank you. I see a hand. I can see the owner. Please go ahead. Is there a person who wants to make input for Ms. Brass to respond to? If not, I'm going to hand over to Ms. Seluma from DUT to quickly talk to the issue of RPL before I give Ms. Ricordo and Mr. Buthelezi. I always call him Manamela, Comrade Buti. I'm going to give them the opportunity to present from PSA and how after Ms. Seluma has done her bit on the RPL issue. Ashbiop Shole, are you able to hold the thought, or it's a burning issue you want to present, His Excellency?
No. You were, Chair, you were saying, is there anyone who wanted to ask the CEO from CETA?
Yes. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Oh, okay, thank you so much. Once more, good afternoon. I was just referring to the CEO of CETA that yes, there is a challenge of certificate of those students who already child youth care who already finished. And then it's a good idea that you are financing the bursaries, and then it will help them, those who wanted to continue with their education as a child youth care workers, that the CETA must come on board. I appreciated the CEO. That's all what I can say to before she leaves. Thank you.
Thanks, thanks, His Excellency. Sis Miriam?
Good afternoon again, colleagues. I'm just here to clarify the issue of RPL and maybe to give advice to the practitioners who are applying for RPL. We get about 5 applicants for RPL approximately every year. And in the past, we've had about 4 students who were RPL'd and they finished their degree. The challenge with RPL now is that practitioners don't seem to be able to find evidence that will match the outcomes. They come, we help them, and then we help them to even create the file. But now in terms of them getting the evidence that they will put through, then they are not able to do that. But those who are able to do that, the process is like this. The university has got its own RPL office, and the RPL office determines the forms that the applicant has got to complete. And then part of the procedure is that once the administrative part has been done by that office, then the applicant will come to us and then we give them a challenge test. So the challenge test, if they pass the challenge test and the POE was fine, then we will weigh according to the outcomes that the evidence would have told us that it meets. So if a person says, I'm able to meet, let's say 50% of the outcomes, then we determine that the university has got structures that determines where the person will be placed in terms of level, maybe level 1, level 2, level 3. But many practitioners make a mistake of thinking that because I have practiced in the field, I'll just go to DUT and show them what I've done, and then they give me a degree. Or they think that they'll just say, no, you must do 4th year and go. Remember, universities don't work like that. They want to make sure that you've got their ethos, and the ethos are reflected in the curriculum. So if you come at the tail of the curriculum, then we give you a degree, then it's not going to work to your advantage and to the advantage of the university. So I would encourage child and youth care workers not to disappear after we've asked them to bring more evidence, to hold on and persevere, and also to be able to get this opportunity to have some articulation into the university. So yeah, that's what I can say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Ms. Luma, for that clarification. And if there is a small document that explains how the RPL works and all of that, please forward it to us so that we add it to the pack that we will circulate at the end of consolidating all the beautiful inputs that have come out today. But like I said, I've seen there's a request for presentations or minutes to be shared. There are going to be minutes, there's going to be a report, there's going to be, you know, all the presentations that have been made or inputs that have been made by the earlier speakers in the morning, and as well the responses from the panel that are giving inputs now. And we will have a little, you know, table of all the questions that have been raised, and we will attempt to circulate it to the panelists and everybody else who gave input or to those responses, so that they can further, you know, add their thoughts to the table, so that we have a nice compendium of, you know, this is what came out, the questions that were raised, and these were the responses. And we share it with all the delegates who are here today, including those who couldn't stay or who apologized to be part of the summit. But when we go to the follow-up summit in, you know, 3 or 4 months, we would be able to pick up on these issues because we would have covered them. So please rest assured, that's why I asked that you put in your emails, just to make sure that we've got everybody's email correctly. And I appreciate, I see people are busy putting it in the chat bar. So I'm going to now move over to Comrade Gracia Ricordo from PSA. She will be followed by Comrade Butelezi from Nehau. And I'm not sure if the comrades from the Sector Bargaining Council are still available and they would like to also give you know, a 5-minute input. They're welcome to do so. But I am mindful of the time. Dr. Lisiba and Archbishop Shole and our highly outgoing chairperson, Ms. Azwe Magida, are also waiting in the plenary. But because this is important, I'm assuming, and I believe that people will indulge a few more minutes so that we allow the two presentations from Nehau and PSA, and then move over to the summary and way forward, the concluding remarks and the vote of thanks by Ms. Magida. Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Ricordo.
Thank you, Chair. All protocol observed, and it's just unfortunate that we're speaking towards the tail end of this very interesting seminar. But we are comforted by the fact that you are indicating that there would be follow-up sessions. Ours is not going to be long. We are going to reflect on inputs that touches on terms and conditions of employment of the community healthcare workers, as well as the child and youth care workers. Indeed, it is clear that with regard to all the challenges that have been mentioned by various speakers, there is definitely a need to have a collaborative interaction with various stakeholders so that we are able to identify and also work on the challenges that have been identified. We do take note in terms of what is central in terms of those challenges being the remuneration aspects as well as the conditions of service. It is true that we are currently through the departmental bargaining chamber of public health and social development reviewing the organogram of social development. And indeed, as we go through that process, what is actually key is to look at the grading, which will require us to review the job profiles and also look at the amount of work and services that are rendered by the child and youth care workers. And as we do that, it will also require us to ensure that we review the conditions of service and benefits such as danger allowance, because indeed we are aware of the challenges that are faced by the child and welfare youth care workers as and when they go for various interventions in communities, as it was indicated. But we want to actually touch on what DPSA has actually spoken about, which we believe is a very key. And as people who are participating in various processes and also organizing in the DPSA, we really think that the sector itself must come up with a business case without necessarily relying on DPSA to actually draft that business case, because all the issues in terms of the performer levels that need and as we do that, it will also require us to ensure that the next speaker that is actually going to talk will also reflect and share the same sentiments as what we are sharing, that OSD, yes, it was good for those that actually benefited, but it also brought in a number of challenges to a number of occupations because the manner in which it was translated differs from one department to the other. So what we actually want to encourage is DSD to also, through the various provinces, make or draft the business case with different job descriptions that will obviously be forwarded to DPSA for consideration. And in terms of the various stakeholder task teams that were actually referred to, we also believe labor forms an integral part, because we actually become relevant when it comes to determining the fairness in terms of remuneration and benefits for those employees. We want to also call upon sectors such as your SACSSP to also assist the various universities that are at least making that effort of RPL of community youth care workers in terms of their work, because in other instances, it might actually be difficult for them to put into a portfolio of evidence the work that they are actually doing, because not all of it might be recognized to be within their jurisdiction. And these are the things that we think such entities that are qualified to can make that particular assessment, such as your South African Qualification Authority, would actually come in very handy to assist. We cannot reiterate the importance of career pathing, because indeed it is not fair for employees in a particular sector to be stagnant and not be able to actually be developed and also enjoy benefit of upward mobility. I think in terms of the time and the other speakers that need to come in, we will pause there, but we are looking forward to form part of the task teams and the interactions, both with the child youth care workers, as well as the various stakeholders that are going to form part of these deliberations. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session.
Thank you, Comrade Grasha. We appreciate the input and the high-level issues that you've just articulated. Most importantly, the issue around remuneration and conditions of employment, because it's not only an issue affecting child and youth care work, but mostly the social service professions. We have been talking and singing this song for a long time about the inequity, around our salaries or the working conditions, and the fact that the employer sometimes, creates a blind eye when it comes to upgrading the working conditions for our cadres. So it is important indeed that PSA, NHAU, HOSPESA, and any other member labor federations that are part of the sector bargaining council should be part of this task team, so that the inherent problems that you've articulated around inconsistent application of the OSD, for example, needs to be ironed out. And I agree with you that moving the business case, development has to come from the sector itself, because it will be done in a way that is relevant to the people who are actually feeling the pinch, as opposed to leaving it to our counterparts within the departments. So we need to make sure that at the end of the summit, all these issues are tied down and people really commit to working and making sure that there is support and there is movement, because we've been talking and fighting silently for many years. So I'm going to give now to Comrade Buti to also add his voice. Comrade Buti, if you are available, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. Let me greet everyone, all protocol observed. My input, as I was listening to the different presentations and discussion, I will start at the bottom of my notes, raising an issue of somewhat of a duplication of processes, taking regard of the fact that within the sector itself, we do have a bargaining council in public health and social development, public health and social and social development sectoral bargaining council. We do have a professional body in the South African Council for Social Service Professions as a representative to the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care Workers. And now, having listened to the different inputs, in particular from Gauteng, as represented by Mr. Kabasia, and also from the DPSA, as represented by Mr. Shibase, I want to make a proposal of a sector integrated approach that will take into account the different processes that we are embarking on at the different levels of this particular sector, notwithstanding the fact that amongst these social service professions that we are inherently supposed to service, we have amongst them the child and youth care workers, in which, in our view, we want to submit in this summit, Chair, that child and youth care workers are the most worst of professionals when it comes to social service professions. If you look at social workers and social auxiliary workers, you look at the now recently about to be professionalized or regulated community development professionals. If you look at all those particular professions, child and youth care workers are somewhat at the bottom, and either through the professional integration of the different social service professions or otherwise. And I'm saying this because the issue of OSD cannot be divorced from any other process that we seek to undergo in this particular process. I've heard mention of a business case or a case study regarding the current outlook of child and youth care workers. I want to further make a submission, Chair, that we cannot divorce the two processes of a case study and the challenges that were brought about by the OSD. And, we need to reiterate the role of the bargaining council in that particular regard, because all the other stakeholders that I've mentioned, the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care Workers and DPSA, might not be privy to the information on what processes are being followed at the level of the bargaining council. And I must say that on behalf of the representative child and youth care workers that we are representing as NEHAW, we have made proposals in reference to the amendments of OSD since 2017, when we went on strike, and up until recently in 2020, when we reserved our rights at the level of the bargaining council. And what we have raised in that particular regard is exactly what the exercise that is being referred to by Mr. Shibase. which is to look at possible challenges that are inherent on the agreement that is currently in place, which is Resolution 1 of 2009. We have looked into the different challenges and where those challenges affect child and youth care workers. We're looking at the inconsistencies as referred previously by the other speakers in terms of the regulations that were adopted in 2014, and we look at OSD itself. You look into the stagnation issues that were referred to by other comrades that came before me, the issue of reaching the ceiling. The issue of reaching a ceiling is a contentious issue for child and youth care workers because you can't have, in the format of OSD that it is in now, you can't have a person that has 20 years experience as a child and youth care worker to only move from grade 1 and grade 2 and that's it. So those are some of the issues that we have looked into. We have tried to look at the introduction of different grades of child and youth care workers, noting the one that is currently at level 4, which is the auxiliary level, going up until the management kind of a level. So we have tried to look at that based on the mandate that we carry from our members. And if you will allow me, we have considered child and youth care work grade 1, which is the one that I've mentioned, grade 2, looking at the one that is now currently not being recognized at the level of the professional in line with the current OSD. So we want the introduction of grade 2 for child and youth care workers for those who are currently carrying the degree. We want the introduction of grade 3 for the purpose of career pathing and upward mobility, and grade 4 as well. Then we want to touch on the introduction of a child and youth care supervisor, because we want to recognize the issues of retention that are being raised, initially through the OSD when it was introduced. That must also find expression of a child and youth care work supervisor. And do away with the issue of team leader, because the issue of team leader has created somewhat of challenges going forward. Then in that particular scope of child and youth care supervisor, we want the introduction of grades up until grade 4. And then we come to the managerial kind of a scope, which must include child and youth care manager, grade 1 and grade 2, and then also to avoid this issue of child and youth care workers reporting to social workers, which is quite a problem, because child and youth care work must be regarded as a profession in its own. As you see that in this particular summit, we do have a professional board of child and youth care work. So I wanted to make those particular issues not as if these issues have not been noted by the employer in DSD, because we've been having several discussions on the amendment of OSD, and it seemed to us at the time that there was no political will from the side of DPSA. And having heard the discussion and the input from DPSA in this meeting, I will obviously support the view of this task team that is going to be established, and will gladly form part of the discussions going forward, so that we can be able to put to light the kind of work that we have done through our bilaterals with the minister, but also that would be the Minister of Social Development, and also the discussions at the level of the Public Health and Social Development Sectoral Bargaining Council. That would be really my input, Chair. I really also want to echo the sentiments of latter speakers to congratulate the Council in organizing such a very eye-opening summit, having different stakeholders, and really SNEHAU being a representative trade union in the sector, but also within the child and youth care work profession. We really appreciate the platform given to us as SNEHAU so that we can address this summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Comrades Buthelezi. You've made very meaningful contributions, and I am glad that you are willing to be part of the stakeholders that are going to champion moving these issues forward. And I've said earlier that there will be 3 or 4 key teams that would work on various issues, to avoid the risk of having one large group of people, trying to deal with all the other issues. So we want to see meaningful engagements happening within the sector, but championed by different people, championing different issues. So we will certainly look at having yourselves, PSA, and even the Sector Bargaining Council as a collective also represented at one of the teams that we're going to formulate at the end of this summit. We thank you so much for your insight and your reflections. At this stage, I want to now hand over to Dr. Lisiba, the Deputy Chairperson of the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care Work, to give his summary and way forward. Over to you, Dr. Lisiba.
Thank you, Program Director. We have had a very productive and fruitful day indeed. I'm going to try and touch on some of the points that have been raised, but I might even omit some of the important points raised. You will forgive me there. Just to mention that there was a need, an expression for a need for educational opportunities to ensure that child and youth care workers form part of the required workforce. And Mr. Ngonyama gave us some of the issues, and the main point he raised was the passing of the regulations did not result in the improved conditions for child and youth care workers. Then we were addressed by the minister, who actually acknowledged the role that child and youth care workers play, and also mentioned that he asked for a list of all NPOs and NGOs that do child and youth care work, and to ensure that child and youth care workers play an integral role in the district development model. And she mentioned that there is really a need to strengthen the role of child and youth care workers. And in particular, during this period, she mentioned that child and youth care workers can play a role in the vaccination program. And also cited the need for clear career path for child and youth care workers. Then Mr. Gabasia really shared with us the situation of child and youth care in Gauteng. And he did a lot of good work in terms of analyzing that situation, but raised the main important point that the fact that child and youth care workers at auxiliary level and professional levels are having different scopes, and that needs to be looked at by the sector. That he raised very passionately, and also mentioned that there is a need to train more child and youth care workers to bring the majority of child and youth care workers who are operating at auxiliary levels to professional level, because if we really want to practice the child and youth care that we are talking about, we need qualified people as per the regulations and so on. But also demonstrated how the Department of Social Development invested a lot of money in training, and we hope that other provinces will be challenged to do the same. And then Zeni did a presentation to outline some of the issues that child and youth care workers are experiencing. Some of the issues I'm not going to mention, but the discrepancy in salaries was mentioned, and also the need to have a clear development plan for the workforce was mentioned. Then the need for costing model for child and youth care centers was also to ensure that equitable funding is in place was also mentioned. Also, the late payment of funding to NGOs needed to be addressed. Then we had a presentation from Ms. Honorable Mutambi, And she also appreciated the work that child and youth care workers do and acknowledged the limited upward mobility of those child and youth care workers. But she committed to ensure that child and youth care workers are incorporated in the district development model, and cited different departments and areas such as housing and police to ensure that child and youth care workers are incorporated at all levels. And basically, she reminded us that child and youth care workers have got a role to play to make sure that we are closing the gap between urban and rural areas. We then got a presentation briefly by Sandra Matthews, who just shared with us the experiences she has about being a foster parent. Then, but before that, we had first-hand information from practicing child and youth care workers, Linky and Nokubonga, who shared their career path and their daily experiences in the work. And we were really fortunate to have a presentation by Jubilee, who is one of the beneficiaries of child and youth care services, who really presented a good success story. And that story, I think, is a representation of what child and youth care workers did to actually assist many of the children. Then there was a presentation from Ms. Skawana and also Ms. Vokwana. So basically, they acknowledged the discussions that were being made and shared the fact that there are reviews underway that look at the organizational structure and the processes in terms of generic structures that are also being looked at both national and provincial level. And issues of benchmarking was suggested by one of the participants with a Department of Social Justice, and I think it was well received. And the discussions with DPSA around discussions with DPSA on a roundtable platform was also mentioned as having started. And in the 2021-2022 APP, I think there will be a need to include issues of child and youth care worker, the professionalization of child and youth care workers as a priority. And they said they are busy with the alignment and review to consider child and youth care workers in the national structures as well. Then there were different issues that were being mentioned, but it was also mentioned that let us make sure that child and youth care workers issues form part of an agenda at HSD, e.g. bursaries. Then it was at that point that a working group consisting of all critical stakeholders was suggested. And this working group, we have heard from the program director, Madam Registrar, that it may not necessarily be one big group, but maybe 2 or 3 task teams that can actually take these processes forward. We had a presentation from Mr. Chivasi also, and he really advised us that it is possible to look at issues of child and youth care workers outside of OSD and review those processes, but it was mentioned that a business case will need to be drawn up. And I think one of the task teams will be looking into that. And there were even suggestions as to who should form part of that task team. There were presentations from Ms. Zulu Siwela, and she highlighted the fact that some of the universities are really training child and youth care workers under some of the programs, and I think there might be a need for the board to look at the content of those curriculums and see how we can work with them. We had Maggie Heimbrecht and from UNICEF, and I think she mentioned that she's willing to support whatever initiatives that can strengthen matters that affect child and youth care workers' capacity, and also prepared to form part of the advisory committee if need be. Mr. Andre Vivier also touched on, just as one of the comments, touched on the need for us to create an environment that can allow child and youth care workers to be absorbed both in public and other sectors. Then we had a presentation from Mr. Siziba, and he also mentioned that DHET fully support the initiatives that can capacitate child and youth care workers, and that it is up to universities to apply for different grants that can capacitate the work that they do within universities. We also had a presentation from HWCTA, represented by the CEO, Ms. Brass, and whereby she gave us a very good picture of where those child and youth care workers that have been trained through HWCTA are. And it shows that we also need to find ways of advancing those child and youth care workers that have been trained. I'm now briefly going to look at some of the commitments in the form of a summary to say DSD committed to address the OSD discrepancy as a matter of urgency together with DPSA, and DSD have put this as a priority in their 2021-2022 APP. They committed to realign the national and provincial organizational structures to address issues affecting child and youth care workers' posts and salaries, and ensure that this is addressed in the current realignment and review processes, and to look at how Department of Justice have addressed this issue. Child and youth care workers employed by government can apply for bursaries to advance their studies. However, in terms of getting scholarships, it was mentioned that it is still a struggle for some of them. And there was a need to advance this matter through MINMEC. And a suggestion to establish a working group with a representative of all stakeholders has already been mentioned. But we need to make sure that all issues raised are addressed in a holistic way, and to look at who will sit on these different platforms. DPSA proposed not starting by making changes to the OSD, but rather starting with developing of a business case, and I think we have spoken about that, and align job categories, job descriptions, levels, requirements for employment with 2014 regulations for child and youth care workers. The business case also needs to be costed, and if DSD says there are sufficient funds then for implementation, then DPSA will be able to approve these categories of jobs. And there need to be a lead team for developing a business case, and or the lead team for developing a business case will be national DSD with all 9 provinces. And a business case needs to be developed at national and provincial level, and national DSD know how to develop such business cases. An advisory group needs to be set up to direct or guide processes of developing the business case. DPSA is willing to assist the sector, but the sector needs to play its part. DSD need to write to DPSA with a business case. Then bursaries need to be made available, and I see here the commitment or comment came from UKZN. Bursaries need to be made available for child and youth care workers to study child and youth care degrees, including at master's levels. And there is a need to look at who will provide these bursaries, as not all child and youth care workers will be eligible for NSFAS bursaries. Universities also need to be proactive in accessing the various grants that Dee had mentioned to support the promotion of new qualifications, including payment of lecturer posts. There has to be a need to establish task team that need at closing the gap for higher education learning for auxiliary child and youth care workers. UNICEF committed to participate in the proposed Child and Youth Care Working Group Advisory Committee, like I've mentioned, and there is a need not only to look at career and development of auxiliary workers, but also at supervisors and mentors. There was also other commitments from other stakeholders such as HWCTA. They committed to continue to support child and youth care and will include an analysis of child and youth care workforce in the sector skills plan. They can look into the supporting bursaries for degrees for child and youth care and funding for internships. They will deal with any backlog in certification of child and youth care learners with a sense of agency, and anyone with information on the backlog can contact the Chief Executive Officer of HWCTA. We also had a commitment from PSA, who will review the conditions of, who are interested in the review of conditions of service and danger allowances for child and youth care workers, and they committed to be part of all the various task teams that are going to be formed, and suggestions will be made to the sector itself to come up with business case without relying on DPSA to draft the business case. We then had a presentation from Nehau, who raised issues that have long been raised but without any success. But they mentioned in particular with concern that child and youth care workers continue to remain at the bottom of the social service workforce, and according to them, they are the worst affected workers in terms of the salaries and the levels, and feel that the different levels need to be looked into as a matter of agencies. And therefore, and also advocated for child and youth care workers to be supervised and youth care workers, and not other professions, as they realize that child and youth care workers are a profession in their own standing. I think in the main, those are the issues that have been raised and that have been covered. And my concluding remark is that much as the work needs to be done by different organizational structures and so on, child and youth care workers themselves also need to really take up the challenge in terms of positioning themselves to grab these opportunities that may result from these platforms. On that note, I thank you, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lisiba, for giving that nice, conclusive way forward. Building on what you have, summarized, I want to just say there are 4 important themes that came out. The issue around the location of child and youth care work at National Office, the Sector HR Plan Advisory Team, and the Sector Integrated OSD Team, as well as the Higher Education Access, Mobilization and Capacity Building Team. And when I look at the 4 themes, actually 2 can be collapsed into 1, the location of the child and youth care work at National Office, as well as the Sector HR Plan, and the lead team or the lead person or department that I feel is best placed to deal with or to champion this is the DSD HRM, led by DDG Ndaba's team and supported by the Welfare Services Branch. And I would want Ntate Kabasia also to sit on that team, as well as Nehau PSA and the Board Child and Youth Care Work. So the 2 will look at advising the Sector HR Plan, looking at all the gaps and what can be done to fast track career pathing and staff establishment and everything else. So DPSA will be part of that as well. And then the second thematic group will look at the Sector Integrated OSD approach, which will include the Public Health Social Development Sector Bargaining Council, Nehau PSA, DPSA, QCTO, those teams, together with a rep from the Board Child and Youth Care Work, as well as somebody from Council, and any other person who feels they want to be part of the OSD Sector Integrated team should also join. The last team will look at high education access, capacity building also for the institution that would want to start a qualification for child and youth care work. And the people that I feel are best placed to be on that higher education access team should include the DHET 2 branches, the University Education branch, as well as the Enrollment Sector Expansion branch, ASASWay, and the Board and Child Youth Care Education Committee of Council, as well as SACSSP, Health and Welfare SETA, as well as the QCTO. So those, for me, are the critical task teams based on all the discussions that we had had this morning and proposed that we should have. And I think if the meeting agrees, then we can populate the different names of the people according to the department or institutions that I've alluded to support what Dr. Molepo has summarized. Is that okay with everyone?
It's okay, Chair.
Okay,
Chair. Yes. Yeah, Chairperson, I think it is okay doing it in that way. I suggest that that list of populated people or organization be circulated to all the attendees, and anyone who feels that they have been left out and they feel they are relevant for a particular thematic group, they can add their name, because like UNICEF, I didn't hear you mention them, and there might be one or two others. Thank you.
You're right, Sedon. I actually forgot about UNICEF because they want to support all the initiatives. So we will slot them in all, especially the advisory task team to look at sector, strengthening and the positioning of child and youth care. They most best placed there, and we can also include them in the education one. But indeed, we will circulate so that people, can either add their name if they feel we have left them out, and then we pin down the timeline so that they can start to work on moving the issues forward. Yeah. So before I hand over to the chairperson, I think it is befitting that I acknowledge the presence of the outgoing chairperson, Mayor Aziwe Magida, who has been the chairperson since 2010 to February 2021. She has been a very instrumental member of this board, bringing in a lot of energy and excitement. Every time she speaks, you feel the energy level, of a little child that is housed in that, structured person. Says Aziwe, when she talks, you actually get infected by just how much energy she carries and how excited she is, to talk about the issues that affect the sector. And we really are privileged to have seen her in action at all the conferences that were organized, whether by NACCW or any other gathering where she would come in to make a presentation. You always felt the excitement and the positivity that radiated through her. She has been a member of the Progressive Women's Movement representing children. So children are her passion. She has served on a number of boards for children's rights and children's organizations. And currently she's focusing on growing her own consultancy. She's handling OD consultancy within NGOs and government. And we are privileged that she has taken time out of a hectic schedule today to come and say formally thank you to the sector, but also to just give a word as the outgoing chairperson. And for me, having been your program director, thank you so much for listening and complying. I was a bit harsh sometimes when there were delinquents. I would say, IT, just switch them off or remove them from the meeting. I apologize. I had to do that to make sure that we have a meaningful, summit, and then there was order also in the way we conducted ourselves. I want to thank each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart for your cooperation and for your contributions, and commit that the Secretariat, together with Ms. Wilson, who has been tasked by the board to do the report, we will be able to produce the documents as we had committed we will do, and circulate them for your input, especially the question and answer section where I want us to put it in a table. We will circulate it together with the thematic groups to say, here are the people, and if you feel we put you where you don't have passion for, let us know so that we can correct it and then circulate it for final, inclusion in the pack that we will send out with the minutes and the report. Thank you so much. I'm now handing over, and I ask you to please welcome Mayor Aziwe Magida, our chairperson. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you very much, Registrar. Mine is a very easy one, because today is really the coming together of the work that has been done by the board for so many years. So the people that have attended is really a reflection of the passion that has been behind the board members that have been trying to drive the work of the sector. So having the Honorable Minister Lindiwe Zulu with us, talking about her commitment and having a commitment of alignment and integration is something that we've been working towards, where we are saying we're an integrated sector. Social work and child and youth care are an integrated sector. So her highlighting that was also, thank you very much, Minister. Then there was the Honorable Faith Mutambi, who also highlighted some of the opportunities and synergies within the working government. And for us, it's about saying we're not stuck as a sector in one area. Therefore, it's important that we're always looking out for opportunities, especially with the child and youth care sector, which is, fairly newly professionalized. It's important for us to be continuously looking out. Then there was Mr. Kabasia. Now, Mr. Kabasia has been one of our champions, a core champion, because we now were able to have the summit, mainly because of his vision, where he had presented and we had then said, can you come on board? And he came through with his leadership and strategies, guiding us as a sector to continuously be saying this is the best way to go. And therefore, thank you, Mr. Kabasia. We've now been able as a board to realize our dream, or because you were able to lead us where we needed the leadership. So thank you. And as a board, we're continuously looking out for champions. Ours is to say, how can we get as many people in different settings that will be able to help us and flag child and youth care all the time. And with the amount of people that have turned up, we're very hopeful that there are lots and lots of champions out there that have either grown the passion through the day, but just the mere fact that you are present means that there's a potential for more champions. Then we thank you to Ms. Vogwana and Ms. Sikawana. And thank you for committing to pioneering the intersectoral working groups. We really need you at the core to make sure that you're pulling the different elements together. So thank you very much. Then we had Mr. Chivase from DBSA, and through his presentation, it became very clear how complex OSD, which is something that we have been dealing with, and also the whole org design and review and the complexity of the review process. So thank you very much for raising that, and also for committing to help us, to help the sector to keep moving forward. Then we had Ms. Fatima Diwan from DUT. And thank you for presenting the new qualification, presenting to us that there's a new qualification in the Masters, in CYC Masters. So thank you very much. We also had Maike from UNICEF, who's always been a friend of of the child and youth care sector, really pioneering the whole workforce strengthening. So thank you very much for that. We also had Mr. Siziba and Ms. Zulu Siwela from the Higher Education and Training. And thank you very much for revealing to us that there are lots of grants and possibility of funding available, which the sector can then tap into. Thank you also to Ms. Elaine Brass from Health and Welfare CETA. And thank you for your commitment, Ms. Brass, in relation to your commitment on resolving the issues on certification, because we hear continuously, we cannot move forward because of the issues of certification, but you've committed to deal with all of those issues. And then we also had Ms. Gracia Rikhotso and Mr. Budima Butelezi from PSA and from Nehau. And thank you to you two also for agreeing to be part of stakeholders that are ready to move all these issues forward. But in the morning, we also had Lina, Unobonga, and Sharon. You know, I often say child and youth care is a calling. And just from the way they presented the passion and the energy, with Sharon also sharing with us where she is now, it definitely is a calling. So thank you. Thank you very much to Ulina, Unobonga, and Sharon for sharing with us in the morning. Then there is also our members of council. Thank you to the president and the deputy president of council for leading, because with your guidance, we were able to achieve the successes that we have had. We can all agree that the summit has been a success. We know there's been a lot of hard work behind it, but there was clear leadership from the council and the council members. And of course, the member of the Child and Youth Care Board. Your hard work has all been realized. We've dreamed of having a summit for so many years, and it's happened. It's happened because you are dedicated and you made sure that, you know, things were done in order to be able to attract the right. I mean, the quality of the presenters, as I was reflecting and I was given the program, I thought, wow, we have real champions. If all of these members want to be part of the summit, it means the board has done something right. And therefore, it's just about capitalizing and making sure that whatever has been agreed will be moved forward. Then there's our sister board, the Professional Board for Social Work. You've also, thank you very much, all your support throughout the years, through the chairperson and the deputy chairperson. Thank you very much. But you know, all of this would not be possible without the leadership of the registrar and her team. You're the engine that really gets things going around the council and for the board members. We know that you often have a lot of conflicting demands, but yes, you keep going. So thank you very much, registrar and your team, for making sure that this has been the success that it has been. Last but definitely not least, all the participants that chose to be here instead of doing, you know, we are all pulled on different sides with different demands. So the EXCO members from the council, thank you very much for your participation. Department of Treasury, Justice, all the representatives from the HWCTA, PHC, thank you very much for your participation. Then there was the QCTO, SACSSP, Department of Higher Education, the Eastern Cape Department of Social Development, and our vice president and our vice chairperson and deputy chairperson from the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care, members of Parliament, thank you very much for coming through, UJ, NSG, DUT, UWC, DPSA, and of course, DSD, both national and all the other, and Gauteng, who have been the key drivers, and all the other DSDs that have come through, all the other provinces. Thank you very much. The Limpopo Premier, thank you. Thank you very much. Residential CYC, thank you very much. DUT, community, child youth care workers, beneficiaries of the child and youth care, UKZN, all the board members, the acting DDG, Western Province DSD. So I'm hoping that the chairperson and the deputy chairperson, congratulations on your new appointment. You've done an excellent job in driving and making sure that the summit is successful. I'm hoping that if I've left anyone out before we close, please go ahead, Zen, if there's anyone else that I have left out.
The only thing you've left out, Sis Aziwe, is to reveal your beautiful face so that we remember who you are.
It's on!
No, it's not. Unless I'm the only one who can see you.
Hi, it's on.
Can everybody see her?
Only now.
We only see her now.
Yeah.
I can't see her.
Archbishop, remove
No,
yourself for a minute.
no,
You will get your glory just now.
Thank you, Registrar. Have I forgotten anyone? Please let me not forget and ruin all the beautiful work that's been done.
Yeah, no, we have not seen you.
We need to see you, Madam Chair, outgoing Chair, please.
You've got forgotten yourself.
Madam Chair, can you come to the camera, please?
I am on the camera. I'm looking at it.
We can't see you. There's a blur. We can't see you.
Madam Chair, your camera is focusing elsewhere.
Focusing elsewhere.
Maybe
you are on the other side of the camera, not where it's supposed to be. So it shows us the walls. Amen.
There we go.
Okay.
Yes, that's much better.
Thank you.
Mrs. Azzy. We really appreciate you making the time to come and bid farewell to the sector and also to your colleagues on the board, and to share that beautiful smile once more. We thank you for that. Yeah. So what we're going to do now is to offer His Excellency Dr. Archbishop Patrick Shole, who has put his head on the block to say, I will go all out. I'll make sure I hold my colleagues accountable. I will do this, because he's a member of council, but he's doing a lot of work activating some of the, important people that we get every time on our high level, webinars and meetings. And we really think it was a godsend that a man of the cloth has been chosen to come and join Reverend Berry Lodge on council. Thank you so much. Archbishop, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Registrar. I appreciate. President, thank you so much this afternoon once more. I'm immensely thankful for the Lord, the Almighty God, for giving us a guidance for the whole day to be a successful summit.
Archbishop, can you move a little bit backwards so that people can see you nicely, because you are in the whole box. We can't see you. Maybe also, it's just the light that is coming through. But yeah, I think now you are at least away from the lens.
Oh yes. Chair, mine it's only a small item concluding the remarks. The chairperson have said mouthful. The outgoing chairperson and the deputy chairperson have said mouthful. I wouldn't like to spoil everything that they have done. Today, this is the day that the Lord have made to rejoice and to be glad. I'm looking back all the comments regarding OCD challenges that it has to be done outside the OSD. I will take it upon my commitment with the peer review. I'm sitting at a peer review as an advisory to the president with all sectors, labor, women, business, academic. Ministers are part of that peer review of all national, and the MECs delegated by their premiers, they sit in that committee. I will put it as a proposal for further debate about the crisis faced by the child youth care workers. If they approve, if the Minister of DBSA and all council members approve it, you'll be notified, Chair, so that we must take it another level. Hence, we already gave a Mayor Faith Mutambe to take it upon her leadership in Parliament to discuss them in Parliament. But it will be good if we make it, because the President already announced it, it's on record, district model plan. All what we should do is to implement it. And we will only just put it on record by involving the relevant decision makers. Like as we will be having the meeting probably before the end of the year with the African peer review mechanism. And probably maybe the South African Social Service Council can also have another exercise virtual before the last of the year, where we can invite premiers, SALCA, that is in charge with the districts, all the districts, and also COCTA. COCTA is involved with the municipality and the local government as a last exercise towards the end of the year. Well, I think we already advanced through our discussion debate to propose to various sectors for a multi-integration approach of the child young care workers into other departments and society. Well, it is important that since that we have already recorded the collaboration with the department, hence the justice already said they will make a benchmark. It will be good that we invite as well the corporate business to come on board as well, to partner. Is either they partner with South African Council Social Service or with the child youth care worker. Well, Chair, I will, outside the record, I will engage the district mayors, the executive mayors, privately outside this, and the premier, to ask them because it's my role outside South African Council. It's my role as a national advisory on a faith base, the whole South Africa, to engage premiers and the ministers. So I will take that role to influence them through the Office of African Peer Review mechanism, to bring them on board, to partner with the South African Council of Social Services. I appreciate, Chair, I appreciate the Health and Welfare CEO, her input of giving a green light regarding the bursaries funding and regarding those learners who already wanted to study for a level 4. We appreciated also within those who gave input about prior learning testing at the university, because most of the children, they are sitting at home without qualification, but they've got a lot of expertise. They are very much involved in community development activities. They're involved with the child welfare. And it is a very important career skills, because at the moment we are talking about gender-based violence. The minister in the presidency, she discussed it with me last week that now she was planning to launch a program together with the social development minister. So we should not be left behind. We should try to partner with Minister Lindy West Sulu and put her closer to us. Every roadshow, every event, president, chairperson, any other official member, they must be with her so that she can see the importance of the South African Council Social Services. Chairperson, let me thank everybody who came here and participated today and sacrificed the rest of the day. We thank all the organizers, those officials. There are so many, I can't mention their name. I also thank, I would like, I hear you speaking about comrade. It will not be appropriate for me as a clergy to say comrade. All the ministers, all the MECs, all the HOD who came in here, I appreciate it. I salute them for honoring the summit. Chairperson and President, as you all know, today it is a funeral of our Her Majesty Queen Zulu. We from African Peer Review and also from the Council, I'm heartily felt to give a deepest condolences to the Zulu, to the royal families, and the entire Zulu nations. May we also give a condolences to the entire families of Zulus and the entire KZN government. Today is a provincial status funeral. Few weeks ago, we buried our king, the King Zulu. Beloved, I thank you all. Thank you for this time for God. Let's all come together as a team. Let's work as a team. You have shown the government that you are one. According to the Bible, John, it says, let us be one, like Christ. The body, the spirit, the soul, and the body. So today I've seen it, that it's very much possible to work as one. The social development have come in on board. The council have been assistants, the child youth care workers. So it has been a wonderful family. And I came in on this family last year, as the minister have already appointed me in this board. I really wanted to make significant changes in the life of these children. I really want to touch them, bringing in government to be involved, so that the ministers must act for being oversight of being elected, nominated in parliament, for playing their role, so that at least they will have done something. We'll be happy when the children, when I'm passing to the NGOs, to the civic society organization, to the NGOs, when children are giving smiles, when the safety of the children come first, when all the workers are getting their salary in time, when those who are unemployed are getting recognition and get employed at the provincial social development, I'll be a very happy man. Money is not a case to me. What it concerns me is to bring happiness, touching lives, saving souls. That's what all about social service, South Africans Council Social Service is all about. I thank you, President. I thank you, Chairperson. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I thank you all MEC who came in and HOD. And on behalf of the presence or absence of the Minister Zulu and the Chairperson of Portfolio Committees, I thank you all. May the Lord richly bless you all. To God be the glory. Amen. Bless you.
Amen. Thank you, Archbishop. Maybe you needed to just lead us into a chorus, because we can still feel now we're getting into the spirit. But thank you so much for those meaningful words. I mean, what you're saying really makes sense. And I think we need to maximize every opportunity to have you champion some of this behind the scene mobilizing to make sure that we can get engagement with the right people that we need to move forward the issues of council. So thank you so much for making the time, and thank you to each and every one of you still sitting in the plenary, because it was very important that we listened to the end. And I thank you for indulging us for more than the time that we had budgeted for, but it was a meaningful day, well spent. We have started a new chapter for the child and youth care work sector, and we are in control. We have to make sure that we hold each other accountable to make sure that with this remaining year that council and the boards are going to be actively finalizing their business, that we actually do justice to whatever it is, laying a foundation for the next incoming council and the boards. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day further. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Reggie.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you, Registrar.
Thank you, Madam Press.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Registrar and colleagues.
Thanks, Onkemetsi. Thanks, Mam Tenjiwe.
Yeah, thanks, Registrar. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Budon. Thanks, Rudy. Bye, Budi. Hey.
Thanks, Registrar.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Jubilee.